Tonight, you're about to fall asleep to the extraordinary story of Livia Marcella, a common woman born above a bakery in Rome who lived through nearly a century of incredible change. This story is divided into chapters with timestamps, so if you fall asleep halfway through, you can easily pick up where you left off. If you enjoy these historical bedtime stories, please like and subscribe and drop a comment letting me know where in the world you're listening from. So get comfortable, close your eyes, and let me transport you to ancient Rome in 27 BCE, where a baby girl is about to begin an extraordinary ordinary life. In the year 27 BCE, as Augustus Caesar was crowned the first Roman emperor, a baby girl drew her first breath in a modest apartment above a bakery in the Subura district of Rome. Her name was Livia Marcella, and like so many of us, she was born into ordinary circumstances with extraordinary dreams. This Livia bore no relation to the famous empress, but her story matters just as much, perhaps more, because she represents the countless women whose lives shaped history from within their homes, their neighborhoods, their quiet acts of love and resilience. The morning air carried the scent of fresh bread and the distant sounds of celebration from the Forum. Citizens throughout Rome were adjusting to this new concept of an emperor, though many still remembered the chaos of the civil wars that had torn the Republic apart. Baby Livia's first cries mingled with the sounds of a city transforming itself, where marble temples rose beside wooden tenements, and where destiny was being written in stone and blood. Her mother, Claudia, held her close and whispered prayers of gratitude to Juno, protector of women and children. Her parents had lived through uncertainty and upheaval, the kind that changes everything you thought you knew about the world. They had witnessed the assassination of Julius Caesar, lived through the chaos of civil war, watched their city transform around them. Sound familiar? Like parents in every age who must raise their children while the world shifts beneath their feet, Gaius and Claudia held on to hope that this new era under Augustus might finally bring the stability they craved for their daughter's future. As infant Livia slept in her mother's arms, wrapped in wool dyed with precious purple, a small luxury her father's grain business could now afford, the very foundations of the Roman Empire were solidifying around her. Augustus was implementing reforms that would shape the world for centuries, establishing the Praetorian Guard, reorganizing the legions, and beginning the great building projects that would make Rome the marvel of the ancient world. Yet none of this grand history mattered as much to Claudia as the perfect curve of her daughter's tiny ear, the miracle of her steady breathing. The apartment above the bakery was simple but filled with love. Just two rooms connected by a narrow hallway, with a small balcony where Livia's mother would sit in the evenings, watching the world go by. If you've ever lived in a small space that somehow contained everything that mattered, family, warmth, dreams for tomorrow, you would recognize the contentment that filled these humble rooms. Here, surrounded by the comforting scent of bread and the gentle rhythm of her parents' daily routines, Livia began her journey through history. Gaius Marcellus had built his grain business from nothing, starting as a dock worker who loaded ships from Egypt and gradually saving enough to purchase his own small warehouse. Do you know that feeling when hard work finally begins to pay off? When you can see the future you've been striving for actually becoming possible? That's what Gaius experienced during those early years of Augustus's reign, as political stability translated into economic opportunity for families willing to work for their dreams. The grain trade was the lifeblood of Rome, feeding a population that had swelled to nearly 1 million people. Ships arrived daily from Egypt, their holds filled with wheat that would be processed into bread for the masses. Gaius had positioned himself perfectly in this supply chain, understanding both the docks where grain arrived and the neighborhoods where it was needed. His small warehouse in the Subura allowed him to buy in bulk and sell to local bakers, taking advantage of the predictable rhythms of supply and demand. Claudia, meanwhile, had brought her own skills to their partnership. Raised in a family of weavers, She understood the textile trade that clothed Rome's growing middle class. Her nimble fingers could create cloth of remarkable quality, and her keen eye for color and pattern made her work sought after by women who wanted beauty as well as function in their garments. The combination of Gaius's business acumen and Claudia's artistic talent created a household where prosperity grew from mutual respect and complementary abilities. In those early weeks of Livia's life, her parents would take turns holding her while discussing their dreams for the future. They spoke of expanding the grain business, perhaps purchasing a second warehouse or establishing connections with suppliers in other provinces. They imagined Claudia's weaving workshop growing large enough to employ other women, creating opportunities for their neighbors while building security for their own family. These were the conversations that shaped Livia's earliest understanding of the world, talks of hope, planning, and the belief that effort and virtue would be rewarded. The Subura district where they lived was a fascinating microcosm of the empire's diversity. Their street alone housed families from a dozen different provinces, Gauls, who had come seeking opportunity in the capital, Greeks bringing their learning and skills, freed slaves building new lives for themselves and their children, and Romans like themselves, whose families had called the city home for generations. This mixture of cultures, languages, and traditions would shape Livia's understanding of what it meant to be Roman, not just birth in a particular place, but participation in a shared enterprise of civilization. During Livia's first winter, Augustus's reforms began to affect daily life in visible ways. New aqueducts brought cleaner water to neighborhoods like the Subura, reducing the infant mortality that had claimed so many babies in previous generations. The streets were becoming safer as the urban praetors implemented more effective policing. Markets were more reliable as political stability encouraged trade from distant provinces. For parents like Gaius and Claudia, these improvements felt like confirmation that they had chosen the right time to bring a child into the world. Baby Livia's first smile came on a morning when snow dusted the red tile roofs of Rome, transforming the familiar streets into something magical. Claudia had been nursing her by the window, watching the city wake up under its white blanket, when suddenly her daughter looked up with perfect recognition and joy. That moment, captured forever in a mother's heart, seemed to embody all the hope and possibility that the new empire represented. Here was the future, literally in her arms, ready to grow into whatever wonderful possibilities Augustus's peace would create. As spring returned to Rome in 26 BCE, Livia was becoming more alert and responsive to the world around her. She would lie on a blanket in their small courtyard, watching the patterns of light and shadow created by the vine that Claudia had trained across a wooden trellis. The simple pleasure of observing her daughter discover sunlight and movement gave Claudia insights into the profound satisfaction that could be found in the most ordinary moments. This capacity for finding joy in simplicity would be one of the greatest gifts she would pass on to Livia. The business was growing steadily as word spread about Gaius's fair dealing and reliable supply. Bakers throughout the district began to depend on him not just for grain, but for advice about managing their own enterprises. He had a gift for understanding market trends and helping others navigate the complexities of Roman commerce. This reputation for integrity and wisdom brought not just profit but respect, the kind of social standing that money alone could never purchase. Livia would grow up watching her father earn influence through competence and character, rather than inherited status or political connections. By her first birthday, Livia was taking her first tentative steps around the family's apartment, her small hands gripping furniture for support as she explored this fascinating world of textures, sounds, and discoveries. Have you ever watched a toddler experience the triumph of independent movement? That determination to keep trying despite countless tumbles, that joy in reaching a destination through their own effort. Livia embodied all of this, plus an unusual focus and persistence that suggested she had inherited her parents' capacity for sustained effort toward meaningful goals. The celebration of her first birthday was modest but heartfelt, with neighbors and friends gathering in their courtyard to share food, wine, and hopes for her future. Demetrius, the elderly Greek slave who helped with the family's accounts and correspondence, presented her with a small wooden toy he had carved himself, a miniature horse that would become her constant companion throughout childhood. Watching the old man's gnarled hands gently guide her tiny fingers as she explored the toy's smooth surfaces, observers could see the beginning of a special relationship that would profoundly influence her education and worldview. As summer arrived in 26 BCE, bringing with it the intense heat that made Roman afternoons a time for rest and contemplation, Claudia would retreat to their small balcony with Livia, seeking whatever breeze might stir the air above the bustling streets. These quiet hours together became precious opportunities for the kind of gentle conversation that mothers have always shared with their children, observations about the neighborhood characters passing below, stories about family history, dreams about what the future might hold. The routine of daily life was establishing itself around Livia's needs and rhythms. Mornings belonged to business, with Gaius heading to the warehouses and markets while Claudia managed the household and her weaving work. Afternoons were family time, when they would all gather for the main meal and enjoy each other's company. Evenings brought neighborhood socializing, as friends and customers would stop by to share news and conversation. This pattern of work balanced with relationship would provide the foundation for Livia's understanding of how to live a meaningful life. The empire around them was consolidating under Augustus's steady leadership, but the effects of this grand political transformation were felt most keenly in small, personal ways. Letters arrived more regularly from distant relatives, carried by improved postal systems. Goods appeared in the markets that had never been available before: spices from India, silk from the Far East, amber from the northern forests. For a curious child like Livia, these exotic items were windows into a world far larger than anything previous generations could have imagined. As autumn painted the Roman countryside in shades of gold and crimson, Livia celebrated her second birthday with the expanded vocabulary and boundless energy that marked this delightful age. She could now express her wants and needs clearly, ask endless questions about everything she observed, and demonstrate preferences that revealed her emerging personality. Her favorite activities included helping her mother sort colored threads for weaving, listening to Demetrius tell stories about distant lands, and helping her father count grain sacks in the warehouse. The winter of 25 BCE brought challenges that tested the young family's resilience and resourcefulness. A harsh cold snap disrupted shipping schedules, creating temporary shortages that affected Gaius's business. Claudia fell ill with a fever that lasted for weeks, requiring careful nursing and forcing the family to rely on neighbors and friends for help with daily tasks. Yet these difficulties also revealed the strength of the community they had built around themselves and deepened their appreciation for health, prosperity, and mutual support. Livia's response to her mother's illness showed early signs of the empathy and practical intelligence that would characterize her throughout life. Too young to understand the medical details, she nonetheless sensed the family's anxiety and responded by being unusually helpful and well-behaved. She would sit quietly beside Claudia's bed, offering her favorite toys as comfort and chattering softly about her day's activities. These early experiences with illness and recovery taught her that families support each other through difficulties, and that love is expressed through countless small acts of care and consideration. The recovery of both Claudia's health and the family's business fortunes as spring returned to Rome in 24 BCE felt like a personal rebirth that mirrored the larger renewal happening throughout the empire. Augustus's building projects were transforming the city's skyline, creating employment for thousands, while demonstrating the prosperity that peace and good governance could provide. For families like Livia's, these visible improvements served as daily reminders that they were living through extraordinary times. As Livia approached her third birthday, her personality was becoming more distinct and engaging. She possessed her father's analytical mind and her mother's artistic sensibility, combined with a social confidence that made her popular with neighbors and visitors. Adults found themselves drawn into conversation with this small person who asked thoughtful questions and listened carefully to their answers. She had learned to weave simple patterns on a child-sized loom that Demetrius had made for her, creating small pieces of cloth that she would present as gifts to family friends. The expansion of their living space to include a proper courtyard with a small garden marked another milestone in the family's rising prosperity. Livia delighted in helping plant herbs and vegetables, learning the patience required for gardening while enjoying the immediate satisfaction of daily watering and tending. The courtyard also provided space for larger gatherings, allowing Gaius and Claudia to entertain customers and friends more graciously, while giving Livia opportunities to observe the social skills that would serve her well throughout life. The stories that Demetrius told during these peaceful evening gatherings were expanding Livia's understanding of the world beyond Rome's walls. She learned about the great library of Alexandria, where scholars preserved the wisdom of ages, the mysterious lands beyond the Sahara, where exotic animals roamed vast grasslands, and the northern forests where Germanic tribes lived in ways utterly different from Roman civilization. These tales fired her imagination while teaching her that the world was vast, diverse, and full of wonders waiting to be discovered. By the summer of 23 BCE, when Livia had reached her fourth year, she was accompanying her parents on business trips around the city, observing how they interacted with suppliers, customers, and officials. These excursions were educational adventures that taught her about commerce, negotiation, and the complex relationships that made Roman society function. She learned to recognize quality in grain by touch and sight, to judge character through careful observation of behavior, and to appreciate the skills required to build and maintain a successful enterprise. The death of Marcellus, Augustus's nephew and presumed heir, sent ripples of uncertainty through Roman society that even a 4-year-old could sense. Adult conversations became more hushed and serious, business dealings required more careful consideration, and everyone seemed to be watching and waiting to see how the imperial succession would be resolved. For Livia, this was an early lesson in how political events far removed from daily life could nonetheless affect the security and planning that families depended upon. As autumn arrived with its harvest festivals and preparation for winter, Livia's family took stock of how far they had come since her birth 4 years earlier. The grain business had expanded to include regular contracts with major bakers throughout Rome. Claudia's weaving had developed into a small workshop that employed 3 other women and produced textiles sought after by wealthy customers. Their household now included 5 slaves and freedpeople who were treated more like extended family than property. Most importantly, they had built a network of relationships based on trust, mutual benefit, and genuine affection that would sustain them through whatever challenges the future might bring. And so Livia's earliest years unfolded against the backdrop of an empire finding its footing, and a family building its fortune through virtue, effort, and love. The foundation was being laid for a life that would span nearly 9 decades and encompass some of the most remarkable transformations in human history. Yet already, in these first memories and experiences, the patterns were emerging that would define her character and guide her choices throughout the adventures that lay ahead. By her 5th birthday in 22 BCE, Livia had become that kind of child every parent recognizes endlessly curious, with dark eyes that missed nothing and a heart full of questions. Do you remember being 5? That age when the whole world feels like a mystery waiting to be solved. The Subura was her universe then, a labyrinth of narrow streets where life happened in full view. Like children everywhere, she learned about her world by watching the baker's early morning routine, her mother's careful hands at the loom, the endless parade of neighbors and strangers who filled her days with stories. Young Livia's favorite companion was Demetrius, their elderly Greek slave who had once been a teacher. Like so many people we meet who change our lives, he appeared ordinary at first glance but carried within him entire worlds of knowledge. He would sit with her by their small fountain, a luxury her father's growing success had made possible, and tell stories that made her 5-year-old heart race with wonder. Have you ever had someone in your childhood who made you believe the world was bigger and more magical than you had imagined? For Livia, that person was Demetrius, with his tales of Alexandria's great library and caravans carrying silk from distant lands. The reign of Augustus brought something every parent hopes for their children's stability and opportunity. You know that feeling when things finally seem to be going well, when you dare to make plans for the future. That's what Livia's family experienced during these golden years. New aqueducts brought clean water to neighborhoods like theirs. Imagine the relief of Livia's mother, no longer having to walk long distances to fetch water for her family. Her father would return home each evening with stories of the grain ships arriving from Egypt, their holds full of wheat, and you could hear the pride in his voice as he described being part of something larger than himself. During these early years, Livia experienced what every child should: moments of pure wonder and excitement. Can you remember the first time you saw something truly magnificent being built? For Livia, it was watching the construction of the theater of Marcellus. Her small hand would grip her mother's tightly as they joined the crowds, and Claudia would lift her daughter onto her shoulders so she could see over the sea of adult heads. There in the distance would be Augustus himself, a figure so important he seemed almost mythical, yet there he was, real and present in her world. The marketplace became Livia's classroom in ways that no formal school could match. Walking beside her mother through the stalls of the Forum Boreum, she learned to identify quality merchandise by touch, to recognize honest vendors by their manner, and to appreciate the complex dance of negotiation that governed every transaction. Claudia would explain why this merchant could be trusted, while that one required careful watching, how to judge the freshness of produce, and why building long-term relationships mattered more than securing the lowest possible price on any single purchase. At home, Livia learned the ancient dance that mothers and daughters have shared across cultures and centuries, the passing down of women's work and wisdom. Have you ever sat beside your mother or grandmother, learning skills that connected you to generations of women before you? Livia's small fingers grew nimble at the spinning wheel, guided by Claudia's patient hands. The rhythm of the loom became as familiar as her own heartbeat. But perhaps most precious were the evening hours when, by flickering lamplight, her mother would weave together stories of gods and goddesses with memories of their own family, creating that tapestry of identity that makes us who we are. The social dynamics of their neighborhood provided endless fascination for an observant child like Livia. She learned to read the subtle signs that indicated someone's status and circumstances: the quality of their toga, the deference shown by their slaves, the confidence or anxiety in their bearing when conducting business. These lessons in human nature would serve her well throughout life, teaching her to see beyond surface appearances to the character and motivations that really mattered. Demetrius had begun teaching her to read Greek as well as Latin, opening doorways to literature and philosophy that few girls of her social class would ever encounter. The old scholar understood that education was not merely about acquiring information, but about developing the capacity to think clearly and judge wisely. He would pose questions that had no simple answers, encouraging her to consider problems from multiple perspectives and to support her opinions with reasoned arguments. The expansion of Gaius's business to include a second warehouse brought new responsibilities and opportunities for the entire family. Livia would accompany her father on inspection tour, learning to assess the quality of grain shipments and to understand the complex logistics of feeding a city the size of Rome. These experiences taught her that successful commerce required not just shrewd bargaining, but genuine expertise, careful planning, and the ability to anticipate and solve problems before they became crises. Her sixth birthday celebration in 21 BCE reflected the family's rising prosperity and social connections. The guest list included not just neighbors and relatives, but customers, suppliers, and even a few minor city officials who had come to respect Gaius's integrity and competence. For Livia, this gathering provided an early lesson in how success created both opportunities and obligations. The chance to influence events, but also the responsibility to use that influence wisely and generously. The political tensions surrounding Augustus's search for a suitable heir affected even ordinary families like Livia's, as uncertainty about the succession made long-term planning more difficult. Business contracts included more contingency clauses, investment decisions were made more cautiously, and everyone paid closer attention to news from the imperial palace. For a 6-year-old, these adult anxieties were puzzling, but she sensed the underlying concern and began to understand that the stability of her world depended on events and decisions far beyond her family's control. Claudia's weaving workshop had grown to employ 7 women, creating a small community of skilled artisans who took pride in their craft while supporting their families through honest work. Livia loved spending time in the workshop, listening to the conversations that ranged from technical discussions about dyeing techniques to personal stories about courtship, marriage, and child-rearing. These sessions provided her with insights into the full range of women's experiences and began to shape her understanding of the choices and challenges she would face as she grew older. The arrival of her baby brother Marcus in 20 BCE transformed Livia from an only child into a protective older sister, a role she embraced with characteristic thoroughness and affection. Watching her parents care for this tiny, helpless person taught her about the selfless love that binds families together and the way that new life brings both joy and responsibility. She took her duties as big sister seriously, helping with feeding, entertaining the baby with songs and games, and proudly introducing him to visitors as if his very existence was one of her own accomplishments. The death of Agrippa that same year sent shockwaves through the imperial family and reminded everyone in Rome how fragile political arrangements could be. For 7-year-old Livia, the sight of her parents discussing this news in worried whispers provided an early lesson about mortality and the way that death could suddenly alter the course of events. She began to understand that even the most powerful people were subject to forces beyond their control, and that wisdom lay in appreciating what you had while you had it. Her education was expanding beyond domestic skills to include basic mathematics, geography, and history. Demetrius had created a curriculum that combined practical knowledge with intellectual development, teaching her to calculate percentages and interest rates while also introducing her to the poetry of Homer and the philosophy of Plato. These lessons took place in the family's courtyard during the cooler hours of morning and evening, creating a peaceful learning environment that associated education with pleasure rather than drudgery. The neighborhood children had begun to recognize Livia as a natural leader, someone whose ideas for games and adventures were always interesting, and whose fairness in settling disputes made her a trusted mediator. Whether organizing elaborate theatrical productions based on myths they had learned or creating complex trading games that mimicked their parents' business activities, she demonstrated the combination of imagination and practical sense that would characterize her approach to challenges throughout life. By her 8th birthday in 19 BCE, Livia had developed into a confident, articulate young person whose presence enhanced any gathering. She could converse intelligently with adults about topics ranging from business conditions to literary preferences, while still maintaining the curiosity and playfulness appropriate to her age. Visitors to the family home often remarked on her poise and intelligence, predictions that she would grow up to be a remarkable woman who would bring credit to her family and community. The celebration of Augustus's return from his eastern campaigns provided the entire city with spectacle and entertainment that fired Livia's imagination about the vastness of the empire and the glory of Roman civilization. Standing with her family among the crowds that lined the triumphal route, she watched legions march past carrying standards that bore the names of distant battles and exotic places. The captured treasures and foreign dignitaries in the procession brought home the reality of Roman power, while stirring dreams about the wider world that lay beyond the familiar boundaries of her daily life. The social skills that Livia was developing through constant interaction with her parents, customers, and friends would prove invaluable throughout her life. She learned to remember personal details about people she met only occasionally, to ask questions that showed genuine interest in their concerns, and to offer appropriate sympathy or congratulation depending on their circumstances. These abilities to connect with others and make them feel valued would become one of her most distinctive characteristics. As 18 BCE dawned and Livia entered her ninth year, she stood on the threshold between childhood and the more serious responsibilities that would soon be expected of her. The foundation had been laid for a life of purpose and accomplishment, built on the solid bedrock of family love, practical education, moral instruction, and exposure to the wider world of commerce and culture. The lessons learned during these formative years about integrity, hard work, compassion, and the importance of community would guide her through all the adventures and challenges that lay ahead. The winter evenings of that year were spent in the warm glow of oil lamps, with the family gathered around their brazier sharing stories, planning for the future, and enjoying the simple contentment that comes from being surrounded by those you love most. For Livia, these peaceful moments represented the essence of happiness, not grand achievements or exotic adventures, but the daily experience of belonging to something larger than yourself, while knowing that your individual contribution was valued and needed. It was a lesson in finding joy that would sustain her through 9 decades of life in an empire that would see both glory and decline, triumph and tragedy, but which would always depend on ordinary people like herself who chose to build rather than destroy, to love rather than hate, and to hope rather than despair. When Livia reached her ninth year in 18 BCE, she experienced what many of us remember from childhood, that first awareness that the adult world was more complicated and fragile than we had realized. The forced marriage of Julia to Tiberius, after Augustus compelled him to divorce his beloved Vipsania, sent ripples of uncertainty through Rome that even a child could sense. Have you ever felt that shift when you realized that the grown-ups in your life didn't have all the answers? That the stability you took for granted might not last forever? Livia began to notice the worried conversations between her parents, the way their voices would drop when she entered a room. The sight of Tiberius's grief became one of those defining moments that shapes a young person's understanding of the world. She had seen him at public ceremonies, a strong and dignified figure who commanded respect through his military achievements and personal integrity. But now, watching from the crowd as he performed his public duties while clearly heartbroken over the loss of his wife, Livia glimpsed the terrible cost that duty sometimes demanded. It was her first real lesson in how personal happiness could be sacrificed for political necessity, a truth that would influence her own choices about marriage and family throughout her life. Her education with Demetrius was becoming more sophisticated, moving beyond basic literacy to explore complex ideas about philosophy, governance, and human nature. The old Greek had a gift for making abstract concepts concrete through stories and examples that a 9-year-old could understand. When discussing justice, he would use examples from their neighborhood, why her father's fair dealing with customers created trust, how the local magistrate's decisions affected people's willingness to bring disputes before him. These lessons taught Livia to see the connection between philosophical principles and practical life. The family's prosperity continued to grow, but with it came new challenges and responsibilities that affected every member of the household. Gaius had been elected to serve as a representative of the grain merchants in their dealings with city officials, a position that brought honor but also required careful navigation of political relationships. For Livia, watching her father balance competing interests while maintaining his integrity provided valuable lessons about leadership and the way that success created obligations to serve the broader community. Her relationship with her younger brother Marcus was deepening into genuine friendship as he grew old enough to be an interesting companion rather than just a responsibility. They would spend hours together in the family's workshop, creating elaborate stories with clay figures and wooden toys, while Livia taught him the songs and games she had learned from Demetrius. These play sessions were more than entertainment. They were opportunities for her to practice the patience and teaching skills that would serve her well when she had children of her own. The death of her grandfather that winter brought Livia's first direct encounter with mortality and grief. She had loved the old man who had taught her to recognize different types of grain by touch and smell, who had shared stories about the family's humble origins and steady rise through hard work and good fortune. Standing beside his funeral pyre, holding her mother's hand as the flames consumed his earthly form, she began to understand that life was both precious and temporary, that the love we share with others becomes our true immortality. At 10 years old, Livia was beginning to notice the way that other families in their neighborhood looked to hers for guidance and support during difficult times. When the fuller's wife fell ill, it was Claudia who organized the care that allowed her to recover. When a dispute arose between two bakers over territorial boundaries, it was Gaius who mediated a fair solution. Watching her parents use their prosperity and influence to help others taught Livia that true success was measured not by what you accumulated for yourself, but by what you contributed to the well-being of your community. The expansion of Claudia's weaving workshop into a full-scale textile business brought new opportunities for Livia to learn about commerce, management, and the delicate art of working with people. She began helping with inventory, learning to assess the quality of raw materials and to understand the complex relationships between suppliers, workers, and customers. These experiences taught her that successful business required not just technical skill, but emotional intelligence, the ability to read people's motivations, address their concerns, and create relationships built on mutual benefit and respect. Her friendship with Julia, the daughter of one of their suppliers, provided Livia with her first real peer relationship outside the family. Julia was a year older and came from a family of cloth dyers, whose knowledge of creating beautiful colors complemented Claudia's weaving expertise. The two girls would spend hours together, sharing confidences about their hopes and fears, while learning advanced techniques that combined their family specialties. This friendship taught Livia about loyalty, trust, and the way that personal relationships could enhance professional partnerships. The political situation in Rome was becoming increasingly complex as Augustus struggled with questions of succession and the challenges of governing an empire that sprawled across 3 continents. For families like Livia's, these distant dramas had real consequences that affected everything from tax policies to trade regulations. She began to understand that being a good citizen required staying informed about public affairs, and that the stability of their private world depended on wise leadership at the highest levels of government. By her 11th birthday in 16 BCE, Livia had developed into a young person whose intelligence and maturity impressed everyone who met her. She could discuss current events with adult sophistication, manage complex household tasks with efficiency, and mediate disputes between younger children with fairness and wisdom. Yet she retained the curiosity and enthusiasm that made her delightful company for people of all ages. Her parents began to realize that they were raising someone special, not because of any extraordinary talents, but because of her character and the way she combined practical ability with genuine concern for others. The challenge of managing the family's expanding business interests required new skills and systems that Livia helped to develop. She created a filing system for correspondence that made it easy to track relationships with suppliers and customers across the empire. She designed forms for recording transactions that reduced errors and made accounting more efficient. These contributions were valued not just for their practical utility, but because they demonstrated her ability to see problems clearly and devise creative solutions. Her understanding of the wider world was expanding through conversations with the diverse array of people who visited their home on business. Merchants from Gaul would describe the Celtic tribes and their customs. Traders from Egypt would share stories about the Nile floods and the ancient monuments that still impressed visitors after thousands of years. These encounters taught Livia that the Roman Empire was not just a political entity, but a community of communities, each contributing its own culture and traditions to the larger whole. The social dynamics of pre-adolescence brought new challenges as Livia navigated the complex relationships that develop when children begin to care about status, appearance, and the opinions of their peers. She learned to balance confidence with humility, to be friendly without being naive, and to maintain her own values while adapting to different social situations. These skills would prove invaluable as she grew older and faced increasingly complex personal and professional relationships. Her participation in religious festivals and ceremonies deepened her connection to Roman traditions, while teaching her about the importance of ritual and community celebration in maintaining social bonds. Whether carrying flowers in processions honoring Ceres or helping to prepare offerings for the household gods, she learned that spirituality was not just about personal belief, but about participating in the shared practices that connected individuals to their families, neighborhoods, and larger civilization. The winter of 15 BCE brought challenges that tested the family's resilience and adaptability. A series of storms disrupted shipping schedules, creating temporary shortages that affected both the grain and textile businesses. Rather than simply enduring these difficulties, the family used them as opportunities to innovate, developing new supplier relationships, creating contingency plans for future disruptions, and strengthening their reputation for reliability even under adverse conditions. Livia's 12th birthday celebration marked a turning point in her life as she began the transition from childhood to young womanhood. The ceremony included traditional elements that acknowledged her growing maturity, the dedication of her childhood toys to the household gods, the blessing of the loom that would become her primary tool for contributing to family prosperity, and the presentation of a new stola that marked her emerging status as a young Roman woman. As 14 BCE began, Livia stood on the threshold of adolescence with a solid foundation of knowledge, skills, and values that would guide her through the challenges ahead. She had learned to combine practical competence with emotional intelligence, to balance personal ambition with community responsibility, and to find meaning in both work and relationships. The little girl who had once sat wide-eyed listening to Demetrius's stories was becoming a young woman capable of creating her own adventures and making her own contributions to the remarkable world she had inherited. The evening conversations that had once been dominated by adult discussions of business and politics now included Livia as a full participant, her insights and questions valued for their freshness and clarity. She had developed the ability to listen carefully, think critically, and express herself clearly, skills that would serve her well in all the roles she would play throughout her long life. As the family gathered around their brazier on cold winter nights, sharing stories and dreams while the wind whistled through the streets outside, Livia embodied the hope and possibility that made their sacrifices and struggles worthwhile. The foundation had been laid for a life of purpose and accomplishment, built on the bedrock of family love, excellent education, practical experience, and moral instruction. The challenges of adolescence lay ahead, along with the decisions about marriage and career that would shape her adult years. But already, in these formative experiences and relationships, The patterns were emerging that would define her character and guide her choices through nearly 9 decades of life in a world that would see both glory and decline, triumph and tragedy, but which would always depend on people like herself who chose to build rather than destroy, to learn rather than remain ignorant, and to hope rather than despair. At 13, in the year 14 BCE, Livia experienced what every teenager knows, that awkward, electric feeling of standing between childhood and adulthood. Her body was changing, her voice deepening into womanly tones, and suddenly the world expected different things from her. Do you remember that pivotal age when you realized that childhood was ending, whether you were ready or not? For Livia, this transformation coincided with momentous changes in Rome itself, as if her personal journey was somehow synchronized with the empire's growing pains. The easy confidence of childhood was giving way to the more complex self-awareness that comes with approaching womanhood. The death of Drusus, Augustus's beloved stepson, that year sent shockwaves through the imperial family, and by extension, through households like Livia's across Rome. She watched her parents' faces as they discussed the news in hushed tones, and she began to understand that the stability of their world depended on people they would never meet making decisions in rooms they would never see. It was a sobering realization, that sense of how small we are in the grand scheme of history, yet how intimately our daily lives are affected by distant events. The young general's death in Germania reminded everyone that even the most promising lives could be cut short by fate. But adolescence also brought new freedoms and responsibilities that Livia embraced with characteristic enthusiasm. She was old enough now to accompany her mother to the more sophisticated markets in the Forum Romanum, where they would purchase luxury goods for their expanding household and observe the intricate social dynamics of Rome's elite. These excursions became adventures in social observation. She learned to read the subtle hierarchies of Roman society by watching how people interacted, who deferred to whom, who was rising in the world and who was falling. Have you ever realized that some of life's most important lessons come not from formal education, but from simply paying attention to the world around you? Her education was expanding dramatically under Demetrius's guidance, moving beyond basic subjects to explore literature, philosophy, and rhetoric. But perhaps more importantly, he taught her to think critically about the stories they read together and the events they observed in daily life. Every tale has more than one truth, little one, he would say, his weathered hands turning the scrolls with careful reverence. The wise person learns to see from many angles. This lesson would serve her well in the complex world she was inheriting, where political alliances shifted like shadows and yesterday's friend might become tomorrow's rival. The family's textile business had grown to such an extent that Claudia needed help managing the increasingly complex operations. Livia stepped naturally into this role, discovering that she had inherited her mother's eye for quality and design, along with her father's head for numbers and logistics. She began developing her own innovations, new color combinations that created distinctive patterns, more efficient ways of organizing the workshop, and improved methods for training apprentices. These contributions were valued not just for their practical benefits, but because they showed her growing ability to see opportunities for improvement and act on them decisively. At home, Livia was taking on greater responsibilities in managing the household, learning the delicate art of supervising servants with firmness and kindness, a skill that required emotional intelligence beyond her years. She learned that true authority came not from harsh commands, but from earning respect through consistency, fairness, and genuine care for others' welfare. Watching her interact with their household staff, you might have glimpsed the natural leader she was becoming. The slaves and freed people in their employ began to seek her out when they had problems or needed advice, recognizing in her someone who would listen without judgment and offer practical help. Romance, too, was beginning to touch her life in the way it does for all young people. There was Marcus Flavius, the son of a prosperous baker whose family had begun making subtle inquiries about marriage contracts. The very idea both thrilled and terrified her, that delicious, awful feeling every teenager knows when they realize that love and practical considerations are about to collide in ways that will shape their entire future. She found herself paying new attention to her appearance, spending extra time arranging her hair and choosing her stola, while simultaneously feeling embarrassed by this newfound vanity. The relationship between her parents provided a model for what marriage could be when based on mutual respect, shared goals, and genuine affection. Watching Gaius and Claudia navigate the challenges of their expanding enterprises while maintaining their devotion to each other and their children, Livia began to understand that the best partnerships were those where both people brought their own strengths to a common purpose. She observed how they consulted each other on important decisions, how they supported each other during difficult times, and how their love had deepened rather than diminished over the years of their marriage. Her 14th birthday celebration in 13 BCE reflected the family's continued rise in social status and influence. The guest list included not just local merchants and neighbors, but representatives of some of Rome's most prominent families who had business relationships with Gaius's enterprises. For Livia, this gathering provided opportunities to practice the social skills that would be essential for success in adult life. How to make conversation with people from different backgrounds, how to remember personal details that would make future encounters more pleasant, and how to present herself with confidence while remaining appropriately modest. The political situation was becoming increasingly complex as Augustus worked to establish a clear line of succession while managing the various factions within the imperial family. The forced marriage of Julia to Tiberius had created tensions that rippled through Roman society, affecting everything from dinner party conversations to business relationships. Livia began to understand that politics in Rome was intensely personal, that policy decisions were often driven by family dynamics and individual ambitions rather than abstract principles of governance. Her friendship with Julia, the dyer's daughter, was deepening into the kind of bond that would last throughout their lives. The two young women would spend hours together, sharing confidences about their hopes and fears, while working on increasingly sophisticated textile projects that combined their families' expertise. These conversations covered everything from techniques for creating the perfect shade of purple to speculation about what marriage would be like and dreams about the contributions they might make to their families and communities. Having a friend who understood both the opportunities and constraints facing young women of their generation provided invaluable support during these crucial years. The expansion of the family's business interests to include partnerships with merchants in other provinces brought new challenges and opportunities that affected everyone in the household. Livia found herself corresponding with suppliers and customers across the empire, developing relationships that spanned vast distances and cultural differences. These exchanges taught her about the diversity of the Roman world while improving her skills in both written and spoken communication. She learned to adapt her approach depending on whether she was dealing with a Celtic trader from Gaul, a Greek merchant from Alexandria, or a Roman official in Hispania. Her understanding of the larger world was expanding through exposure to the remarkable variety of people who visited their home on business. Each visitor brought stories and perspectives that broadened her horizons, accounts of life in the German forests, where Roman legions struggled to maintain control, descriptions of the bustling ports of Asia Minor, where goods from the Far East arrived aboard merchant vessels, tales of the ancient cities of Egypt where Greek and Roman culture blended with traditions thousands of years old. These encounters helped her appreciate both the unity and diversity that characterized the empire Augustus had created. The responsibilities she was assuming in the family businesses required increasingly sophisticated skills in negotiation, planning, and problem-solving. When a dispute arose between two of their suppliers over territorial boundaries, Livia helped to mediate a solution that satisfied both parties while protecting her family's interests. When shipping delays threatened to disrupt production schedules, she developed contingency plans that minimized the impact on their customers. These experiences taught her that leadership often meant finding creative solutions to seemingly intractable problems. Her relationship with her younger brother Marcus was evolving as he grew old enough to begin his own education and training. Livia found herself serving as both teacher and mentor, helping him with his lessons while sharing insights about the family business that would prepare him for future responsibilities. This role reversal from the protected younger sister to the wise older sibling marked another stage in her personal development and gave her early experience in the kind of nurturing that would characterize her approach to relationships throughout her life. The death of her grandmother that winter provided another lesson in mortality and the importance of family continuity. The old woman had been a repository of family history and traditional knowledge, and her passing marked the end of an era. Livia helped to organize the funeral and the distribution of her grandmother's possessions, learning about the customs and rituals that helped families navigate grief while celebrating the life of someone they had loved. The experience reinforced her understanding that each generation had obligations both to those who came before and to those who would come after. By her 15th birthday in 12 BCE, Livia had developed into a young woman whose intelligence, character, and capabilities impressed everyone who encountered her. She could manage complex business transactions with confidence, engage in sophisticated conversations about literature and philosophy, and navigate the intricate social dynamics of Roman society with grace and tact. Yet she retained the warmth and curiosity that made her genuinely likable rather than merely impressive. People found themselves drawn to her combination of competence and compassion. The question of her marriage was becoming more pressing as various families made formal inquiries about her availability and the terms that might be negotiated. These discussions required careful consideration of many factors: the financial advantages that different alliances might provide, the social connections that could benefit the family's long-term interests, and most importantly, the character and prospects of the young men being proposed as potential husbands. Livia participated in these conversations with mature understanding of what was at stake, while maintaining hope that affection as well as advantage might guide the final decision. Her involvement in the community was expanding beyond the family's immediate business interests to include participation in religious festivals, charitable activities, and social events that connected their household to the broader networks of Roman society. She began to understand that prosperity brought not just privileges but obligations, that successful families were expected to contribute to the welfare of their neighborhoods and to support the institutions that maintained social stability and cultural continuity. The summer of 11 BCE brought news that would reshape the imperial succession once again: the return of Tiberius from his voluntary exile on Rhodes. For families like Livia's, who had prospered under the stable conditions that Augustus's reign had provided, these political developments were watched with keen interest and some anxiety. Changes in imperial leadership could affect everything from tax policies to trade regulations, making it essential for successful merchants to understand and adapt to shifting political winds. Her 16th birthday celebration that autumn marked her formal entry into adult society as a marriageable young woman. The ceremony included traditional elements that acknowledged her new status: the dedication of her childhood dolls to the household gods, the assumption of the stola that marked her as a mature Roman woman, and the blessing of the loom that would be her primary tool for contributing to family prosperity. Yet the celebration also reflected the unique circumstances of her family's position, with guests representing the diverse network of relationships that had enabled their rise from modest circumstances to genuine influence. As winter approached and Livia entered her 17th year, she stood poised between the protected world of childhood and the responsibilities and opportunities of adult life. The foundation had been carefully laid through excellent education, practical experience, moral instruction, and exposure to the complexities of Roman society. She had learned to combine intellectual curiosity with practical competence, personal ambition with family loyalty, and individual achievement with community responsibility. The choices she would make in the next few years about marriage, career, and her role in society would determine not just her own future, but the continued prosperity and influence of the family that had invested so much love and wisdom in her development. The conversations that filled their home during those long winter evenings reflected both the satisfaction of looking back on achievements and the excitement of anticipating future possibilities. Livia had become a full participant in these discussions, her insights valued, and her opinions sought on matters ranging from business strategy to political developments. She had earned her place not through inheritance or favor, but through demonstrated competence and character, proving that merit and virtue could still triumph in a world where birth and connections often mattered more than ability. As the oil lamps flickered and the brazier glowed warmly against the winter cold, the family gathered around her embodied everything that was best about Roman civilization. The belief that hard work would be rewarded, that excellence would be recognized, and that each generation could build something better for those who would follow. At 17, in the year 10 BCE, Livia stood at one of life's most momentous crossroads, the threshold between the protected world of her father's house and the unknown territory of marriage and independent womanhood. The negotiations between her family and that of Marcus Flavius had progressed from tentative inquiries to serious discussions about dowries, living arrangements, and the countless details that would shape their future together. Have you ever faced a decision that you knew would change everything about your life? That mixture of excitement and terror, anticipation and uncertainty that makes sleep elusive and fills your dreams with both wonderful and frightening possibilities. The formal betrothal ceremony took place on a golden afternoon in early spring, with both families gathering in the courtyard where Livia had spent so many happy hours as a child. As she and Marcus exchanged rings and pledged their troth before the household gods, she felt the weight of generations of women who had stood in similar places, making similar promises, trusting in love and hope to carry them through whatever challenges lay ahead. Her mother's tears of joy mingled with her own emotions, pride in reaching this milestone, gratitude for her family's love and support, and nervous anticipation about the new life she was about to begin. The months between betrothal and marriage were filled with intensive preparation that went far beyond the practical arrangements of assembling a trousseau and furnishing a new home. Claudia shared with her daughter the intimate wisdom that mothers have always passed down to their daughters, knowledge about marriage, motherhood, household management, and the countless subtle skills required to build a successful partnership with another person. These conversations, held in the quiet moments between other activities, created a new intimacy between mother and daughter as Livia prepared to join the ranks of married women. Marcus Flavius himself was proving to be everything her family could have hoped for in a son-in-law. The young man combined genuine affection for Livia with serious commitment to building a successful life together. He had expanded his family's bakery into one of the most respected establishments in their district, showing the same combination of practical skill and business acumen that had characterized Gaius's own rise to prosperity. More importantly, he treated Livia as a partner rather than merely a possession, seeking her opinions on important decisions and valuing her contributions to their planning for the future. The political landscape of Rome was shifting dramatically during this period, as Augustus's adoption of his grandsons Gaius and Lucius Caesar created new certainties about the imperial succession. For families like Livia's, who depended on political stability for their continued prosperity, these developments were watched with great interest and considerable relief. The prospect of a clear line of succession promised the kind of long-term stability that would allow businesses to plan for the future and families to make investments in their children's education and opportunities. Livia's wedding day in the autumn of 10 BCE was everything a young Roman bride could hope for, a perfect balance of family tradition and personal happiness. Can you picture her that morning, surrounded by female relatives helping her dress in the traditional white tunic with its wool belt tied in the sacred knot of Hercules? Her dark hair was arranged in the complex style that signified her transition from maiden to matron, adorned with flowers that Marcus had selected himself from the gardens of his family's villa outside the city. The careful attention to every detail reflected not just social custom, but the deep love and respect that both families had for this sacred transition. The ceremony itself took place in her father's house, with the wedding feast extending into their expanded courtyard and spilling out into the street where neighbors joined the celebration. Marcus, resplendent in his best toga bordered with purple that marked his family's equestrian status, could barely contain his joy as they exchanged vows and shared the sacred cake that would bind them together as husband and wife. Watching them, you would have seen not just a young couple beginning their life together, but two families uniting their hopes and dreams for the future in a partnership that promised to benefit everyone involved. The processional from her father's house to her new home was a journey of only a few streets, but it represented a transformation as profound as any in human experience. As Livia walked through the familiar neighborhoods of her childhood, now as a married woman, she carried with her not just her personal possessions, but the accumulated love and wisdom of her family. The friends and neighbors who lined the streets to cheer her passage were witnessing not just a wedding, but a young woman stepping into her full power and responsibility as the mistress of her own household. Her new home was a testament to the prosperity that both families had achieved through hard work and careful planning. The house itself was larger and more elegantly appointed than the apartment where she had grown up, with a spacious atrium, private gardens and workshops designed to accommodate both Marcus's expanding bakery operations and her own textile work. The building represented not just shelter, but a statement about their ambitions and their confidence in their ability to build something lasting together. The early months of marriage brought the adjustments that every couple experiences, learning each other's rhythms, negotiating household responsibilities, discovering how to maintain individual identity within the unity of partnership. Livia found that Marcus was even more thoughtful and generous than she had realized during their courtship. He encouraged her to continue her friendship with Demetrius, understanding that learning was as essential to her happiness as bread was to life itself. He also supported her desire to maintain close relationships with her family while establishing their own independent household. Together, they navigated the complex social dynamics of their neighborhood, where Marcus's reputation as a skilled baker and Livia's family connections created new opportunities for their household. She discovered that she had a natural talent for the subtle diplomacy required to maintain good relationships with customers, suppliers, and competitors alike. Her ability to remember personal details about their patrons, the grain merchant's daughter's wedding, the fuller's wife's pregnancy, the veteran's trouble with his old war injury, made their bakery not just a place of business, but a community gathering point where people felt valued and understood. The integration of their two business enterprises required careful planning and considerable skill in managing both practical and personal relationships. Livia's textile work complemented Marcus's baking perfectly, as many of their customers needed both food and clothing for their households. She established a workshop in part of their expanded building, employing several of the women who had worked with her mother, while creating opportunities for others who needed income to support their families. This venture proved not only profitable but personally satisfying, as it allowed her to continue the traditions she had learned while adapting them to her new circumstances. Their first winter together was marked by the kind of quiet contentment that comes from knowing you have chosen well, and are building something meaningful with someone you love. The long evenings were spent in companionable work, Marcus calculating accounts and planning improvements to the bakery, while Livia worked at her loom, creating the beautiful textiles that were becoming increasingly sought after by Rome's wealthy families. Their conversations ranged from practical matters of business to deeper questions about their hopes for children and their dreams about the contributions they might make to their community. The news of Livia's pregnancy in early 9 BCE brought joy that was both deeply personal and connected to the larger story of family continuity. Carrying the next generation felt like participating in something sacred and eternal, a reminder that individual lives were part of patterns that stretched back through countless generations and forward into an unimaginable future. Marcus's tenderness during these months revealed new depths to his character, as he balanced protectiveness with respect for her independence and capability. The birth of their son Gaius in the autumn of 9 BCE was both a deeply personal miracle and a connection to the eternal human story of hope for the future. If you've ever held your first child, you know that mixture of overwhelming love and terrifying responsibility that swept through Livia as she looked into his tiny, perfect face. Named for her father in honor of the man whose example had shaped her understanding of integrity and hard work, the baby represented not just their personal joy, but their commitment to continuing the values and traditions that had brought their families from modest beginnings to genuine prosperity. Motherhood changed everything about Livia's daily rhythms and priorities, but in ways that felt natural and fulfilling rather than burdensome. The bakery still needed to operate, customers still needed to be served, her textile workshop still required supervision, but now everything was filtered through the lens of this small person who depended on her completely. She learned to manage household accounts while nursing, to greet customers while carrying a sleeping baby, to find moments of rest whenever they appeared. Like mothers throughout history, she discovered reserves of strength and efficiency she never knew she possessed. The balance between her various responsibilities required the kind of organizational skills and emotional intelligence that Livia had been developing throughout her life. Her workshop became a model of efficiency, with systems in place that allowed production to continue smoothly whether she was present or attending to her baby. The women who worked with her appreciated the flexibility she showed in accommodating their own family responsibilities, creating a workplace atmosphere that felt more like an extended family than a typical commercial enterprise. Marcus proved to be a devoted father who took genuine pleasure in caring for his son, and who understood that Livia's happiness and fulfillment were essential to their family's success. He would often be found walking through their garden in the early morning, carrying baby Gaius while discussing the day's plans, or simply enjoying the peaceful moments before the household stirred to life. These shared responsibilities created a partnership that was both practical and deeply romantic, built on mutual respect and common purpose. Their 20th year found them established as one of the most respected young families in their district, known for their business acumen, their integrity in all their dealings, and their generosity toward those who needed help. Livia had successfully made the transition from daughter to wife to mother, while maintaining her individual identity and continuing to grow in wisdom and capability. The girl who had once sat listening to Demetrius's stories had become a woman whose own story was beginning to inspire others. As winter settled over Rome in 7 BCE, and Livia celebrated her 20th birthday surrounded by her husband, son, and extended family, she could look back on the previous few years with deep satisfaction. The foundation had been laid for a life of purpose and meaning, built on love, hard work, and the belief that each generation should strive to leave the world a little better than they found it. The challenges and opportunities of full adulthood lay ahead, but she faced them with confidence born of experience and the knowledge that she was surrounded by people who loved and supported her dreams for the future. The conversations that filled their home during those peaceful winter evenings reflected the contentment that comes from choices well made and responsibilities faithfully discharged. Livia had found her place in the world not through luck or inheritance, but through character and capability, proving that merit and virtue could still create opportunities for those willing to work for them. As she sat by the fire with her infant son in her arms, watching Marcus tend to the accounts that represented their growing prosperity, she embodied everything that was best about Roman civilization: the belief that hard work would be rewarded, that excellence would be recognized, and that families built on love and shared values could thrive in a world that offered both wonderful possibilities and serious challenges to those brave enough to embrace them both. At 21, in the year 6 BCE, Livia had found her rhythm as a wife, mother, and businesswoman with the kind of graceful confidence that comes from successfully navigating life's major transitions. Young Gaius was now walking and chattering constantly, filling their home with the delightful chaos that only a toddler can create. Have you ever watched a small child discover the world around them? That sense of wonder at simple things, a butterfly in the garden, the way flour feels between tiny fingers, the fascinating process of bread rising in the oven. Through her son's eyes, Livia rediscovered the magic in everyday experiences that adult concerns had taught her to take for granted. The news of her second pregnancy brought both joy and practical considerations about managing their expanding household while maintaining their business commitments. Marcus had proven himself to be not just a loving husband, but a true partner who understood that her happiness and fulfillment were essential to their family's success. Together, they planned adjustments to their daily routines that would accommodate another child, while ensuring that neither the bakery nor the textile workshop would suffer from divided attention. This kind of careful planning and mutual support had become the hallmark of their marriage. The birth of their daughter Claudia in 5 BCE completed Livia's sense of family wholeness in ways that felt both deeply personal and connected to larger patterns of life and continuity. Named for Livia's mother in honor of the woman whose wisdom and strength had shaped so much of her understanding about how to live well, the baby girl seemed to inherit not just the name, but also the gentle intelligence that had made the elder Claudia such a beloved figure in their community. Watching her daughter's tiny hands grasp at sunbeams filtering through their garden windows, Livia felt the profound satisfaction that comes from knowing you are part of something larger and more enduring than any individual life. Managing two young children while overseeing business operations required the kind of organizational skills and emotional intelligence that Livia had been developing throughout her life. She established routines that allowed her to nurse the baby while supervising the older women in her workshop, to include young Gaius in simple tasks that made him feel important while keeping him safely occupied, and to maintain the quality standards that had made their enterprises successful. The women who worked with her marveled at her ability to balance so many responsibilities with apparent ease, not realizing how much careful thought and preparation went into making everything appear effortless. The expansion of their business interests during this period reflected both their growing prosperity and their increasing influence within the merchant community of Rome. Marcus had begun supplying bread not just to individual customers, but to some of the city's largest institutions: the gladiatorial schools that trained fighters for the arena, the workshops that employed hundreds of skilled craftsmen, and even some of the smaller military units stationed in and around the capital. These contracts required careful coordination of supply chains, quality control, and delivery schedules that tested every aspect of their operational capabilities. Livia's textile workshop had evolved into something approaching a small guild, with master weavers training apprentices in techniques that combined traditional Roman methods with innovations she had developed through years of experimentation. The fabrics produced under her supervision were sought after by wealthy families throughout the city, not just for their beauty and quality, but for their distinctive style that reflected her personal aesthetic vision. She had learned to balance artistic expression with commercial success, creating pieces that satisfied her creative impulses while meeting the practical needs of her customers. The social dynamics of their neighborhood had evolved to the point where their home had become an informal gathering place for young families who looked to Marcus and Livia for guidance and support. Sunday afternoons often found their courtyard filled with friends and neighbors sharing food, conversation, and the kind of community fellowship that made urban life bearable during difficult times. These gatherings served multiple purposes. They strengthened business relationships, provided opportunities for young people to meet and court, and created the social networks that helped everyone navigate the challenges of life in a rapidly growing city. The political situation throughout the empire was becoming increasingly complex as various provincial rebellions tested the limits of Roman military resources and administrative capabilities. The Illyrian revolt that began in 6 CE created supply shortages and economic uncertainties that affected merchants throughout the empire. For families like Livia's, these distant military campaigns had very real consequences: increased taxes to fund the legions, disrupted trade routes that made imported goods more expensive, and the constant anxiety that came from knowing that young men from their community might be called to serve in dangerous expeditions far from home. During these challenging times, Livia discovered that she had a natural talent for crisis management and community leadership that went beyond her skills in business operations. When grain shortages threatened to create serious hardship for the poorer families in their district, she organized cooperative purchasing arrangements that allowed smaller households to benefit from the bulk buying power that larger enterprises enjoyed. When the disruption of shipping schedules created temporary unemployment for dock workers and their families, she coordinated relief efforts that provided both immediate assistance and opportunities for alternative employment. Her relationship with her parents during this period had evolved into something that combined filial affection with professional collaboration and mutual respect. Gaius had begun to rely on her insights and advice when making major business decisions, recognizing that her perspective as a younger person more in touch with current trends often complemented his own experience and wisdom. Claudia found great satisfaction in watching her daughter successfully apply the lessons she had learned during her own years as a young wife and mother, while also developing her own innovations and approaches to the challenges they shared. The death of Demetrius in 4 BCE marked the end of an era in Livia's intellectual and emotional development. The old Greek had lived to see her married, established in business, and blessed with children who would carry forward the values and knowledge he had helped to instill. His funeral was attended by dozens of people whose lives he had touched through his teaching, his wisdom, and his gentle example of how to live with dignity despite adverse circumstances. For Livia, losing her first real teacher and mentor was both heartbreaking and inspiring, as she realized that his influence would continue through all the lessons he had taught her and all the people she would teach in turn. The inheritance of Demetrius's small library of scrolls and writing materials provided Livia with both precious mementos of their relationship and practical tools for continuing her own education and that of her children. She had begun the practice of recording family stories, business lessons, and personal observations that would eventually grow into a comprehensive memoir of life during one of history's most remarkable periods. These writing sessions, usually conducted during the quiet hours after the children were asleep, became a form of meditation that helped her process the experiences of each day while preserving them for future generations. Her third pregnancy in 3 BCE brought different emotions than the previous two, as she now had the confidence that comes from experience, along with a deeper understanding of both the joys and challenges that another child would bring. Marcus had evolved into a father whose involvement with his children went far beyond the formal authority that Roman tradition assigned to the paterfamilias. He delighted in teaching young Gaius about the family business, while playing elaborate games with little Claudia that developed her coordination and creativity. This hands-on approach to parenting reflected the partnership model that characterized their entire relationship. The social expectations and opportunities available to women of Livia's generation were gradually expanding, partly due to the influence of strong female figures in the imperial family, and partly because of the practical demands of managing increasingly complex households and businesses. She found herself participating in discussions about public policy, contributing to community decision-making, and exercising influence that would have been unthinkable for women in earlier generations. These changes created both opportunities and responsibilities that required careful navigation to avoid the social disapproval that could still attach to women who seemed too ambitious or independent. The birth of their son Marcus in 2 BCE brought their family to what felt like its natural completion: two boys and a girl who would inherit not just material prosperity, but the values, skills, and relationships that had made that prosperity possible. Watching Marcus Sr. hold his namesake for the first time, Livia felt the deep satisfaction that comes from knowing that your choices have created something meaningful and lasting. The baby's arrival also marked her own evolution from a young woman learning to balance multiple responsibilities to a mature adult who had mastered those challenges and was ready to take on new ones. As winter settled over Rome in 2 BCE, and Livia celebrated her 25th birthday surrounded by her husband and three young children, she could look back on the previous few years with justifiable pride. She had successfully made the transition from daughter to wife to mother without losing her individual identity or abandoning her personal ambitions. The girl who had once listened wide-eyed to stories about distant lands had become a woman whose own story was inspiring others to believe that hard work, integrity, and mutual support could create opportunities that transcended the circumstances of birth or inheritance. The conversations that filled their home during those peaceful winter evenings reflected the contentment that comes from choices well made and challenges successfully met. Their three children played together with the unconscious security that comes from being surrounded by love and stability, while Marcus and Livia planned for a future that seemed full of promise and possibility. The foundation had been laid not just for their immediate family's continued prosperity, but for the kind of multi-generational success that could benefit their community for decades to come. The business enterprises that had grown from their individual talents and shared vision now employed more than 30 people directly and provided livelihood for dozens of families throughout their district. More importantly, they had demonstrated that prosperity achieved through virtue rather than exploitation could create benefits that extended far beyond the original entrepreneurs. The apprenticeship programs they had established, the cooperative purchasing arrangements they had organized, and the community leadership they had provided served as models for others who wanted to build success that honored both traditional values and innovative approaches. As she sat by the fire on those cold winter nights, nursing baby Marcus while watching her other children play, and listening to her husband read aloud from scrolls that brought news from distant parts of the empire, Livia embodied everything that was best about the Roman achievement. She represented the belief that merit would be rewarded, that families built on love and shared purpose could thrive, and that each generation had both the opportunity and the obligation to build something better for those who would follow. The woman who had begun life in a modest apartment above a bakery had become living proof that the empire's promise of opportunity and advancement was real for those willing to work for it. At 25, in the year 2 CE, Livia had reached that remarkable stage of life where experience and energy combined to create genuine wisdom and lasting influence. Standing in her bustling household on a typical morning, baby Marcus, gurgling contentedly in his cradle, 4-year-old Claudia, helping sort colored threads for the day's weaving, 6-year-old Gaius proudly calculating grain measurements with his father. She embodied the Roman ideal of a woman who had successfully balanced personal fulfillment with family responsibility and community contribution. Have you ever felt that sense of everything coming together, when the various threads of your life weave into a pattern that feels both meaningful and sustainable? The shocking news of young Gaius Caesar's death in Armenia sent ripples of uncertainty through the empire that reached into every household dependent on political stability for their continued prosperity. Livia watched her husband's face as messengers brought reports from the eastern frontier, and she saw there the same concern that filled her own heart, not just grief for the young man whose promise had been cut short, but anxiety about what his death would mean for the succession and the stability that had allowed families like theirs to build their dreams on solid foundations. The future that had seemed so certain was suddenly clouded with questions that no one could answer. During these months of uncertainty, Livia discovered that her neighbors and friends increasingly turned to her for the kind of steady reassurance that comes from someone who has weathered previous storms and emerged stronger. Her home became an informal gathering place where people could share their concerns about the political situation while finding comfort in practical discussions about how to protect their families and businesses during unstable times. She learned to listen without judgment, to offer hope without false promises, and to help others focus on what they could control rather than what they could not. The expansion of their business enterprises during this period required the kind of strategic thinking and risk assessment that Livia had been developing throughout her adult life. With trade routes potentially threatened by political instability, she and Marcus made the careful decision to diversify their operations and strengthen their local supplier networks rather than depending too heavily on goods from distant provinces. This approach proved both profitable and prudent, as it reduced their vulnerability to external disruption while creating stronger relationships within their immediate community. Her role as a mother was evolving as her children grew old enough to begin their formal education and to understand more about the family's place in the larger world. Young Gaius showed remarkable aptitude for mathematics and business, spending hours with his father learning to calculate profits, assess inventory, and understand the complex relationships that governed commerce throughout the empire. Little Claudia displayed her mother's artistic sensibility combined with an unusual facility for languages, chattering easily with customers who spoke Greek, Celtic, or Germanic dialects that came naturally to her young ears. The social dynamics of Roman society were shifting in ways that created both opportunities and challenges for women of Livia's generation and social class. The influence of strong female figures in the imperial family had begun to expand the boundaries of what was considered appropriate for women to accomplish in public life. Livia found herself invited to participate in discussions about community planning, charitable organizations, and even some aspects of local governance that previous generations would have considered exclusively male domains. She approached these opportunities with the same careful balance of confidence and respect for tradition that characterized all her important decisions. The death of Lucius Caesar in 2 CE, following so soon after his brother's demise, created a succession crisis that sent shockwaves through every level of Roman society. For merchant families like Livia's, these political uncertainties had very practical implications. Contracts might not be honored by new administrations, tax policies could change dramatically, and the social connections that facilitated business relationships might become worthless overnight. Yet rather than panic, Livia responded to these challenges with the methodical planning that had always characterized her approach to difficulties. Her writing project, which had begun as simple family records, was evolving into something more ambitious and potentially valuable. A comprehensive account of daily life during one of history's most remarkable periods, seen through the eyes of an intelligent woman who had lived through extraordinary changes, while maintaining her focus on the eternal human experiences of love, work, family, and community. These evening writing sessions had become precious opportunities for reflection and analysis that helped her make sense of the rapid changes occurring around them. The textile workshop that had grown from her personal skills and artistic vision was now recognized throughout Rome as one of the finest producers of luxury fabrics in the empire. Wealthy families competed for her exclusive designs, while her innovative training programs attracted young women from across the Mediterranean who wanted to learn techniques that combined traditional craftsmanship with contemporary aesthetics. This success brought not just financial rewards, but the deep satisfaction that comes from knowing that your individual talents have created opportunities for others to develop their own potential. As one CE began, Livia found herself increasingly sought out by younger women who faced the same challenges she had navigated during her early years of marriage and motherhood. Her advice was valued because it came from someone who had successfully balanced competing demands without sacrificing either personal fulfillment or family responsibility. These mentoring relationships brought unexpected joy to her life, as she discovered that sharing her experiences and insights with others enhanced her own understanding of the lessons she had learned through trial and error. The birth of her fourth child, a daughter they named Julia, in 1 CE marked both a personal blessing and a practical challenge that required all her organizational skills and emotional intelligence. Managing a household that now included 4 children under the age of 7, while maintaining oversight of 2 thriving businesses and an expanding network of community responsibilities, pushed her capabilities to their limits. Yet she approached these challenges with the same systematic planning that had always characterized her response to complex situations. Marcus had evolved during these years into not just a successful businessman, but a respected community leader, whose opinion was sought on matters ranging from local infrastructure projects to the mediation of disputes between different craft guilds. His partnership with Livia had deepened into something that transcended traditional marital roles, becoming a true collaboration between equals who brought complementary strengths to their shared enterprises. Their relationship served as a model for other couples who wanted to build marriages based on mutual respect and common purpose, rather than conventional expectations about authority and submission. The adoption of Tiberius by Augustus in 4 CE brought some stability to the succession question, but it also created new uncertainties about the future direction of imperial policy. Tiberius's reserved personality and different priorities might affect everything from tax rates to military spending to the vast public works projects that had provided employment for thousands of Roman workers. For business families like Livia's, these political changes required careful observation and flexible planning to ensure that they could adapt to whatever new conditions might emerge. Her 28th birthday celebration in 1 CE reflected both her family's continued prosperity and their deep integration into the social fabric of their community. The guest list included not just relatives and business associates, but representatives of the various charitable organizations she supported, young women she had mentored, and families who had benefited from the employment opportunities her enterprises had created. This gathering demonstrated how individual success, when achieved through virtue and generosity, could create expanding circles of benefit that enriched entire communities. The challenges of managing 4 young children while overseeing complex business operations required innovations in household organization that Livia developed through careful observation and systematic experimentation. She created schedules that allowed different activities to proceed simultaneously without interference, established systems for delegating responsibility that maintained quality standards while developing others' capabilities, and found ways to include her children in appropriate aspects of the family enterprises so they could learn while contributing to the common effort. During this period, Livia began to understand something that comes to many women in their late 20s: that her influence extended far beyond her immediate family and business interests, to encompass a broader network of relationships and responsibilities that connected her to the larger community's well-being. The decisions she made about employment, charitable giving, mentoring, and community participation affected dozens of families directly and hundreds more indirectly. This realization brought both satisfaction and a heightened sense of obligation to use her position wisely and generously. The economic disruptions caused by military campaigns in Germania and Pannonia created opportunities for those prepared to adapt quickly to changing conditions. Livia's diversified business interests and strong local relationships allowed her family to weather these challenges while actually expanding their market share in several areas. More importantly, their ability to maintain stable employment for their workers during difficult times enhanced their reputation for reliability and social responsibility that would benefit them for decades to come. As winter approached in 3 CE and Livia reflected on the previous few years of growth and challenge, she could see how the foundation laid during her youth had enabled her to handle increasing responsibilities without losing sight of what truly mattered. Her marriage remained strong and mutually supportive. Her children were thriving under her guidance and Marcus's loving attention, and her business enterprises continued to create value for everyone involved. The woman who had once been a curious child listening to Demetrius's stories had become someone whose own story was inspiring others to believe in the possibility of building meaningful lives through hard work, integrity, and commitment to something larger than personal advancement. The conversations that filled their home during those peaceful winter evenings reflected the contentment that comes from having built something sustainable and valuable on foundations of love, wisdom, and mutual respect. Livia had learned to find joy in both grand achievements and simple pleasures, to balance ambition with gratitude, and to see her individual success as part of larger patterns of family, community, and civilizational progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave deep meaning to even the most ordinary days. As she sat by the fire with her youngest child in her arms, watching her other children play, while Marcus read aloud from letters that brought news from distant parts of their expanding world, she embodied everything that was best about the Roman achievement: the belief that virtue would be rewarded, that families could thrive when built on solid foundations, and that each generation had both the opportunity and the obligation to leave the world a little better than they found it. At 29, in the year 4 CE, Livia had reached that precious stage of life where competence meets confidence to create genuine authority and lasting influence. Standing in the Forum Romanum on a crisp autumn morning, surrounded by merchants, artisans, and city officials who sought her counsel on matters ranging from trade disputes to charitable funding, she embodied the Roman ideal of earned respect and community leadership. Have you ever experienced that moment when you realize that others see you as someone whose opinion matters, whose judgment can be trusted, whose support can make the difference between success and failure for important endeavors? The devastating news of the Teutoburg forest disaster reached Rome like a thunderbolt, bringing with it not just grief for the 3 legions that had been annihilated, but profound uncertainty about the empire's future security and stability. Livia watched the city's mood shift from confident expansion to anxious defensiveness as reports filtered in about Arminius's betrayal and Varus's catastrophic defeat. For families like hers, whose prosperity depended on the safe movement of goods across vast distances, the loss of Roman control over the Germanic territories threatened to disrupt trade relationships that had been built over decades of careful cultivation. During these dark months, Livia's home became an unofficial center for coordinating relief efforts for the families of soldiers who had perished in the forests of Germania. Her organizational skills, developed through years of managing complex business operations, proved invaluable in collecting donations, distributing assistance, and providing the kind of practical support that helped widows and orphans navigate the immediate challenges of survival. More importantly, her genuine compassion and personal attention made each family feel that their loss was recognized and honored by their community. The expansion of her textile workshop to include a training academy for young women from across the empire reflected both her growing reputation and her commitment to creating opportunities for others to develop their talents and improve their circumstances. Students arrived from Gaul, Hispania, and even distant Britain, drawn by stories of the innovative techniques and supportive environment that Livia had created. These young women brought with them their own cultural traditions and artistic perspectives, creating a rich exchange of ideas that enhanced everyone's learning while producing textiles of unprecedented beauty and sophistication. Her oldest son, Gaius, now approaching his 10th birthday, was displaying the kind of intellectual curiosity and natural leadership that suggested he would one day surpass even his parents' achievements. Under his father's guidance, he had begun learning the complex calculations required for international commerce, while his mother taught him the social skills necessary for building and maintaining the relationships that made such commerce possible. Watching him interact with customers and suppliers, visitors could see emerging the confident competence that would serve him well in whatever career he chose to pursue. The political situation became even more complex when Agrippa Postumus, Augustus's last surviving grandson, was exiled to the island of Planasia under circumstances that remained mysteriously unclear to most Romans. For thoughtful observers like Livia, this development raised troubling questions about the stability of the imperial family and the wisdom of concentrating so much power in the hands of a single ruler, whose personal decisions could affect millions of people. She began to understand that political authority, no matter how well-intentioned, carried with it the potential for both great good and terrible harm. Her relationship with Marcus during this period deepened into something that transcended ordinary marriage to become a true partnership of equals who brought complementary strengths to their shared enterprises. He had developed into a master baker, whose innovations in technique and recipe had influenced culinary practices throughout the city, while she had become recognized as one of Rome's finest textile artists and most effective community organizers. Together, they represented a new model of Roman success prosperity, achieved through merit rather than inheritance, influence gained through service rather than manipulation. The birth of her fifth child, a son they named Demetrius in honor of her beloved childhood teacher, in 5 CE brought both joy and the sobering realization that their family was becoming large enough to require even more sophisticated management systems. At 32, Livia found herself supervising a household that included 5 children ranging from infancy to adolescence, while simultaneously overseeing business operations that employed more than 50 people directly and provided livelihood for hundreds of families throughout their extended network of suppliers and customers. The death of her father Gaius that same year marked the end of an era and the beginning of Livia's recognition that she was now the senior generation in her family line. Standing beside his funeral pyre, surrounded by the hundreds of people whose lives he had touched through his integrity and generosity, she felt both grief for her personal loss and pride in the legacy he had created through a lifetime of choosing virtue over expedience. His example had shaped her understanding of what success really meant and how individual achievement could serve the broader community's welfare. The inheritance of her father's business interests, combined with her own enterprises and Marcus's expanding bakery operations, created a commercial empire that rivaled some of the most established patrician families in Rome. Yet rather than feeling overwhelmed by these new responsibilities, Livia approached them with the systematic planning and delegation skills she had been developing throughout her adult life. She created management structures that allowed capable subordinates to handle routine operations, while reserving the most important strategic decisions for herself and Marcus. Her writing project had evolved during these years from personal memoir to something approaching a comprehensive social history of Rome during the early imperial period. Her accounts of daily life, business practices, family relationships, and community dynamics provided unique insights into how ordinary people had experienced the transformation from republic to empire. The careful observations and thoughtful analysis that filled her evening writing sessions would eventually prove invaluable to future historians seeking to understand this remarkable period from perspectives other than those of emperors and senators. The social expectations and opportunities available to women of her generation continued to expand in ways that would have been unimaginable to their mothers and grandmothers. Livia found herself invited to participate in formal discussions about urban planning, charitable funding, and even some aspects of commercial regulation that had traditionally been considered exclusively male domains. She approached these opportunities with characteristic wisdom, contributing her insights while remaining respectful of established customs and traditional authorities. The education of her children had become a major focus of attention and investment, as she and Marcus understood that the rapidly changing world their offspring would inherit would require even more sophisticated skills and broader knowledge than their own generation had needed. Young Gaius was studying not just Latin and Greek, but also the Germanic and Celtic languages that would be essential for conducting business in the empire's northern provinces. Claudia was learning advanced mathematical concepts along with traditional feminine arts, while even the younger children were being exposed to literature, philosophy, and scientific observations that would prepare them for leadership roles in whatever fields they chose to pursue. The community leadership roles that had evolved naturally from her business success and personal character were becoming more formal and influential, as city officials began to seek her advice on matters of public policy. Her recommendations about market regulations, infrastructure improvements, and social services carried weight because they were based on practical experience and genuine concern for the community's welfare rather than abstract theories or personal ambition. This influence brought both satisfaction and responsibility, as she understood that her words and actions now affected far more people than just her immediate family and business associates. The economic disruptions caused by continuous military campaigns in Germania and Pannonia created both challenges and opportunities for those prepared to adapt quickly to changing conditions. Livia's diversified business interests and strong relationships with suppliers throughout the empire allowed her enterprises to maintain stability, while many competitors struggled with disrupted supply chains and uncertain markets. More importantly, her reputation for reliability and fair dealing attracted new customers who valued consistency during turbulent times. Her 30th birthday celebration in 7 CE reflected not just her family's continued prosperity, but their deep integration into the social and economic fabric of Roman society. The guest list included representatives from every level of the city's hierarchy, from successful merchants and skilled craftsmen to minor officials, and even a few senators who had come to respect her insights and value her friendship. This gathering demonstrated how individual merit and community service could create influence that transcended traditional social boundaries. During this period, Livia began to understand something that comes to many accomplished women in their early 30s, that true success is measured not by what you achieve for yourself, but by what you enable others to accomplish through your guidance, support, and example. The young women she had mentored were establishing their own successful enterprises. The families she had helped during difficult times were thriving under improved circumstances, and the community organizations she had supported were making meaningful differences in countless lives. The challenges of managing multiple complex enterprises while raising 5 children and maintaining extensive community commitments required innovations in time management and delegation that Livia developed through careful observation and systematic experimentation. She learned to identify the essential decisions that required her personal attention, while creating systems that allowed capable subordinates to handle routine matters efficiently and effectively. This approach not only maintained quality standards, but also provided valuable training opportunities for the next generation of leaders. As 7 CE drew to a close, and Livia prepared to enter her fourth decade of life, she could look back on the previous few years with justified satisfaction. She had successfully navigated the transition from promising young woman to established community leader without sacrificing the values and relationships that gave her life meaning. The girl who had once listened wide-eyed to Demetrius's stories about distant lands had become a woman whose own story was inspiring others throughout the empire to believe in the possibility of building meaningful lives through hard work, integrity, and commitment to the common good. The conversations that filled their expanded home during those peaceful winter evenings reflected the contentment that comes from having built something sustainable and valuable on foundations of love, wisdom, and mutual respect. Livia had learned to find joy in both grand achievements and simple pleasures, to balance personal ambition with family responsibility, and to see her individual success as part of larger patterns of progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave deep meaning to even the most ordinary moments. As she sat by the fire with baby Demetrius in her arms, watching her other children study and play, while Marcus reviewed the accounts that documented their remarkable journey from modest beginnings to genuine influence, she embodied everything that was best about Roman civilization: the belief that merit would be rewarded, that families could thrive when built on solid foundations, and that each generation had both the opportunity and the obligation to leave the world better than they found it. At 33, in the year 8 CE, Livia had become one of those women who seemed to radiate quiet authority and unshakable competence. Standing in her expanded textile workshop on a busy morning, surrounded by 24 young women from across the empire who had come to learn from her innovations and expertise, she embodied the remarkable transformation that hard work and wisdom could accomplish within a single lifetime. Have you ever reached a point where you realized that others looked to you not just for what you could do, but for who you had become? That sense of having grown into a role that felt both natural and profound, carrying responsibilities that extended far beyond your immediate interests. The political atmosphere throughout the empire was growing increasingly tense as reports arrived of renewed Germanic attacks along the Rhine frontier and persistent unrest in the recently conquered territories of Pannonia and Dalmatia. For merchant families like Livia's, whose prosperity depended on the safe movement of goods across vast distances, these military challenges created both immediate concerns about supply chain disruptions and deeper anxieties about the long-term stability that had made their success possible. She found herself spending more time analyzing political developments and adjusting business strategies to minimize risks while maintaining growth opportunities. Her oldest son, Gaius, now 13 and approaching the threshold of manhood, was displaying remarkable maturity and intelligence as he prepared for the formal ceremonies that would mark his transition from child to adult citizen. Under his parents' careful guidance, he had mastered not only the academic subjects essential for educated Romans, but also the practical skills of commerce, the social graces necessary for building relationships, and the moral principles that would guide his decisions throughout life. Watching him interact with customers and suppliers, visitors could see emerging the confident leadership that would serve him well in whatever career he chose to pursue. The expansion of their business empire to include operations in other major cities required the kind of strategic thinking and organizational sophistication that Livia had been developing throughout her adult life. They had established textile workshops in Alexandria and Antioch that produced goods specifically designed for local markets, while maintaining the quality standards that had made their Roman operations successful. These ventures required careful coordination of supply chains, management systems, and cultural adaptations that tested every aspect of their capabilities while creating new opportunities for growth and influence. Her role as mentor to younger women had evolved from informal advice giving to something approaching a formal academy for developing the skills necessary for success in commerce, household management, and community leadership. Students came not just from Rome but from throughout the Mediterranean world, drawn by stories of the innovative techniques and supportive environment that Livia had created. These young women brought with them diverse cultural perspectives and fresh ideas that enriched everyone's learning, while creating networks of relationships that would benefit them throughout their careers. The death of Varus and the destruction of his legions in Germania had created a crisis of confidence that affected every aspect of Roman society, from military recruitment to commercial planning to family decisions about the future. Livia watched with concern as some of their business associates panicked and made hasty decisions that damaged their long-term prospects, while others became paralyzed by uncertainty and missed opportunities for adaptation and growth. Her own response was characteristically methodical, careful analysis of changing conditions, followed by strategic adjustments that positioned their enterprises to weather the storm while maintaining their competitive advantages. The textile academy that had grown from her personal expertise was attracting attention from wealthy families throughout the empire, who wanted their daughters to receive the kind of comprehensive education that combined traditional domestic skills with modern business acumen. The curriculum that Livia had developed included not only advanced weaving techniques and artistic design, but also mathematics, languages, literature, and the social skills necessary for building and maintaining complex relationships. Graduates of her program were finding success not just as skilled craftswomen, but as business leaders and community organizers who carried her influence to distant parts of the Roman world. Her writing project had evolved during this period from personal memoir to serious historical documentation that captured the daily experiences of ordinary Romans during one of the most remarkable periods in human history. Her careful observations about family life, business practices, social customs, and community relationships provided insights that no official historian could match, since most chroniclers focused on political and military events while ignoring the human experiences that gave those events their real meaning. The evening hours she spent recording these observations had become precious opportunities for reflection and analysis that helped her understand her own times more clearly. The economic disruptions caused by continuous military campaigns were creating opportunities for those prepared to adapt quickly to changing conditions, while maintaining their commitment to quality and service. Livia's diversified business interests and strong relationships with suppliers throughout the empire allowed her enterprises to maintain stability and even expand market share, while many competitors struggled with disrupted supply chains and uncertain demand. More importantly, her reputation for reliability and integrity attracted new customers who valued consistency during turbulent times. Her daughter Claudia, now approaching her 12th birthday, was developing into a young woman whose intelligence and character promised to equal or exceed her mother's achievements. Under Livia's careful guidance, she was mastering not only the traditional skills expected of Roman women, but also the advanced mathematics, multiple languages, and business principles that would allow her to succeed in whatever field she chose to pursue. The relationship between mother and daughter had evolved into something approaching a partnership, as Claudia began to contribute meaningful insights to family discussions about strategy and planning. The social dynamics of Roman society continued to evolve in ways that created both opportunities and challenges for women of exceptional ability and ambition. Livia found herself increasingly consulted by city officials about matters of public policy, while her influence within the merchant community had grown to the point where her recommendations could determine the success or failure of new ventures. She approached these responsibilities with characteristic wisdom, understanding that influence without virtue was dangerous, while virtue without influence was often ineffective in creating positive change. The birth of her sixth child, a daughter they named Antonia, in 10 CE marked both a personal blessing and a practical challenge that required all her organizational skills and emotional intelligence to manage successfully. At 35, Livia was finding that each new child brought both joy and complexity to a household that already included 5 children ranging from infancy to adolescence, along with business operations that affected hundreds of families throughout their network. Yet she approached these challenges with the same systematic planning and delegation that had always characterized her response to increasing responsibilities. The tragic news that reached Rome in early 11 CE about the ambush and massacre of Roman forces in the Teutoburg forest created a crisis of confidence that affected every level of society. For the first time in decades, Romans began to question whether their empire's expansion could continue indefinitely, and whether the peace and prosperity they had enjoyed might be more fragile than they had imagined. Livia watched with concern as panic buying disrupted markets, as wealthy families began hoarding gold and converting assets to more portable forms, and as uncertainty about the future affected everything from marriage negotiations to business investments. During these difficult months, her home became an unofficial center for organizing relief efforts for the families of soldiers who had perished in Germania. Her reputation for effective organization and genuine compassion made her a natural leader for coordinating donations, distributing assistance, and providing the kind of practical support that helped widows and orphans navigate the immediate challenges of survival. More importantly, her calm presence and steady optimism helped maintain community morale during a time when many people felt overwhelmed by events beyond their control. The expansion of their charitable activities to include support for veterans returning from the Germanic campaigns with serious injuries reflected both their growing prosperity and their deepening commitment to community service. Livia organized workshops that provided job training for men who could no longer serve in the legions, while her textile operations created employment opportunities specifically designed to accommodate various disabilities. These programs demonstrated how private enterprise could address social problems while maintaining profitability and creating value for everyone involved. Her 36th birthday celebration in 11 CE took place against the backdrop of empire-wide uncertainty about the future. Yet the gathering itself demonstrated the resilience and adaptability that had always characterized the best aspects of Roman civilization. The guest list included not just family and business associates, but representatives of the various charitable organizations she supported, veterans who had benefited from her employment programs, and young women whose careers had been launched through her mentoring and training initiatives. This diverse assembly showed how individual success, when achieved through virtue and shared generously, could create expanding circles of benefit that strengthened entire communities. The challenges of managing multiple complex enterprises while raising 6 children and maintaining extensive community commitments required continuous innovation in organization and delegation. Livia had learned to identify the essential decisions that required her personal attention while creating systems that allowed capable subordinates to handle routine matters efficiently and effectively. This approach not only maintained quality standards, but also provided valuable development opportunities for the next generation of leaders, while ensuring that her various enterprises could continue operating successfully even during her temporary absences. The political situation was becoming increasingly complex as Augustus struggled with questions about succession, while dealing with military setbacks that had shaken confidence in Roman invincibility. For thoughtful observers like Livia, These developments raised profound questions about the sustainability of imperial expansion and the wisdom of concentrating so much authority in the hands of any single ruler. She began to understand that political systems, no matter how successful, carried within themselves the seeds of their own transformation, and that wise people prepared for change rather than assuming that current conditions would persist indefinitely. Her relationship with Marcus during this challenging period continued to demonstrate the strength that comes from partnership built on mutual respect, shared values, and complementary capabilities. Together, they had created not just a successful business empire, but a model of how marriage could enhance rather than limit individual achievement while creating benefits that extended far beyond the immediate family. Their influence within the community came not from inherited status or political connections, but from demonstrated competence and consistent commitment to using their prosperity in ways that served the common good. As winter approached in 11 CE and Livia reflected on the tumultuous events of recent years, she could see how the foundation of skills, relationships, and values that she had built throughout her life had enabled her to navigate uncertainty while maintaining both personal fulfillment and community responsibility. The girl who had once listened wide-eyed to Demetrius's stories about distant lands had become a woman whose own story was inspiring others throughout the empire to believe that individual virtue and determination could create positive change even during the most challenging times. The conversations that filled their home during those uncertain winter evenings reflected both the satisfaction of having built something meaningful and lasting, and the wisdom that comes from understanding that all human achievements are temporary and must be continuously renewed through the efforts of each succeeding generation. Livia had learned to find peace in focusing on what she could control, while accepting that larger forces would ultimately determine the fate of the empire and civilization she loved. As she sat by the fire with baby Antonia in her arms, watching her other children study and play, while Marcus reviewed correspondence from their far-flung business operations, she embodied everything that was most admirable about the Roman spirit: the belief that virtue would be rewarded, that families could thrive even during difficult times, and that each individual had both the opportunity and the obligation to contribute to something larger and more enduring than their own immediate interests. At 37, in the year 12 CE, Livia had achieved something that few Romans of any gender could claim: genuine influence that extended from the bustling markets of the Subura to the marble halls where imperial policy was debated and decided. Standing in the forum on a crisp morning, surrounded by senators, merchants, and city officials who sought her counsel on matters ranging from trade regulations to social policy, she embodied the remarkable possibility that merit and virtue could create authority that transcended traditional boundaries of birth, wealth, or political connection. Have you ever felt that sense of having become someone whose words carry weight beyond your immediate circle, whose opinions can shape decisions that affect thousands of lives? The political atmosphere throughout the empire was crackling with tension as rumors circulated about Augustus's declining health and the inevitable questions about succession that would follow his death. For families like Livia's, whose prosperity had been built during the unprecedented stability of his long reign, these whispers carried profound implications that went far beyond mere curiosity about imperial politics. Changes in leadership could affect everything from tax policies to trade regulations to the vast public works projects that provided employment for hundreds of thousands of Roman workers throughout the Mediterranean world. Her oldest son, Gaius, now 16 and formally recognized as an adult citizen, was preparing for the marriage that would establish his own household and begin the next generation of their family's influence. The negotiations with the family of Julia Secunda, daughter of a prominent senator whose textile interests complemented their own commercial empire, represented not just a personal milestone but a strategic alliance that would strengthen their position in Roman society while creating new opportunities for expansion and influence. Watching these discussions unfold, Livia felt both pride in her son's maturity and poignant awareness that childhood was ending for the boy who had once helped her sort colored threads in their modest workshop. The textile academy that had grown from her personal expertise was now recognized throughout the empire as the premier institution for training women in the sophisticated skills necessary for success in commerce, household management, and community leadership. Students arrived from Britain, Hispania, Gaul, and even distant Britannia, drawn by stories of the innovative curriculum and supportive environment that Livia had created. The influence of her graduates could be seen in cities throughout the Roman world, where they had established successful enterprises while implementing the management practices and social principles they had learned during their studies. Her writing project had evolved into something far more ambitious than the simple family memoir she had originally envisioned, a comprehensive social history that captured the daily experiences of ordinary Romans during the transformation from republic to empire. Scholars and officials had begun seeking access to her observations about commercial practices, social customs, family relationships, and community dynamics that provided insights unavailable in traditional historical sources. The evening hours she spent recording these detailed accounts had become precious opportunities for reflection and analysis that helped her understand the larger patterns underlying the changes she had witnessed throughout her lifetime. The expansion of their charitable activities to include support for a network of schools throughout the city reflected both their growing prosperity and their deepening commitment to creating opportunities for the next generation. Livia had observed that many talented young people lacked access to the education necessary for advancement in an increasingly complex society, and she had systematically addressed this problem by funding teachers, providing books and materials, and creating scholarship programs that identified promising students regardless of their family backgrounds or financial circumstances. The economic disruptions caused by continuous military campaigns in Germania and along the Danube frontier were creating both challenges and opportunities for those prepared to adapt quickly while maintaining their commitment to quality and service. Livia's diversified business interests and strong relationships with suppliers throughout the empire allowed her enterprises to maintain stability and even expand market share, while many competitors struggled with disrupted supply chains and uncertain demand. More importantly, her reputation for reliability and integrity continued to attract new customers who valued consistency during increasingly turbulent times. Her daughter Claudia, now 15 and approaching marriageable age, had developed into a young woman whose intelligence and character clearly exceeded even her mother's remarkable achievements. Under Livia's careful guidance, she had mastered not only the traditional accomplishments expected of well-educated Roman women, but also advanced mathematics, multiple languages, business principles, and the social skills necessary for building and maintaining complex networks of relationships. The discussions between mother and daughter about Claudia's future had evolved into genuine strategic planning sessions that reflected their mutual respect and shared vision for continuing the family's influence into the next generation. The social dynamics of Roman society continued to evolve in ways that created unprecedented opportunities for women of exceptional ability and vision. Livia found herself regularly consulted by praetors and even senators about matters of urban planning, commercial regulation, and social policy that would have been considered exclusively male domains just a generation earlier. She approached these consultations with characteristic wisdom, understanding that influence exercised thoughtfully and consistently could create positive change, while influence used carelessly or selfishly inevitably led to resentment and backlash. The birth of her seventh child, a son they named Augustus in honor of the emperor whose reign had made their family's success possible, in 13 CE brought both joy and the sobering realization that she was now managing a household that included 7 children ranging from infancy to young adulthood. At 38, Livia had become expert at balancing the competing demands of motherhood, business leadership, and community service, but each new addition to their family required adjustments to systems and routines that had seemed well established. Yet she approached these challenges with the same methodical planning and creative problem-solving that had always characterized her response to increasing complexity. The tragic death of Augustus on August 19, 14 CE, marked the end of an era that had defined Livia's entire adult life and created the conditions that had made her family's remarkable rise possible. Standing with thousands of other Romans in the Forum as the funeral procession carried the first emperor to his final rest, she felt both profound gratitude for the stability and opportunities his reign had provided and deep uncertainty about what the future might hold under his successor. The transition to Tiberius's rule would test every aspect of the relationships and systems that had been built during the previous 4 decades. The immediate aftermath of Augustus's death brought both political uncertainty and practical challenges that required all of Livia's diplomatic skills and strategic thinking to navigate successfully. Some of their business associates panicked and made hasty decisions that damaged their long-term prospects, while others became paralyzed by uncertainty about new policies and priorities under Tiberius. Her own response was characteristically methodical, careful analysis of the new emperor's background and likely priorities, followed by strategic adjustments to their operations that positioned their enterprises to thrive under whatever conditions might emerge. During the crucial months of political transition, her home became an unofficial center for coordinating community responses to the changing imperial leadership. Her reputation for sound judgment and effective organization made her a natural focal point for discussions about how to maintain stability and prosperity during uncertain times. More importantly, her calm presence and steady optimism helped maintain morale among merchants, artisans, and community leaders who looked to her for guidance about navigating the challenges and opportunities that political change inevitably creates. The accession of Tiberius brought both relief that the succession had proceeded smoothly and concern about the new emperor's very different personality and priorities compared to his predecessor. Where Augustus had been outgoing and accessible, Tiberius was reserved and sometimes suspicious. Where Augustus had embraced public ceremonies and grand gestures, Tiberius preferred efficiency and practical results. For business leaders like Livia, these differences meant that successful relationships with the new administration would require different approaches and perhaps different skills than those that had worked during the previous reign. Her 39th birthday celebration in 14 CE took place just months after Augustus's death, creating a bittersweet atmosphere that combined gratitude for past achievements with uncertainty about future possibilities. The gathering included not just family and business associates, but representatives of the various educational and charitable organizations she had supported, young women whose careers had been launched through her mentoring programs, and community leaders who had learned to value her counsel on matters of public importance. This diverse assembly demonstrated how individual achievement, when guided by virtue and shared generously, could create networks of relationships that strengthened entire communities. The challenges of maintaining business success while adapting to new political realities required the kind of strategic thinking and relationship management that Livia had been developing throughout her career. She understood that Tiberius's administration would likely emphasize different priorities than Augustus's government, and she began the careful process of building connections with officials who would shape policy under the new regime. This adaptation required both patience and persistence, as she worked to establish trust and credibility with leaders who had not witnessed her contributions during the previous decades. The marriage of her son Gaius to Julia II in late 14 CE marked both a personal milestone and a strategic alliance that strengthened their family's position within Roman society while creating new opportunities for expansion and influence. The ceremony itself reflected the remarkable transformation that had occurred within a single generation. From the modest wedding celebration that had marked her own marriage to a grand affair that attracted guests from throughout the empire and required careful coordination of political, social, and commercial considerations that would have been unimaginable when she was a young bride. Her role as mother-in-law required the same diplomatic skills and emotional intelligence that had served her well in business and community leadership. She worked carefully to establish a positive relationship with Julia Secunda, while respecting the independence that the young couple needed to build their own household and identity. The success of this new family alliance would depend not just on the compatibility between Gaius and his bride, but on the ability of both extended families to support the marriage while avoiding the conflicts that could undermine everyone's interests. As 15 CE began and Livia entered her 40th year, she could look back on 2 decades of remarkable achievement that had transformed her from a promising young woman into one of the most influential private citizens in the Roman Empire. The girl who had once helped her mother sort threads for weaving had become a woman whose opinions influenced imperial policy, whose educational innovations had trained hundreds of successful women throughout the Mediterranean world, and whose business enterprises provided livelihood for thousands of families, while serving as models for ethical and effective management practices. The conversations that filled their expanded home during those transitional winter evenings reflected both the satisfaction of having built something meaningful and lasting, and the wisdom that comes from understanding that all human achievements must be continuously adapted to changing circumstances. Livia had learned to find fulfillment in both grand accomplishments and simple pleasures, to balance personal ambition with family responsibility, and to see her individual success as part of larger patterns of progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave deep meaning to every aspect of her life. As she sat by the fire with baby Augustus in her arms, watching her older children discuss their own plans and dreams while Marcus reviewed correspondence from their network of operations throughout the empire, she embodied everything that was most admirable about Roman civilization: the belief that virtue would be rewarded, that families could thrive when built on solid foundations, and that each generation had both the opportunity and the obligation to build upon the achievements of those who came before, while preparing the way for those who would follow. At 41, in the year 16 CE, Livia had reached that rare pinnacle of life where experience, wisdom, and influence converge to create genuine authority that transcends traditional boundaries and commands respect across all levels of society. Standing in the renovated atrium of their family compound on a bustling morning, surrounded by her grown children, successful business partners, and a steady stream of visitors seeking her counsel on matters both personal and political, she embodied the Roman ideal of earned leadership based on demonstrated competence and unwavering integrity. Have you ever experienced that profound sense of having found your true place in the world, where your capabilities perfectly match the responsibilities you've been given and the contributions you're able to make? The early years of Tiberius's reign had settled into a pattern that was both more efficient and more reserved than the grand public spectacles that had characterized Augustus's leadership style. For thoughtful observers like Livia, this change in imperial temperament created both opportunities and challenges that required careful navigation and strategic adaptation. The new emperor's preference for practical results over ceremonial displays meant that those who could demonstrate real competence and valuable expertise found their influence enhanced, while those who had depended on personal charm or political connections discovered that their access and authority had diminished significantly. Her son Gaius, now 20 and established in his own household with his wife Julia Secunda, had begun to demonstrate the leadership qualities and business acumen that suggested he would not only maintain, but expand the family's influence into the next generation. Under his parents' careful guidance, he had taken responsibility for managing their textile operations in Alexandria and Antioch, while also developing new markets in the rapidly growing cities of Gaul and Germania that were benefiting from increased Roman investment and settlement. Watching him negotiate complex agreements with suppliers and customers across the empire, Livia felt both pride in his achievements and confidence that their family's values and methods would continue to create positive results long after her own active involvement had ended. The textile academy that had evolved from her personal expertise had become recognized throughout the Mediterranean world as the premier institution for training women in the sophisticated skills necessary for success in commerce, household management, and community leadership. The influence of her graduates could now be seen in dozens of cities, where they had established successful enterprises while implementing the management practices, educational methods, and social principles they had learned during their studies. This network of accomplished women had created informal but powerful channels of communication and cooperation that facilitated trade, shared innovations, and provided mutual support during challenging times. Her writing project had grown into something far more significant than the family memoir she had originally intended, a comprehensive documentation of social, economic, and cultural life during the transformation from republic to empire that scholars and officials throughout the Roman world had begun to recognize as an invaluable historical resource. Her detailed observations about commercial practices, family relationships, educational methods, and community dynamics provided insights that no traditional historian could match, since most chroniclers focused on political and military events while ignoring the daily experiences that gave those events their real meaning and lasting significance. The expansion of their charitable activities to include a comprehensive network of schools, job training programs, and support services for veterans and their families reflected both their growing prosperity and their deepening understanding of how private resources could address social problems while creating value for everyone involved. Livia had systematically identified areas where government services were inadequate or non-existent, then developed innovative programs that provided practical assistance, while also demonstrating more effective approaches that could be adopted by other communities throughout the empire. Her daughter Claudia, now 18 and one of the most sought-after young women in Roman society, was approaching the marriage negotiations that would determine not only her personal happiness, but also the strategic direction of the family's continued expansion and influence. The discussions with several prominent families reflected the remarkable transformation that had occurred within a single generation, from arrangements focused primarily on financial considerations to complex evaluations that included political alliances, business opportunities, educational compatibility, and personal preferences that would have been unimaginable when Livia herself was preparing for marriage. The economic prosperity that characterized the early years of Tiberius's reign created opportunities for those prepared to adapt their strategies to the new emperor's different priorities and management style. Where Augustus had favored grand public works projects that provided employment for thousands, while demonstrating imperial magnificence, Tiberius preferred practical infrastructure improvements that enhanced efficiency and reduced administrative costs. Livia's diversified business interests and reputation for reliable service positioned their enterprises to benefit from these policy changes, while maintaining the quality standards and employee welfare practices that had always distinguished their operations. The social dynamics of Roman society continued to evolve in ways that created unprecedented opportunities for women of exceptional ability and proven competence. Livia found herself regularly consulted not just by local officials, but by senators, praetors, and even members of the imperial household about matters ranging from urban planning and commercial regulation to educational policy and social services. She approached these consultations with characteristic wisdom, understanding that influence exercised thoughtfully and consistently could create lasting positive change, while influence used carelessly or selfishly inevitably led to resentment and eventual loss of credibility. The birth of her first grandchild, Gaius's son Marcus, in 17 CE brought profound joy that connected her to the eternal cycle of family continuity, while also creating new responsibilities for guiding and protecting the next generation. Holding this newest member of their family, she marveled at the incredible journey that had brought them from the modest apartment above a bakery, where she had been born, to this position of influence and prosperity that would provide opportunities for her descendants that previous generations could never have imagined. The baby represented not just personal happiness, but the continuation of values and traditions that had been carefully nurtured and refined over 4 decades of dedicated effort. The management of their expanding business empire required increasingly sophisticated organizational systems and delegation strategies that Livia had developed through years of careful observation and systematic experimentation. She had learned to identify the essential decisions that required her personal attention while creating management structures that allowed capable subordinates to handle routine operations efficiently and effectively. This approach not only maintained quality standards across their various enterprises, but also provided valuable development opportunities for the next generation of leaders, while ensuring continuity during transitions and expansions. Her role as unofficial advisor to various government officials had evolved from occasional consultation to regular participation in policy discussions that affected the welfare of hundreds of thousands of Roman citizens. Her recommendations about market regulations, infrastructure improvements, educational funding, and social services carried weight because they were based on practical experience and demonstrated results rather than abstract theories or personal ambition. This influence brought both satisfaction and a heightened sense of responsibility, as she understood that her words and actions now affected far more people than just her immediate family and business associates. The marriage of her daughter Claudia to Lucius Antonius Corvus, a young senator whose family owned extensive agricultural properties throughout Campania, in 18 CE, represented both a personal milestone and a strategic alliance that would strengthen their position within the highest levels of Roman society, while creating new opportunities for expansion into different sectors of the economy. The ceremony itself reflected the remarkable social transformation that had occurred within her lifetime. From the modest celebrations that had marked her own generation's weddings, to elaborate affairs that required careful coordination of political, social, and commercial considerations that demonstrated the family's influence and connections. The challenges of maintaining business success while adapting to evolving political and economic conditions required the kind of strategic thinking and relationship management that Livia had been perfecting throughout her career. She understood that Tiberius's administration emphasized different priorities than Augustus's government, and she had successfully built connections with officials who shaped policy under the new regime, while maintaining the relationships that had served her family well during the previous era. This careful balance between continuity and adaptation had become one of her most valuable skills. Her 43rd birthday celebration in 18 CA demonstrated the remarkable network of relationships and influence that she had built over 2 decades of dedicated service to her family, business associates, and community. The gathering included senators and their wives, successful merchants from throughout the Mediterranean, graduates of her academy who had traveled from distant provinces to attend, veterans who had benefited from her employment programs, and young families who had received assistance during difficult times. This diverse assembly showed how individual achievement, when guided by virtue and shared generously, could create expanding circles of benefit that strengthened the entire social fabric of the empire. The transition from active management to strategic oversight required adjustments in her daily routines and long-term planning that Livia approached with characteristic thoughtfulness and systematic preparation. She began delegating more operational responsibilities to her children and trusted associates, while focusing her own attention on the bigger picture decisions that would determine their family's direction for the next generation. This evolution from hands-on leadership to advisory guidance required different skills and a different mindset, but it also created opportunities for reflection and analysis that enhanced her understanding of the patterns and principles that had guided their success. The expansion of their educational and charitable activities to include collaboration with similar programs in other major cities reflected both their growing resources and their deepening commitment to using private initiative to address social problems that government services could not adequately handle. Livia had begun coordinating with like-minded families throughout the empire to share successful practices, pool resources for larger projects, and create networks of mutual support that could respond more effectively to regional challenges and opportunities than isolated individual efforts could achieve. As 19 CE approached and Livia prepared to enter her 45th year, she could look back on the previous few years with deep satisfaction at having successfully navigated the transition from Augustus to Tiberius, while maintaining and even expanding her family's influence and prosperity. The young woman who had once learned business principles by watching her father negotiate grain contracts had become one of the most respected and influential private citizens in the Roman Empire, whose opinions shaped policy decisions, and whose example inspired others throughout the Mediterranean world to believe that merit and virtue could still create opportunities for advancement and service. The conversations that filled their family compound during those peaceful winter evenings reflected both the contentment that comes from having built something meaningful and lasting, and the wisdom that comes from understanding that all human achievements must be continuously renewed and adapted to changing circumstances. Livia had learned to find fulfillment in both grand accomplishments and simple pleasures, to balance personal ambition with family responsibility, and to see her individual success as part of larger patterns of progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave profound meaning to every aspect of her life. As she sat by the fire with her newest grandchild in her arms, watching her children and their spouses discuss their own plans and dreams, while Marcus reviewed correspondence from their network of operations throughout the empire, she embodied everything that was most admirable about Roman civilization: the belief that hard work and virtue would be rewarded, that families could thrive when built on solid foundations of love and mutual respect, and that each generation had both the privilege and the obligation to build upon the achievements of those who came before, while preparing the way for those who would follow. At 45, in the year 20 CE, Livia had entered that delicate phase of life where wisdom demands knowing when to hold on and when to let go, when to lead and when to follow, when to speak and when to listen. Standing in the garden courtyard of their family compound on a golden afternoon, watching her grandchildren play beneath the olive trees, while her adult children discussed the complex business decisions that would shape the next decade, she felt the bittersweet satisfaction of a life lived fully and purposefully. Have you ever reached that moment when you realize that your greatest achievement might be preparing others to surpass your own accomplishments? That profound mixture of pride and poignancy that comes from watching the next generation take flight on wings you helped them grow. The political atmosphere in Rome was shifting in ways that required careful observation and strategic adaptation, as Sejanus, the ambitious prefect of the Praetorian Guard, was accumulating influence that made thoughtful citizens increasingly uneasy about the concentration of power in the hands of someone who had not been tested by the responsibilities of actual governance. For families like Livia's, whose prosperity depended on maintaining good relationships with imperial authorities while avoiding entanglement in dangerous political intrigues, these developments required the kind of delicate navigation that came only from decades of experience in reading the subtle currents of Roman politics. Her son Gaius, now 24 and firmly established as the operational leader of their business empire, was demonstrating the kind of mature judgment and strategic thinking that confirmed her confidence in the family's future direction. His management of their textile operations in Alexandria had resulted in a 30% increase in profits while also improving working conditions and creating new opportunities for local artisans to develop their skills. More importantly, he had successfully adapted their business model to accommodate the different cultural expectations and commercial practices of Eastern Mediterranean markets, without compromising the quality standards and ethical principles that had always distinguished their enterprises. The textile academy that had grown from her personal vision had evolved into something approaching a university for women, attracting students not just from across the Roman Empire, but from beyond its borders, young women from Parthia, India, and even the mysterious lands beyond the Sahara who came seeking the kind of comprehensive education that combined practical skills with intellectual development and moral instruction. The curriculum had expanded to include advanced mathematics, multiple languages, natural philosophy, and the principles of governance that would prepare graduates for leadership roles in whatever communities they chose to serve after completing their studies. Her writing project had reached the point where scholars from throughout the Mediterranean were requesting copies of specific sections that documented aspects of Roman social and economic life that no other source addressed with comparable detail and insight. Officials in the imperial administration had begun consulting her historical observations when developing policies related to commerce, education, and social services, recognizing that her unique perspective as both participant and observer provided valuable guidance for understanding how different approaches might affect ordinary citizens throughout the empire. The expansion of their charitable activities to include a comprehensive network of social services that addressed everything from veteran support to orphan care to emergency relief during natural disasters had created a model that other wealthy families throughout the empire were beginning to emulate. Livia had systematically demonstrated that private initiative, when properly organized and consistently funded, could address social problems more efficiently and effectively than government programs while also creating opportunities for community participation and civic engagement that strengthened the social fabric of entire regions. Her daughter Claudia, now 21 and mother of her own infant son, was emerging as a leader in her own right, applying the principles she had learned during her comprehensive education to the management of her husband's agricultural estates, while also establishing educational programs for the children of rural workers. The success of these initiatives had attracted attention from senatorial families throughout Campania, who were beginning to recognize that investment in education and worker welfare could produce benefits that went far beyond immediate profit considerations to include long-term productivity improvements and social stability. The birth of her third grandchild, Claudia's daughter Livia, in 21 CE brought the special joy that comes from seeing your own name carried forward to a new generation, along with the values and traditions that had shaped your own life. Holding this newest member of their family, she reflected on the incredible transformation that had occurred over 5 decades, from the modest circumstances of her own childhood to this position of influence and prosperity that would provide opportunities for her descendants that no previous generation could have imagined. The baby represented both personal happiness and the continuation of a legacy that extended far beyond material achievements to include ideals and principles that could benefit countless others. The management of their business empire was gradually transitioning from her direct oversight to a collaborative model that included her children, their spouses, and a carefully selected group of long-term associates who had demonstrated both competence and commitment to the family's values and methods. This evolution required adjustments in communication systems, decision-making processes, and accountability structures that Livia guided with the same careful attention to detail that had characterized all her important innovations. The goal was to maintain quality standards and ethical principles while allowing for the fresh perspectives and new ideas that each generation brings to inherited challenges. Her role as unofficial advisor to various government officials had evolved from occasional consultation to regular participation in policy discussions that affected the welfare of millions of Roman citizens throughout the Mediterranean world. Her recommendations about commercial regulation, educational funding, infrastructure development, and social services carried significant weight because they were based on demonstrated results and practical experience rather than theoretical considerations or political calculations. This influence brought both satisfaction and a heightened sense of responsibility, as she understood that her words and actions now affected far more people than she could ever meet personally. The social dynamics of Roman society during the early years of Tiberius's reign continued to create opportunities for women of exceptional ability and proven competence, though these advances required careful navigation to avoid the resentment and backlash that could result from appearing to challenge traditional hierarchies too directly or dramatically. Livia had mastered the art of exercising influence through consultation and collaboration rather than confrontation, understanding that lasting change usually came through patient persuasion and demonstrated success, rather than dramatic gestures or public challenges to established customs. The challenges of maintaining family unity while managing the competing interests and ambitions of multiple adult children, their spouses, and an expanding network of business associates required the kind of diplomatic skills and emotional intelligence that Livia had been developing throughout her life. She had learned to balance respect for individual autonomy with the need for coordinated action, to accommodate different personalities and approaches while maintaining common standards and shared objectives. These skills proved equally valuable in managing the complex relationships that characterized their business operations and community involvement. The fall of Sejanus in 31 CE, when Tiberius finally recognized the threat that his ambitious prefect posed to imperial stability, provided dramatic confirmation of Livia's instinctive caution about becoming too closely associated with any individual who accumulated power without corresponding accountability. Her family's careful maintenance of independence and their focus on building relationships based on mutual benefit rather than political dependence had protected them from the purges and confiscation that destroyed many of Sejanus's associates and supporters. This experience reinforced her conviction that lasting success required virtue and competence rather than political connections or personal ambition. Her 47th birthday celebration in 22 CE reflected the remarkable transformation that had occurred not just in her own circumstances, but in the broader social and economic conditions that had made such transformation possible. The gathering included representatives from every level of Roman society who had benefited directly or indirectly from her various enterprises and initiatives. From former students who had established successful businesses throughout the empire, to veterans who had found new careers through her training programs, to families who had received assistance during difficult times. This diverse assembly demonstrated how individual achievement, when guided by virtue and shared generously, could create expanding networks of prosperity and opportunity. The transition from active leadership to strategic guidance, required adjustments in her daily routines and long-term planning that Livia approached with characteristic thoughtfulness and systematic preparation. She began spending more time on analysis and reflection, documenting the lessons she had learned and the principles she had discovered during 4 decades of building and managing complex enterprises. This intellectual work complemented her continuing oversight of major decisions, while creating space for her children and associates to develop their own leadership capabilities and management styles. The expansion of their educational activities to include collaboration with similar programs throughout the Mediterranean reflected both their growing resources and their deepening understanding of how coordinated private initiative could address social challenges that no single family or community could handle effectively alone. Livia had begun corresponding with like-minded individuals in major cities from Marseille to Antioch, sharing successful practices and coordinating resources for projects that required broader participation than any individual enterprise could provide. As 23 CE approached and Livia prepared to enter her 50th year, she could look back on the previous few years with deep satisfaction at having successfully managed the delicate transition from direct leadership to advisory guidance, while maintaining and even expanding her family's influence and prosperity. The young woman who had once helped her mother weave cloth in their modest workshop had become one of the most respected and influential private citizens in the Roman Empire, whose example had inspired thousands of others to believe that merit and virtue could create opportunities for service and advancement that transcended the circumstances of birth or inheritance. The conversations that filled their family compound during those peaceful winter evenings reflected both the contentment that comes from having built something meaningful and enduring, and the wisdom that comes from understanding that all human achievements must be continuously adapted and renewed by each succeeding generation. Livia had learned to find fulfillment in watching others succeed, using principles she had helped to develop, to take pride in accomplishments that bore her influence but not her direct control, and to see her individual legacy as part of larger patterns of progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave profound meaning to every aspect of her life. As she sat by the fire on those cold winter nights, surrounded by children and grandchildren who represented the continuation of everything she had worked to achieve, Livia embodied the Roman ideal of a life well lived, an existence dedicated to excellence, service, and the belief that each individual had both the opportunity and the obligation to contribute to something larger and more enduring than their own immediate interests. The girl who had once listened, wide-eyed, to Demetrius's stories about distant lands had become a woman whose own story would inspire others for generations to come, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to virtue and service, could indeed help to build and sustain the greatest civilization the world had ever known. At 49, in the year 24 CE, Livia had entered that rare and precious stage of life where age brings not limitation but a different kind of power. The authority that comes from having lived fully and learned deeply, the influence that flows from wisdom rather than ambition, and the peace that comes from knowing that your life has made a meaningful difference in the world. Standing in the library of their family compound on a quiet morning, surrounded by scrolls that documented 5 decades of Roman history and her own journey through it, she embodied the ideal of graceful aging that honored both individual achievement and the larger patterns of human experience. Have you ever felt that profound sense of completion that comes not from ending, but from having built something that will continue long after your own participation has concluded? The political landscape of Rome had stabilized under Tiberius's increasingly reclusive but competent administration, creating conditions that favored those who had built their success on merit and consistency rather than political connections or dramatic gestures. For families like Livia's, this environment provided opportunities to consolidate their achievements while preparing for whatever changes the future might bring. The emperor's preference for practical results over public spectacle meant that those who could demonstrate real value and reliable service found their influence enhanced, while those who had depended on charm or political maneuvering discovered that their access and authority had diminished significantly. Her son Gaius, now 28 and recognized throughout the Mediterranean as one of the most capable business leaders of his generation, was successfully managing operations that spanned from Britain to Egypt while maintaining the quality standards and ethical principles that had always distinguished their enterprises. His innovations in logistics, quality control, and worker relations had become models that other commercial families were studying and adapting for their own operations. More importantly, he had demonstrated the kind of character and judgment that confirmed her confidence in the family's continued prosperity and positive influence for generations to come. The textile academy that had evolved from her personal vision was now graduating women who were establishing successful enterprises throughout the known world, while also creating their own educational institutions that spread the principles and practices they had learned during their studies. These second-generation schools were adapting her methods to local conditions and cultural expectations, while maintaining the core curriculum that combined practical skills with intellectual development and moral instruction. The influence of her educational philosophy could now be seen in dozens of cities, where her graduates and their students were creating opportunities for others while building prosperous and ethical businesses. Her historical memoir had reached completion as a comprehensive documentation of social, economic, and cultural transformation during one of history's most remarkable periods, providing insights that no other source could match because of her unique perspective as both participant and observer. Scholars throughout the empire were requesting copies of specific sections that addressed aspects of Roman life that traditional historians had overlooked or misunderstood. Imperial officials had begun consulting her observations when developing policies related to commerce, education, and social services, recognizing that her practical experience provided valuable guidance for understanding how different approaches might affect ordinary citizens. The network of charitable and educational programs that had grown from their family's commitment to community service had evolved into a comprehensive system that addressed social needs throughout their region, while serving as a model for similar initiatives in other parts of the empire. Veterans, orphans, widows, and displaced workers could find assistance that went beyond mere charity to include job training, educational opportunities, and the kind of support that enabled people to rebuild their lives with dignity and hope. This approach had demonstrated that private initiative, when properly organized and consistently funded, could address social problems more effectively than government programs alone. Her daughter Claudia, now 24 and mother of 3 children, had emerged as a leader whose influence extended far beyond her husband's agricultural estates to include involvement in educational policy and social reform throughout Campania. The programs she had established for rural workers and their families had attracted attention from senators and imperial administrators, who were beginning to recognize that investment in education and social services could produce benefits that went far beyond immediate humanitarian considerations to include long-term economic growth and political stability. The birth of her 4th grandchild, Gaius's daughter Julia, in 25 CE brought the special joy that comes from watching the family tree grow, while maintaining its strong roots in the values and traditions that had guided their success through multiple generations. Each new grandchild represented not just personal happiness, but the continuation of ideals and principles that had been carefully nurtured and refined over decades of dedicated effort. Holding this newest member of their family, she could see reflected in the baby's perfect features the faces of ancestors she had loved, and the promise of descendants she would never meet, but whose lives would be shaped by the foundation she had helped to create. The management of their business empire had evolved into a sophisticated system that balanced central coordination with local autonomy, allowing each operation to adapt to regional conditions while maintaining the quality standards and ethical principles that distinguish their enterprises from competitors throughout the Mediterranean world. This approach required constant communication, regular evaluation, and the kind of trust that could only be built through years of consistent performance and shared commitment to common goals. The success of this model had attracted attention from other commercial families who were studying and adapting their methods for their own operations. Her role as unofficial advisor to government officials had expanded to include consultation on matters of imperial policy that affected the welfare of millions of Roman citizens throughout the known world. Her recommendations about commercial regulation, educational funding, infrastructure development, and social services carried significant weight because they were based on demonstrated results and comprehensive understanding of how different approaches affected real people in practical situations. This influence brought both satisfaction and a profound sense of responsibility, as she understood that her words and insights now shaped decisions that would affect countless lives throughout the empire. The social dynamics of Roman society during the middle years of Tiberius's reign continued to evolve in ways that created unprecedented opportunities for individuals of exceptional ability and proven competence, regardless of their gender or family background. Livia had become a living example of how merit and virtue could create influence that transcended traditional limitations, while her careful approach to exercising that influence had helped to expand opportunities for others, without provoking the backlash that could result from challenging established customs too directly or dramatically. The challenges of maintaining family unity while accommodating the different personalities, interests, and approaches of multiple adult children, their spouses, and an expanding network of grandchildren required the kind of diplomatic skills and emotional intelligence that Livia had been perfecting throughout her life. She had learned to provide guidance without interference, to maintain standards without stifling innovation, and to preserve traditions while allowing for adaptation and growth. These skills proved equally valuable in managing the complex relationships that characterized their business operations and community involvement. Her 50th birthday celebration in 25 CE marked a milestone that Romans considered the beginning of true elderhood, a recognition that she had lived long enough and accomplished enough to deserve the respect and deference that their culture accorded to those who had successfully navigated life's challenges, while contributing meaningfully to the common good. The gathering included representatives from every aspect of her remarkable life, family members, spanning 3 generations, business associates from throughout the Mediterranean, former students who had traveled great distances to honor their teacher, government officials who valued her counsel, and ordinary citizens whose lives had been improved through her various initiatives and programs. The transition from active management to strategic oversight was proceeding smoothly as her children and their associates demonstrated increasing competence in handling the day-to-day operations that had once required her direct attention. This evolution allowed her to focus more time on the big picture questions that would determine their family's direction for the next generation, while also creating opportunities for reflection and analysis that enhanced her understanding of the patterns and principles that had guided their success over 5 decades of growth and change. The expansion of their educational and charitable activities to include coordination with similar programs throughout the empire reflected both their growing resources and their deepening understanding of how individual families could work together to address social challenges that no single enterprise could handle effectively alone. Livia had begun corresponding with like-minded individuals in major cities from Londinium to Damascus, sharing successful practices and coordinating resources for projects that required broader participation than any individual community could provide. The completion of her memoir as a bound collection of scrolls that documented not just her own remarkable journey, but the broader social and economic transformation that had characterized the early imperial period, represented one of her most significant accomplishments. This work would serve future generations as both historical record and practical guide, providing insights about leadership, family management, business ethics, and community service that would remain relevant long after the specific circumstances of her era had passed into history. As 27 CE approached, and Livia prepared to enter her sixth decade of life, she could look back on the previous few years with deep satisfaction at having successfully managed the transition from active leadership to elder guidance, while maintaining her family's prosperity and expanding their positive influence throughout the Roman world. The young woman who had once learned about commerce by helping her father manage grain shipments had become one of the most respected and influential private citizens in the empire, whose example had inspired countless others to believe that individual excellence and community service could create opportunities that transcended the limitations of birth or inheritance. The conversations that filled their family compound during those peaceful winter evenings reflected both the contentment that comes from having built something meaningful and enduring, and the wisdom that comes from understanding that all human achievements must be continuously renewed and adapted by each succeeding generation. Livia had learned to find fulfillment in watching others succeed, using principles she had helped to develop, to take pride in accomplishments that bore her influence but not her direct control, and to see her individual legacy as part of larger patterns of progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave profound meaning to every aspect of her existence. As she sat by the fire on those cold winter nights, surrounded by children and grandchildren who represented the continuation of everything she had worked to achieve, while Marcus read aloud from letters that brought news of their far-flung enterprises and the continued success of former students throughout the Mediterranean world, Livia embodied the Roman ideal of a life well lived, an existence dedicated to excellence, service, and the belief that each individual had both the opportunity and the obligation to contribute to something larger and more enduring than their own immediate interests. The girl who had once sat wide-eyed listening to Demetrius's stories about distant lands had become a woman whose own story would continue to inspire others for generations to come, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to virtue and service, could indeed help to build and sustain the greatest civilization the world had ever known. At 53, in the year 28 CE, Livia had achieved something that few Romans could claim. She had become a living institution, someone whose very presence carried the weight of history, and whose opinions shaped the course of events far beyond her immediate sphere of influence. Standing in the marble-columned reception hall that had been added to their family compound to accommodate the steady stream of visitors seeking her counsel, she embodied the Roman ideal of dignified authority earned through a lifetime of service and wisdom. Have you ever met someone whose mere presence seemed to elevate every conversation, whose accumulated experience had transformed them into something approaching a living library of human knowledge and practical wisdom? The death of Marcus in the spring of 28 CE, after 43 years of marriage, marked the most profound personal loss of her life and the end of a partnership that had served as a model for countless other couples throughout the Roman world. He passed away as he had lived, quietly, with dignity, surrounded by the family that had been the center of his world and the business empire they had built together from humble beginnings. Standing beside his funeral pyre as the flames carried away the earthly form of the man who had shared nearly all of her adult experiences, Livia felt both overwhelming grief for her personal loss and deep gratitude for the love and companionship that had sustained them through 5 decades of building something meaningful together. The months following Marcus's death required all of her emotional strength and practical wisdom to navigate successfully, as she learned to restructure her daily routines and long-term planning around the absence of the partner who had been her closest advisor and most trusted friend. Yet rather than retreat into grief or withdrawal from her various responsibilities, she chose to honor his memory by continuing the work they had begun together while drawing even closer to the children and grandchildren who carried forward their shared values and dreams. The support of her family during this difficult period demonstrated how the love they had invested in their relationships continued to provide strength and comfort even after death had separated them. Her role as family matriarch had evolved to encompass not just her immediate descendants, but an extended network of relatives, business associates, former students, and community members who looked to her for guidance on matters ranging from personal relationships to business strategies to questions of ethics and social responsibility. The weekly gatherings that took place in their compound had become informal salons where senators, merchants, scholars, and visitors from distant provinces could engage in conversations that combined intellectual stimulation with practical problem-solving in an atmosphere of mutual respect and genuine learning. The business empire that she and Marcus had built together continued to prosper under the capable management of their children and trusted associates, but the strategic direction and philosophical foundation remained firmly grounded in the principles she had developed over decades of careful observation and systematic experimentation. The emphasis on quality, integrity, employee welfare, and community service had become so deeply embedded in their corporate culture that these values guided decision-making at every level of their operations, from the smallest local workshops to the largest international trading ventures. Her historical memoir had gained recognition throughout the empire as an invaluable resource for understanding the social and economic transformation that had occurred during the transition from republic to empire. Scholars from Alexandria, Athens, and even distant Babylon were requesting copies of specific sections that provided insights into aspects of Roman life that no other source addressed with comparable depth and authenticity. Imperial administrators had begun consulting her observations when developing policies related to commerce, education, and social services, recognizing that her unique perspective provided guidance that could not be found in traditional historical accounts or theoretical treatises. The Textile Academy that had grown from her personal expertise was now recognized as the premier educational institution for women throughout the Mediterranean world, with graduates establishing successful enterprises and their own schools in cities from Massilia to Antioch to Alexandria. The influence of her educational philosophy could be seen in the prosperity and social cohesion of communities where her students had settled, as they implemented the principles of ethical business practices, community service, and social responsibility that had been central to their training. This network of accomplished women had created informal but powerful channels of communication and cooperation that facilitated trade, shared innovations, and provided mutual support during challenging times. The expansion of their charitable activities to include a comprehensive system of social services that addressed needs throughout their region had become a model that other wealthy families were studying and adapting for their own communities. Veterans, orphans, widows, displaced workers, and families affected by natural disasters could find assistance that went beyond mere charity to include job training, educational opportunities, and the kind of comprehensive support that enabled people to rebuild their lives with dignity and hope. This approach had demonstrated that private initiative, when properly organized and consistently funded, could address social problems more effectively and efficiently than government programs alone. Her son Gaius, now 32 and widely regarded as one of the most capable business leaders in the empire, was successfully managing operations that employed thousands of people, while maintaining the ethical standards and community focus that had always distinguished their enterprises. His innovations in logistics, quality control, and worker relations had become standard practices that other commercial families were adopting throughout the Mediterranean world. More importantly, he had demonstrated the kind of character and judgment that ensured the continuation of their family's positive influence for generations to come. Her daughter Claudia, now 28 and mother of 4 children, had established herself as a leader whose influence extended far beyond her immediate household, to include significant involvement in educational policy and social reform throughout Campania and beyond. The programs she had developed for rural workers and their families had attracted attention from senators and imperial administrators who were beginning to implement similar initiatives in other provinces. Her success had demonstrated that women of exceptional ability could contribute meaningfully to public policy while maintaining their traditional roles as wives and mothers. The birth of her 5th grandchild, Claudia's son Demetrius, in 29 CE brought special significance as the first child to be named for her beloved childhood teacher, whose influence had shaped so much of her educational philosophy and approach to learning. Holding this newest member of their family, she reflected on the remarkable continuity that connected her own early education under the old Greek scholar to the comprehensive system of schools and training programs that now served thousands of students throughout the empire. The baby represented not just personal joy, but the living embodiment of how knowledge and wisdom could be transmitted across generations and cultures. The political situation throughout the empire remained stable under Tiberius's competent but increasingly reclusive administration, creating conditions that favored those who had built their success on merit and reliability rather than political connections or dramatic gestures. For families like Livia's, this environment provided opportunities to consolidate their achievements while preparing for whatever changes the future might bring. The emperor's preference for practical results over public spectacle meant that those who could demonstrate real value and consistent service found their influence enhanced rather than diminished by the passage of time. Her role as unofficial advisor to government officials had expanded to include regular consultation on matters of imperial policy that affected the welfare of millions of Roman citizens throughout the known world. Her recommendations about commercial regulation, educational funding, infrastructure development, and social services carried significant weight because they were based on demonstrated results and comprehensive understanding of how different approaches affected real people in practical situations. This influence brought both deep satisfaction and an acute awareness of the responsibility that came with having her words and insights shape decisions that would affect countless lives throughout the empire. The social dynamics of Roman society during the later years of Tiberius's reign continued to evolve in ways that created opportunities for individuals of exceptional ability and proven competence, while also requiring careful navigation to avoid the political intrigues and personal rivalries that could destroy even the most successful careers. Livia had mastered the art of maintaining influence through service and competence rather than political maneuvering, understanding that lasting authority came from demonstrated value rather than temporary advantage or personal connections that might not survive changes in leadership or circumstances. The challenges of managing a family that now included 3 generations with different perspectives, priorities, and approaches to life required all of her diplomatic skills and emotional intelligence to navigate successfully. She had learned to provide guidance without interference, to maintain standards without stifling innovation, and to preserve traditions while allowing for adaptation and growth. The weekly family councils that had become a central feature of their household governance provided forums for discussing important decisions, while ensuring that every voice was heard and every concern was addressed with appropriate consideration. Her 56th birthday celebration in 31 CE took place against the backdrop of the dramatic fall of Sejanus, whose overreach had finally provoked Tiberius to decisive action against the ambitious prefect, who had accumulated dangerous amounts of power without corresponding accountability. For families like Livia's, who had maintained their independence and focused on building relationships based on mutual benefit rather than political dependence, these events provided confirmation that their cautious approach to imperial politics had been wise and prudent. The purges that destroyed many of Sejanus's associates served as a reminder that lasting success required virtue and competence rather than political connections or personal ambition. The transition from widow to matriarch had been accomplished with the same grace and dignity that had characterized all of Livia's major life transitions, as she adapted to her new circumstances, while continuing to provide leadership and guidance to the extended network of family members, business associates, and community leaders who looked to her for wisdom and direction. The love and support she had invested in her relationships throughout her life now provided comfort and strength during this period of adjustment, while her continuing involvement in meaningful work and service gave purpose and direction to her days. As 31 CE drew to a close, and Livia prepared to enter her 57th year, she could look back on the previous few years with deep satisfaction at having successfully navigated one of life's most difficult transitions, while maintaining her family's prosperity and expanding their positive influence throughout the Roman world. The young woman who had once learned about resilience by watching her parents adapt to changing circumstances had become an elder whose own example of grace under pressure was inspiring others to face their own challenges with courage and determination. The conversations that filled their family compound during those peaceful winter evenings reflected both the wisdom that comes from having lived through multiple decades of change and challenge, and the continuing curiosity and engagement that kept her mind sharp and her interests diverse. Livia had learned to find fulfillment in watching others succeed, using principles she had helped to develop, to take pride in accomplishments that bore her influence but not her direct control, and to see her individual legacy as part of larger patterns of progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave profound meaning to every aspect of her continuing existence. As she sat by the fire on those cold winter nights, surrounded by children and grandchildren who represented the continuation of everything she and Marcus had worked to achieve, while letters arrived regularly with news of their far-flung enterprises and the continued success of former students throughout the Mediterranean world, Livia embodied the Roman ideal of dignified aging, an existence that honored both personal achievement and family responsibility while continuing to contribute meaningfully to the larger community. The girl who had once dreamed of adventure while listening to Demetrius's stories had become a woman whose own life was more remarkable than any tale the old scholar could have imagined, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to virtue and service, could indeed create legacies that would endure long after their earthly journey had ended. At 57, in the year 32 CE, Livia had become something rare and precious in the Roman world, a living repository of memory and wisdom, whose very presence connected the present to the remarkable transformation she had witnessed over 6 decades of life. Standing in the private study of their family compound on a quiet afternoon, surrounded by scrolls that documented not just her own extraordinary journey, but the broader sweep of Roman history from republic to empire, she embodied the invaluable role that elders play in preserving and transmitting the experiences that give meaning to human civilization. Have you ever encountered someone whose memories seem to contain entire worlds, whose stories could transport you to times and places that shaped the present in ways you had never fully understood? The political landscape of Rome was evolving once again as Tiberius, now in his 70s and increasingly weary of the burdens of imperial office, began to withdraw from active governance while relying more heavily on capable administrators to manage the day-to-day operations of empire. For thoughtful observers like Livia, these developments raised familiar questions about succession and continuity that she had witnessed multiple times throughout her life. The patterns she had observed during previous transitions provided valuable perspective for understanding the challenges and opportunities that such changes inevitably created for families whose prosperity depended on political stability and consistent policies. Her role as family matriarch had deepened to encompass not just guidance and support for her immediate descendants, but active involvement in preparing the next generation for the responsibilities they would inherit. The great-grandchildren who had begun to arrive were growing up in a world of unprecedented prosperity and opportunity, but they would also face challenges that previous generations could not have imagined. Her systematic approach to their education combined traditional Roman values with the practical skills and global perspective that would be essential for success in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. The business empire that had grown from her and Marcus's modest beginnings now employed thousands of people throughout the Mediterranean, while maintaining the ethical standards and community focus that had always distinguished their enterprises. The management systems and organizational principles that had evolved through decades of careful experimentation were being studied and adopted by commercial families throughout the empire, creating a lasting influence that extended far beyond their immediate operations. More importantly, the culture of integrity and social responsibility that permeated their enterprises had become a model for how private wealth could serve the broader public good. Her historical memoir had evolved beyond personal recollection to become a comprehensive documentation of social and economic life during one of history's most remarkable periods of transformation. Scholars from throughout the known world were requesting access to her observations about family structures, commercial practices, educational methods, and community relationships that provided insights unavailable in traditional historical sources. Imperial administrators had begun incorporating her recommendations into policy decisions that affected millions of people, recognizing that her practical experience offered guidance that could not be found in theoretical treatises or official reports. The Textile Academy that had originated from her personal expertise was now training its third generation of students, while expanding its curriculum to include advanced studies in mathematics, natural philosophy, languages, and the principles of governance that would prepare graduates for leadership roles in whatever communities they chose to serve. The network of schools established by her former students had created an educational system that spanned the entire Mediterranean world, providing opportunities for women to develop their capabilities while contributing meaningfully to their families and communities. The charitable and social service programs that had grown from their families' commitment to community welfare had evolved into a comprehensive system that addressed needs throughout their region, while serving as a model for similar initiatives in other parts of the empire. The innovative approaches they had developed for job training, veteran support, orphan care, and emergency relief had demonstrated that private initiative, when properly organized and consistently funded, could address social problems more effectively than government programs alone, while also creating opportunities for community participation and civic engagement. Her son Gaius, now 36 and recognized as one of the most influential business leaders in the empire, was successfully managing operations that extended from Britain to Mesopotamia while maintaining the family's reputation for reliability, integrity, and social responsibility. His innovations in logistics, quality control, and international commerce had revolutionized trade practices throughout the Mediterranean world, while his commitment to employee welfare and community development had created a new model for how commercial success could serve broader social purposes. The respect and influence he had earned in his own right confirmed that their family's values and methods would continue to create positive results for generations to come. Her daughter Claudia, now 32 and mother of 5 children, had established herself as a significant figure in educational and social policy, whose influence extended far beyond her immediate household, to include advisory roles with senators and imperial administrators throughout the empire. The programs she had developed for rural education and worker welfare had been implemented in multiple provinces, while her innovative approaches to family management and community organization were being studied and adapted by other influential families. Her success demonstrated that women of exceptional ability could contribute meaningfully to public policy while fulfilling their traditional roles as wives and mothers. The birth of her sixth grandchild, Gaius's second son Tiberius, in 33 CE brought the special joy that comes from watching the family tree continue to grow, while maintaining its strong roots in the values and traditions that had guided their success through multiple generations. Each new grandchild represented not just personal happiness, but the continuation of ideals and principles that had been carefully nurtured and refined over decades of dedicated effort. The presence of young children in their household provided constant reminders of the importance of building something that would endure long after her own earthly journey had ended. The expansion of their educational activities to include advanced research in natural philosophy, mathematics, and engineering reflected both their growing resources and their deepening commitment to pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and capability. The library that had grown within their compound was attracting scholars from throughout the Mediterranean who came to consult rare texts and engage in discussions that advanced understanding in fields ranging from astronomy to medicine to agricultural science. This intellectual activity complemented their commercial and charitable enterprises while creating new opportunities for young people to pursue careers that combined theoretical knowledge with practical application. Her role as unofficial advisor to government officials had evolved to include regular consultation on matters of imperial policy that affected the welfare of people throughout the known world. Her recommendations about commercial regulation, educational funding, infrastructure development, and social services carried significant weight because they were based on demonstrated results and comprehensive understanding of how different approaches affected real people in practical situations. This influence brought both deep satisfaction and acute awareness of the responsibility that came with having her words and insights shape decisions that would affect countless lives throughout the empire. The social dynamics of Roman society during the later years of Tiberius's reign continued to create opportunities for individuals of exceptional ability and proven competence, while also requiring careful navigation of the complex relationships and competing interests that characterized life at the highest levels of imperial society. Livia had mastered the art of maintaining influence through service and demonstrated value rather than political maneuvering or personal connections, understanding that lasting authority came from consistent competence and integrity rather than temporary advantages that might not survive changes in leadership or circumstances. The challenges of preparing multiple generations for future leadership required all of her accumulated wisdom and diplomatic skills to manage successfully. The family councils that had become a central feature of their governance provided forums for discussing important decisions while ensuring that different perspectives were heard and various interests were appropriately balanced. She had learned to guide these discussions with a light touch that encouraged participation and innovation, while maintaining the coherence and direction that came from shared values and common purposes. Her 60th birthday celebration in 35 CE marked a milestone that few Romans achieved, representing not just longevity, but the accumulation of experience and wisdom that made her one of the most valued and respected figures in the empire. The gathering included representatives from every aspect of her remarkable life, family members spanning 4 generations, business associates from throughout the Mediterranean, former students who had traveled great distances to honor their teacher, government officials who valued her counsel, veterans who had benefited from her programs, and ordinary citizens whose lives had been improved through her various initiatives and enterprises. The completion of her expanded memoir as a multi-volume work that documented not just her personal journey, but the broader social and economic transformation of the Roman world, represented one of her most significant accomplishments. This comprehensive record would serve future generations as both historical documentation and practical guidance, providing insights about leadership, family management, business ethics, and community service that would remain relevant long after the specific circumstances of her era had passed into memory. The work had already gained recognition as an invaluable resource for understanding how ordinary people had experienced and shaped one of history's most remarkable periods. The transition from active leadership to elder guidance had been accomplished with characteristic grace and wisdom, as she adapted to her changing role while continuing to provide direction and support to the extended network of family members, business associates, and community leaders who looked to her for counsel and inspiration. The authority she wielded came not from formal position or inherited status, but from demonstrated competence and consistent service that had earned the respect and trust of people throughout the Mediterranean world. As 35 CE drew to a close, and Livia prepared to enter her seventh decade of life, she could look back on the previous few years with deep satisfaction at having successfully managed the transition from middle age to true elderhood while maintaining her family's prosperity and expanding their positive influence throughout the Roman world. The young woman who had once learned about patience and persistence by watching her mother work at the loom had become an elder whose own example of grace, wisdom, and service was inspiring others to believe that individual excellence and community commitment could create legacies that transcended the limitations of any single lifetime. The conversations that filled their family compound during those peaceful winter evenings reflected both the contentment that comes from having built something meaningful and enduring, and the continuing engagement with life that kept her mind sharp and her interests diverse. Livia had learned to find fulfillment in watching others succeed, using principles she had helped to develop, to take pride in accomplishments that bore her influence but not her direct control, and to see her individual legacy as part of larger patterns of progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave profound meaning to every moment of her continuing existence. As she sat by the fire on those cold winter nights, surrounded by children and grandchildren who represented the continuation of everything she had worked to achieve, while correspondents arrived regularly with news of their enterprises and former students throughout the Mediterranean world, Livia embodied the Roman ideal of successful aging, a life that honored both personal achievement and family responsibility while continuing to contribute meaningfully to the larger community. The girl who had once imagined adventures beyond the familiar streets of the Subura had become a woman whose own extraordinary journey had surpassed any fantasy she could have conceived, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to virtue and service, could indeed create stories that would inspire others for generations to come. At 61, in the year 36 CE, Livia had achieved the rare distinction of being considered an elder stateswoman, whose counsel was sought not just by merchants and local officials, but by senators and even members of the imperial household who recognized that her 6 decades of observation and experience provided insights that could not be found in any scroll or learned from any teacher. Standing in the expanded library of their family compound on a crisp autumn morning, surrounded by the accumulating wisdom of ages past and present, she embodied the invaluable role that living memory plays in helping societies navigate the challenges of an uncertain future. Have you ever felt the profound responsibility that comes from being one of the few people who remembers how things used to be, whose experiences serve as a bridge between what was and what might yet become? The death of Tiberius in March of 37 CE marked the end of an era that had provided nearly 2 decades of stable, if sometimes stern, governance that had allowed families like Livia's to consolidate their achievements while planning for the future with reasonable confidence. The transition to his grandnephew Caligula brought both hope and uncertainty, as the young emperor's initial popularity and apparent commitment to more generous and accessible leadership created optimism throughout the empire. For thoughtful observers like Livia, however, the rapid changes in policy and tone raised questions about the sustainability of such dramatic shifts and the wisdom of concentrating unlimited power in the hands of someone whose character had not been tested by the responsibilities of actual governance. The early months of Caligula's reign brought a flurry of activity and innovation that seemed to promise a return to the more public and accessible style of leadership that had characterized Augustus's approach to imperial authority. The new emperor's enthusiasm for grand public works, spectacular entertainments, and generous distributions of money to Roman citizens created an atmosphere of celebration and optimism that contrasted sharply with the reserved efficiency that had marked Tiberius's administration. Yet for those with experience of previous transitions, these changes also raised concerns about the fiscal sustainability of such lavish spending and the potential for instability that could result from rapid policy reversals. Her role as family matriarch had evolved to encompass not just guidance for her immediate descendants, but active preparation for the challenges that might arise during a period of imperial uncertainty. The business strategies that had served them well during the stable years of Tiberius's reign might require adjustment if Caligula's policies proved to be either unsustainable or dramatically different from those of his predecessor. More importantly, the social and political connections that had been carefully cultivated over decades might need to be reevaluated and potentially restructured to accommodate the new emperor's very different personality and priorities. The business empire that had grown from humble beginnings in the Subura now represented one of the most successful and respected commercial networks in the Mediterranean world, employing thousands of people while maintaining the ethical standards and community focus that had always distinguished their enterprises. The management systems and organizational principles that had evolved through decades of careful experimentation continued to provide stability and prosperity, even as external conditions became more uncertain. The culture of integrity and social responsibility that permeated their operations had created loyalty and trust that would prove invaluable during the challenging times that lay ahead. Her historical memoir had gained recognition throughout the empire as an essential resource for understanding the social and economic transformation that had occurred during the transition from republic to empire. Scholars, administrators, and political leaders regularly consulted her detailed observations about the practical effects of different policies and approaches, recognizing that her unique perspective provided guidance that could not be found in traditional historical sources or theoretical treatises. The multi-volume work had become a standard reference for anyone seeking to understand how ordinary people had experienced and shaped one of history's most remarkable periods of change. The textile academy that had originated from her personal expertise was now recognized as the premier educational institution for women throughout the known world, with a network of affiliated schools that stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The graduates of these programs were establishing successful enterprises while also creating their own educational institutions that spread the principles and practices they had learned during their studies. This expanding network of accomplished women had created informal but powerful channels of communication and cooperation that facilitated trade, shared innovations, and provided mutual support during uncertain times. Her son Gaius, now 40 and recognized as one of the most capable and influential business leaders in the empire, was successfully managing operations that required constant adaptation to changing political and economic conditions, while maintaining the family's reputation for reliability and integrity. His innovations in international commerce and organizational management had revolutionized trade practices throughout the Mediterranean world, while his commitment to employee welfare and community development had created a new model for how commercial success could serve broader social purposes. The respect and influence he had earned provided confidence that their family's values and methods would continue to create positive results regardless of external challenges. Her daughter Claudia, now 36 and mother of 6 children, had established herself as a significant figure in educational and social policy, whose influence extended throughout the empire, and whose programs had been implemented in multiple provinces. The innovative approaches she had developed for rural education, worker welfare, and family support had attracted attention from administrators throughout the Roman world, who were seeking effective solutions to social challenges that traditional government programs had been unable to address adequately. Her success demonstrated that private initiative, guided by proven principles and sustained commitment, could create lasting improvements in people's lives. The gradual emergence of disturbing reports about Caligula's behavior and decision-making created growing concern among thoughtful Romans, who had hoped that the young emperor's initial promise would mature into effective and responsible leadership. Stories of excessive spending, arbitrary decisions, and increasingly erratic behavior raised questions about the emperor's judgment and stability that reminded older observers like Livia of the importance of character and preparation in determining how individuals responded to the extraordinary pressures and temptations of absolute power. The birth of her seventh grandchild, Claudia's daughter Antonia, in 38 CE brought joy that was tempered by growing concerns about the kind of world that the next generation would inherit. The political instability and fiscal irresponsibility that were becoming apparent in Caligula's administration created uncertainties that affected everything from business planning to educational investment to simple family security. Yet the presence of new life in their household also provided reminders of the importance of hope and the human capacity to adapt and thrive even under challenging circumstances. The expansion of their charitable and social service programs to include emergency assistance for families affected by the emperor's increasingly arbitrary and destructive policies reflected both their growing resources and their deepening commitment to using private wealth to address problems that government action had created or exacerbated. Veterans whose pensions had been reduced or eliminated, merchants whose businesses had been disrupted by sudden policy changes, and citizens who had suffered from Caligula's capricious exercises of power could find support that helped them navigate difficult circumstances while maintaining their dignity and hope for better times. Her role as unofficial advisor to government officials had become increasingly complex as administrators struggled to implement policies that often seemed to contradict previous decisions or ignore practical realities. Her recommendations about maintaining stability and continuity during periods of rapid change were valued by officials who recognized that her decades of experience provided perspective that was essential for understanding the long-term consequences of short-term decisions. This influence brought both satisfaction and frustration, as she watched capable administrators attempt to serve the public good while dealing with leadership that seemed increasingly disconnected from practical concerns. The social dynamics of Roman society during Caligula's reign created both opportunities and dangers for families of prominence and influence, as the emperor's unpredictable behavior made it difficult to know which relationships might prove beneficial and which might become liabilities. Livia's approach to these challenges emphasized maintaining independence and focusing on demonstrated value rather than personal connections, understanding that lasting security came from competence and integrity rather than political favor that could be withdrawn as arbitrarily as it had been granted. The challenges of maintaining family unity and business prosperity during a period of increasing political instability required all of her accumulated wisdom and diplomatic skills to manage successfully. The weekly family councils that had become a central feature of their governance provided forums for discussing changing conditions and adjusting strategies, while ensuring that different perspectives were heard and various concerns were appropriately addressed. She had learned to guide these discussions with a steady hand that provided confidence and direction, while allowing for the flexibility that uncertain times demanded. Her 64th birthday celebration in 39 CE took place against the backdrop of growing unease throughout the empire, as more Romans began to recognize that their young emperor's initial promise was giving way to behavior that threatened the stability and prosperity that had been carefully built over decades of responsible governance. The gathering included many of the same people who had attended previous celebrations, but the conversations reflected a new awareness of how quickly circumstances could change and how important it was to prepare for challenges that might arise without warning. The assassination of Caligula in January of 41 CE, while shocking in its suddenness and violence, came as a relief to many Romans who had watched with growing alarm as the emperor's behavior became increasingly erratic and destructive. For families like Livia's, who had maintained their independence and avoided becoming too closely associated with any particular political faction, the transition provided an opportunity to rebuild relationships and contribute to the restoration of stable governance under Caligula's uncle Claudius, whose scholarly temperament and administrative experience offered hope for a return to responsible leadership. The early months of Claudius's reign brought a sense of restoration and renewal, as the new emperor began the careful work of repairing the damage that had been done during his predecessor's brief but destructive rule. For Livia, who had witnessed multiple imperial transitions throughout her long life, these developments provided confirmation that the Roman system was resilient enough to survive even serious mistakes in leadership, while also demonstrating the importance of having experienced and capable people ready to assume responsibility when circumstances required it. As 41 CE progressed, and the initial crisis of transition gave way to the steady work of rebuilding confidence and stability, Livia could look back on the previous few years with gratitude that her family had successfully navigated one of the most challenging periods in recent Roman history. The experience had reinforced lessons about the importance of maintaining independence, focusing on sustainable practices, and building relationships based on mutual benefit rather than political convenience. The woman who had learned about resilience by watching her parents adapt to changing circumstances had become an elder whose own example of steady wisdom was helping others weather the storms of uncertainty and change. The conversations that filled their family compound during those winter evenings reflected both relief at having survived a dangerous period and renewed commitment to the principles and practices that had enabled them to weather the crisis while maintaining their integrity and continuing to serve their community. Livia had learned that true security came not from political connections or temporary advantages, but from the relationships and reputation that were built through decades of consistent service and reliable performance. As she sat by the fire surrounded by the family that represented her greatest achievement, she embodied the Roman ideal of wisdom gained through experience, and the understanding that came from having lived long enough to see patterns repeat, while also recognizing that each generation faced unique challenges that required both traditional wisdom and innovative solutions. At 65, in the year 42 CE, Livia had achieved something that few Romans could claim. She had become a living bridge between the early republic and the mature empire, someone whose memories encompassed the entire transformation of Roman civilization, from a city-state struggling with civil wars to the greatest power the world had ever known. Standing in the private garden of their family compound on a peaceful morning, surrounded by olive trees that had been planted when she was still a young woman, and watching her great-grandchildren play beneath their spreading branches. She embodied the continuity and stability that had enabled Roman culture to flourish through decades of change and challenge. Have you ever felt that profound sense of connection to history, when you realize that your own experiences have become part of a larger story that will continue long after your individual chapter has ended? The early years of Claudius's reign had brought a welcome return to competent and scholarly governance that emphasized practical administration over dramatic gestures or personal aggrandizement. For families like Livia's, who had prospered through merit and consistency rather than political connections, this restoration of rational leadership created opportunities to rebuild relationships and contribute to the empire's recovery from the damage inflicted during Caligula's brief but destructive rule. The new emperor's background as a historian and administrator meant that he understood the importance of institutional continuity and the value of experienced advisors who could provide perspective based on decades of observation and practical experience. Her role as an unofficial elder stateswoman had evolved to encompass not just advice about specific policies or business practices, but broader consultation about the patterns and principle that had enabled Roman civilization to thrive through multiple generations of leadership and change. Officials throughout the empire had begun to seek her counsel on matters ranging from provincial administration to educational policy to the complex challenges of governing an increasingly diverse population that stretched from the Scottish Highlands to the deserts of Africa. Her recommendations carried weight because they were based on demonstrated results and comprehensive understanding of how different approaches affected real people in practical situations. The business empire that had grown from her and Marcus's modest beginnings in the Suburra had evolved into a model of sustainable prosperity that other commercial families throughout the Mediterranean were studying and adapting for their own operations. The management systems and organizational principles that had been developed through decades of careful experimentation continued to provide stability and growth even as external conditions changed, while the culture of integrity and social responsibility that permeated their enterprises had created loyalty and trust that proved invaluable during uncertain times. The influence of their methods could now be seen in businesses throughout the Roman world, where former associates and competitors alike had adopted practices that emphasized quality, employee welfare, and community service. Her historical memoir had become recognized as an essential resource for understanding not just the factual sequence of events during the transformation from republic to empire, but the human experiences and social dynamics that had shaped those changes. Scholars from throughout the known world regularly consulted her detailed observations about family life, commercial practices, educational methods, and community relationships, recognizing that her unique perspective provided insights that could not be found in traditional historical sources or official documents. The work had already been copied and distributed to libraries throughout the empire, ensuring that future generations would have access to her observations and analysis. The textile academy that had originated from her personal expertise was now entering its fourth decade of operation, with a network of affiliated schools that had trained thousands of women and established successful enterprises throughout the Mediterranean world. The graduates of these programs were not only creating economic opportunities for themselves and their families, but also implementing the principles of ethical business practices and community service that had been central to their education. This expanding network of accomplished women had created informal but powerful channels of communication and cooperation that facilitated trade, shared innovations, and provided mutual support across cultural and national boundaries. Her son Gaius, now 44 and universally recognized as one of the most capable and influential business leaders in the empire, was successfully managing operations that required constant adaptation to changing conditions, while maintaining the family's reputation for reliability and innovation. His approaches to international commerce, employee relations, and community development had been studied and implemented by businesses throughout the Roman world, while his commitment to sustainable practices and social responsibility had created a new model for how commercial success could serve broader purposes. The respect and influence he had earned provided confidence that their family's values and methods would continue to create positive results for generations to come. Her daughter Claudia, now 40 and mother of 7 children, had established herself as a significant figure in educational and social policy, whose influence extended throughout multiple provinces, and whose programs had been implemented by administrators seeking effective solutions to persistent social challenges. The innovative approaches she had developed for rural education, worker welfare, and family support had attracted attention from officials throughout the Roman world, who recognized that private initiative, guided by proven principles and sustained commitment, could achieve results that traditional government programs had been unable to accomplish. Her success demonstrated that women of exceptional ability could contribute meaningfully to public policy while fulfilling their traditional roles as wives and mothers. The expansion of their charitable and educational activities during Claudius's reign reflected both their growing resources and the new emperor's appreciation for practical solutions to social problems that had been neglected or exacerbated during his predecessor's chaotic rule. Veterans who had been abandoned during Caligula's spending sprees, communities that had suffered from arbitrary policy changes, and institutions that had been damaged by political instability could find support that helped them rebuild while maintaining their dignity and self-respect. This approach had demonstrated that private wealth, when properly organized and consistently applied, could address social challenges more effectively than government programs alone. The birth of her 8th grandchild, Gaius's 3rd son Claudius, in 44 CE brought special significance as the first child to be named for the emperor, whose scholarly approach to governance had restored stability and prosperity to the empire after the chaos of Caligula's reign. Holding this newest member of their family, she reflected on the remarkable continuity that connected her own childhood during Augustus's golden age to this new generation that would grow up under leaders who understood the importance of learning from history while adapting to changing circumstances. The baby represented not just personal joy, but the continuation of values and traditions that had enabled Roman civilization to flourish through multiple generations of challenge and change. The social dynamics of Roman society during Claudius's reign created unprecedented opportunities for individuals of exceptional ability and proven competence to contribute to the empire's governance and prosperity, regardless of their gender or family background. The emperor's appreciation for scholarship and practical expertise meant that those who could demonstrate real value and consistent performance found their influence enhanced rather than limited by traditional social boundaries. Livia had become a living example of how merit and virtue could create authority that transcended conventional limitations, while her careful approach to exercising that influence had helped to expand opportunities for others without provoking backlash or resentment. Her role in preparing the next generation of family leaders had become increasingly important as her great-grandchildren reached ages where they could begin to understand and participate in the complex enterprises and community responsibilities that they would eventually inherit. The educational programs she had developed combined traditional Roman values with practical skills and global perspectives that would be essential for success in an increasingly interconnected world. More importantly, she was working to instill the character and judgment that would enable them to use their inherited advantages wisely and responsibly, understanding that privilege without virtue was ultimately destructive to both individuals and communities. The challenges of maintaining family unity and business prosperity during a period of renewed stability and growth required different skills than those that had been necessary during the crisis years of Caligula's reign. Success brought its own complications, including increased attention from competitors and potential partners, greater complexity in managing diverse operations and relationships, and the constant need to balance expansion opportunities with sustainable practices. The family councils that had become central to their governance provided forums for discussing these challenges, while ensuring that important decisions reflected both immediate practical considerations and long-term strategic thinking. Her 68th birthday celebration in 45 CE reflected not just her personal longevity and achievements, but the remarkable stability and prosperity that Claudius's competent administration had restored to the empire after years of uncertainty and chaos. The gathering included representatives from every aspect of her extraordinary life, family members spanning 4 generations, business associates from throughout the Mediterranean, former students who had established successful enterprises in distant provinces, government officials who valued her counsel, and community leaders who had benefited from her various programs and initiatives. This diverse assembly demonstrated how individual excellence and community service could create expanding networks of mutual benefit and support. The completion of her expanded memoir as a comprehensive documentation of social and economic life during the transformation from republic to empire represented one of her most significant contributions to future understanding of this remarkable period. The multi-volume work provided detailed analysis of how ordinary people had experienced and shaped historical changes, while also offering practical guidance about leadership, family management, business ethics, and community service that would remain relevant long after the specific circumstances of her era had become historical curiosities rather than living memory. The transition from active involvement in daily operations to strategic oversight and advisory roles had been accomplished with characteristic grace and wisdom, allowing her to focus her remaining energy on the most important decisions and relationships, while creating opportunities for younger family members to develop their own leadership capabilities. This evolution required constant adjustment and careful communication to ensure that the transfer of responsibility enhanced rather than weakened their various enterprises and community commitments. As 45 CE drew to a close, and Livia prepared to enter her 70th year, she could look back on the previous few years with deep satisfaction at having successfully navigated another major imperial transition, while maintaining her family's prosperity and expanding their positive influence throughout the Roman world. The young woman who had once learned about adaptation and resilience by watching her parents respond to changing circumstances had become an elder whose own example of steady wisdom and principled leadership was inspiring others to believe that individual excellence and community commitment could create legacies that transcended the limitations of any single lifetime. The conversations that filled their family compound during those peaceful winter evenings reflected both the contentment that comes from having built something meaningful and enduring, and the continuing engagement with life and learning that kept her mind sharp and her interests diverse. Livia had learned to find fulfillment in watching others succeed, using principles she had helped to develop, to take pride in accomplishments that bore her influence but not her direct control, and to see her individual legacy as part of larger patterns of progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave profound meaning to every aspect of her continuing existence. As she sat by the fire on those cold winter nights, surrounded by children and grandchildren who represented the continuation of everything she had worked to achieve, while correspondents arrived regularly with news of their enterprises and former students throughout the Mediterranean world, Livia embodied the Roman ideal of wisdom gained through experience and service. A life that honored both personal achievement and family responsibility, while contributing meaningfully to the larger community and civilization. The girl who had once listened with wonder to Demetrius's stories about the wider world had become a woman whose own extraordinary journey had created stories that would inspire others for generations to come, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to virtue and service, could indeed help to build and sustain the greatest civilization the world had ever known. At 69, in the year 46 CE, Livia had entered that rare and sacred stage of life where accumulated wisdom transcends personal experience to become something approaching universal understanding, where the patterns observed over 7 decades of living reveal truths that can guide others through challenges not yet imagined. Sitting in the quiet sanctuary of her private study on a golden afternoon, surrounded by scrolls that contain the distilled observations of a lifetime spent watching empires rise and families flourish, she embodied the precious gift that true elders offer to their communities, the perspective that comes only from having lived long enough to see cycles complete and patterns emerge from what once seemed like random events. Have you ever been in the presence of someone whose very being seemed to radiate the peace that comes from understanding life's deeper rhythms and accepting both its joys and sorrows as parts of a larger design? The middle years of Claudius's reign had settled into a comfortable pattern of competent administration and steady progress that reminded thoughtful observers like Livia of the best aspects of Augustus's leadership. The emphasis on practical results over dramatic gestures, the respect for expertise and experience, and the understanding that lasting achievements required patience, consistency, and attention to detail. For families who had built their success through merit and virtue rather than political connections, this environment provided opportunities to consolidate their accomplishments while contributing to the empire's continued prosperity and stability. The emperor's appreciation for scholarship and his willingness to listen to advisors who possessed practical experience had created conditions where wisdom was valued and competence was rewarded. Her role as the family's guiding spirit had evolved beyond practical advice about business operations or social relationships to encompass something more profound: the transmission of values and principles that had been tested through decades of challenge and success, refined through careful observation and thoughtful analysis, and proven effective in creating both material prosperity and genuine fulfillment. The conversations that took place during their regular family gatherings had become informal academies where multiple generations could learn from each other, while maintaining the continuity that connected past achievements to future possibilities. These sessions represented one of her greatest accomplishments: the creation of a family culture that honored tradition while encouraging innovation, respected authority while valuing individual contribution. The business empire that had grown from humble origins in the Suburra now served as a model for sustainable enterprise throughout the Mediterranean world, demonstrating how commercial success could be achieved while maintaining ethical standards and contributing to community welfare. The organizational principles and management practices that had been developed through decades of careful experimentation were being studied and adopted by businesses throughout the Roman world, creating a lasting influence that extended far beyond their immediate operations. More importantly, the culture of integrity and social responsibility that permeated their enterprises had become a standard that other commercial families were striving to match, proving that virtue and profit were not merely compatible but mutually reinforcing when properly understood and consistently applied. Her historical memoir had achieved recognition as one of the most valuable resources for understanding the social and economic transformation that had occurred during the transition from republic to empire, providing insights that complemented and sometimes corrected the accounts left by traditional historians who had focused primarily on political and military events. Scholars throughout the empire regularly consulted her detailed observations about daily life, family relationships, commercial practices, and community dynamics, recognizing that her unique perspective as both participant and observer offered understanding that could not be found in official documents or theoretical treatises. The work had already been translated into Greek and was being copied for libraries throughout the Mediterranean world, ensuring that future generations would have access to her observations and analysis. The textile academy that had originated from her personal expertise was now recognized as the premier educational institution for women throughout the known world, with graduates establishing successful enterprises and creating their own schools in cities from Londinium to Damascus. The network of affiliated institutions had evolved into something approaching a university system that provided comprehensive education combining practical skills with intellectual development and moral instruction. The influence of her educational philosophy could be seen in the prosperity and social cohesion of communities where her students had settled, as they implemented the principles of ethical business practices, community service, and social responsibility that had been central to their training. Her son Gaius, now approaching his 50th year and universally recognized as one of the most capable business leaders in the empire, was successfully managing operations that spanned continents while maintaining the family's reputation for innovation and integrity. His contributions to international commerce, organizational management, and social policy had earned him recognition from imperial administrators, who regularly sought his advice on matters affecting the empire's economic development and social stability. The respect and influence he had achieved provided confidence that their family's values and methods would continue to create positive results long after her own direct involvement had ended, ensuring continuity of purpose and principle across generations. Her daughter Claudia, now 44 and recognized as one of the most influential women in the empire, had established herself as a significant figure in educational and social policy, whose programs had been implemented throughout multiple provinces. The innovative approaches she had developed for addressing rural poverty, improving educational opportunities, and supporting family stability had attracted attention from administrators throughout the Roman world, who recognized that private initiative, guided by proven principles and sustained commitment, could achieve results that traditional government programs had been unable to accomplish. Her success had opened new opportunities for other women of exceptional ability, while demonstrating that public service and family responsibility could be successfully combined. The expansion of their charitable and educational activities during this period reflected both their growing resources and their deepening understanding of how individual families could contribute to addressing social challenges that affected entire regions or provinces. The comprehensive system of schools, job training programs, veteran support services, and emergency assistance that had grown from their initial efforts was now serving thousands of people throughout their region, while providing a model that other wealthy families were studying and adapting for their own communities. This approach had demonstrated that private wealth, when properly organized and consistently applied, could create lasting improvements in people's lives while strengthening the social fabric that held communities together. The birth of her ninth grandchild, Claudia's fourth son Marcus, in 48 CE brought the special joy that comes from watching the family tree continue to grow, while maintaining its strong roots in the values and traditions that had guided their success through multiple generations. Each new grandchild represented not just personal happiness, but the continuation of ideals and principles that had been carefully nurtured and refined over decades of dedicated effort. The presence of young children in their household provided constant reminders of the importance of building something that would endure long after her own earthly journey had ended, while their innocent questions and fresh perspectives often revealed insights that decades of experience had made difficult to see. The challenges of preparing multiple generations for future leadership had become one of her most important and rewarding responsibilities, requiring all of her accumulated wisdom and diplomatic skills to manage successfully. The great-grandchildren who were now reaching adolescence would inherit opportunities and face challenges that no previous generation could have imagined, making their education and character development crucial for the family's continued success and positive influence. She had developed comprehensive programs that combined traditional Roman values with practical skills and global perspectives that would be essential for success in an increasingly complex and interconnected world, while also working to instill the judgment and integrity that would enable them to use their advantages wisely and responsibly. Her role as unofficial advisor to government officials had expanded to include consultation on matters of imperial policy that affected the welfare of people throughout the known world, reflecting the emperor's appreciation for her practical experience and historical perspective. Her recommendations about commercial regulation, educational funding, infrastructure development, and social services carried significant weight because they were based on demonstrated results and comprehensive understanding of how different approaches affected real people in practical situations. This influence brought both deep satisfaction and acute awareness of the responsibility that came with having her words and insights shape decisions that would affect countless lives throughout the empire and beyond. The social dynamics of Roman society during the later years of Claudius's reign continued to evolve in ways that created opportunities for individuals of exceptional ability and proven competence, while also requiring careful navigation of the complex relationships and competing interests that characterized life at the highest levels of imperial society. Livia had mastered the art of maintaining influence through demonstrated value and consistent service, rather than political maneuvering or personal connections, understanding that lasting authority came from competence and integrity, rather than temporary advantages that might not survive changes in leadership or circumstances. Her approach had become a model for others who sought to build sustainable influence based on merit rather than manipulation. The completion of her second major work, a comprehensive guide to family management and business ethics that distilled the practical lessons learned through 7 decades of building and managing complex enterprises, represented another significant contribution to future understanding of how individual excellence and community service could be successfully combined. This volume complemented her historical memoir by providing specific guidance about leadership principles, organizational strategies, and the values that had enabled their family to prosper while contributing meaningfully to the broader community. The work was already being consulted by administrators and business leaders throughout the empire who recognized its practical value for addressing contemporary challenges. Her 72nd birthday celebration in 49 CE marked a milestone that few Romans achieved, representing not just exceptional longevity, but the accumulation of experience and wisdom that made her one of the most valued and respected figures in the empire. The gathering included representatives from every aspect of her remarkable life, family members spanning 4 generations, business associates from throughout the Mediterranean, former students who had established successful enterprises in distant provinces, government officials who valued her counsel, veterans who had benefited from her programs, and ordinary citizens whose lives had been improved through her various initiatives and enterprises. This diverse assembly demonstrated how individual achievement, when guided by virtue and shared generously, could create expanding networks of mutual benefit and support that strengthened entire civilizations. The transition from active oversight to elder guidance had been accomplished with characteristic grace and wisdom, allowing her to focus her remaining energy on the most important relationships and decisions, while creating opportunities for younger family members to develop their own leadership capabilities. This evolution required constant adjustment and careful communication to ensure that the transfer of responsibility enhanced rather than weakened their various enterprises and community commitments, while also preserving the principles and practices that had enabled their success over multiple generations. As 49 CE drew to a close, and Livia prepared to enter her 8th decade of life, she could look back on the previous few years with deep satisfaction at having successfully managed another phase of the natural progression from active leadership to elder wisdom, while maintaining her family's prosperity and expanding their positive influence throughout the Roman world. The young woman who had once learned about patience and persistence by watching her mother work at the loom had become an elder whose own example of steady wisdom and principled leadership was inspiring others to believe that individual excellence and community commitment could create legacies that transcended the limitations of any single lifetime or generation. The conversations that filled their family compound during those peaceful winter evenings reflected both the contentment that comes from having built something meaningful and enduring, and the continuing engagement with life and learning that kept her mind sharp and her interests diverse. Livia had learned to find fulfillment in watching others succeed, using principles she had helped to develop, to take pride in accomplishments that bore her influence but not her direct control, and to see her individual legacy as part of larger patterns of progress that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave profound meaning to every aspect of her continuing existence. As she sat by the fire on those cold winter nights, surrounded by children and grandchildren who represented the continuation of everything she had worked to achieve, while correspondents arrived regularly with news of their enterprises and former students throughout the Mediterranean world, Livia embodied the Roman ideal of successful aging, a life that honored both personal achievement and family responsibility while contributing meaningfully to the larger community and civilization. The girl who had once imagined adventures beyond the familiar streets of the Subura had become a woman whose own extraordinary journey had created stories that would inspire others for generations to come, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to virtue and service, could indeed help to build and sustain the greatest achievements of human civilization, while finding deep personal fulfillment in the process. At 73, in the year 50 CE, Livia had achieved something that transcended mere longevity or worldly success. She had become a living embodiment of the deepest values and highest aspirations of Roman civilization, someone whose very presence seemed to radiate the peace that comes from a life lived in complete harmony with one's highest principles and deepest convictions. Resting in the sun-dappled courtyard of their family compound on a serene morning, surrounded by the gentle sounds of children playing and the soft murmur of daily life continuing around her, she embodied the precious gift that true elders offer to their communities, the demonstration that it is possible to grow old with grace, dignity, and undiminished engagement with the beauty and meaning of existence. Have you ever been in the presence of someone whose mere existence seemed to be a blessing, whose accumulated wisdom had transformed them into something approaching a living treasure of human understanding and compassion? The later years of Claudius's reign had brought a stability and prosperity to the empire that reminded thoughtful observers of the Golden Age under Augustus, with the added benefit of administrative efficiency and scholarly depth that reflected the emperor's background as a historian and his appreciation for learning and expertise. For families like Livia's, who had built their success through consistent virtue and practical competence, this environment provided opportunities to consolidate their achievements while focusing on the transmission of knowledge and values to future generations. The emperor's regular consultation with experienced advisors and his respect for institutional memory had created conditions where wisdom was valued and long-term thinking was rewarded rather than sacrificed to short-term political considerations. Her role as the family's spiritual and intellectual center had evolved to encompass something that went beyond practical guidance or strategic planning to touch the deeper questions of meaning and purpose that every generation must answer for itself. The weekly gatherings that took place in their home had become informal philosophical salons where family members and guests could explore ideas about virtue, responsibility, happiness, and the proper relationship between individual achievement and community service. These conversations represented one of her most cherished accomplishments, the creation of a space where serious questions could be discussed with both intellectual rigor and emotional warmth, where different generations could learn from each other while maintaining the bonds of love and respect that held families together across time. The business empire that had grown from her and Marcus's modest beginnings continued to prosper under the capable management of her children and grandchildren, but its greatest significance lay not in its material success, but in its demonstration that commercial enterprise could serve higher purposes than mere profit accumulation. The principles and practices that had been developed through decades of careful experimentation were now being taught in academies throughout the empire, studied by administrators seeking to understand how private initiative could address social problems, and implemented by businesses that sought to combine financial success with ethical conduct and community service. The influence of their approach had created a new model of responsible enterprise that was gradually transforming commercial culture throughout the Mediterranean world. Her historical memoir had achieved recognition as one of the most important documents of the imperial period, providing insights into the social and economic transformation of Roman society that no other source could match. Scholars from throughout the known world regularly made pilgrimages to consult with her personally about specific aspects of her observations, while copies of her work were being preserved in libraries from Alexandria to Massilia. The memoir had become not just a historical record, but a guide for understanding how individual choices and actions could shape larger historical patterns, demonstrating that ordinary people were not merely passive recipients of historical forces, but active participants in creating the conditions that determined their civilization's character and direction. The textile academy that had originated from her personal expertise was now recognized as the premier center of learning for women throughout the empire, with graduates establishing successful enterprises and creating educational institutions in communities throughout the Mediterranean world. The network of affiliated schools had evolved into a comprehensive system that provided not just technical training, but intellectual and moral education that prepared students for leadership roles in whatever fields they chose to pursue. The influence of her educational philosophy could be seen in the prosperity and social cohesion of communities where her students had settled, as they implemented principles of ethical conduct, community service, and social responsibility that strengthened the bonds holding diverse populations together. Her son Gaius, now 54 and recognized as one of the most respected figures in the empire, was successfully managing operations that required sophisticated understanding of international commerce, cultural differences, and political dynamics, while maintaining the family's reputation for integrity and innovation. His contributions to economic policy and social development had earned him recognition from imperial administrators, who regularly sought his advice on matters affecting the empire's prosperity and stability. The success of his leadership provided confidence that their family's values and methods would continue to create positive results for generations to come, ensuring that the principles they had developed would outlive their individual involvement and influence. Her daughter Claudia, now 48 and widely regarded as one of the most influential women of her generation, had established herself as a significant figure in educational and social policy, whose programs had been implemented throughout multiple provinces. The innovative approaches she had developed for addressing rural poverty, improving educational opportunities, and supporting family stability had become standard practices that administrators throughout the Roman world were adapting for their own regions. Her success had demonstrated that exceptional women could contribute meaningfully to public policy while maintaining their traditional roles and responsibilities, opening new possibilities for future generations while respecting the customs and values that provided continuity across time. The expansion of their charitable and educational activities to encompass a comprehensive network of social services that addressed needs throughout their region and beyond had created a model that wealthy families throughout the empire were studying and implementing in their own communities. The systematic approach they had developed for identifying problems, designing solutions, and measuring results had proven that private initiative, when properly organized and consistently sustained, could address social challenges more effectively than government programs alone. This demonstration had influenced imperial policy by showing administrators how to leverage private resources and expertise to achieve public goals while maintaining fiscal responsibility and administrative efficiency. The birth of her 10th grandchild, Gaius's daughter Livia, in 52 CE brought special significance as another child to carry her name into the future, along with the values and traditions that had shaped their family's remarkable journey from modest circumstances to genuine influence and prosperity. Holding this newest member of their family, she reflected on the incredible transformation that had occurred over 8 decades. From the simple apartment above a bakery, where she had been born to this position of respect and authority that provided opportunities for her descendants that no previous generation could have imagined. The baby represented both personal joy and the living embodiment of hope for the future, carrying forward the possibility that each generation could build upon the achievements of those who came before, while creating new possibilities for those who would follow. The challenges of maintaining family unity and shared purpose across multiple generations and diverse interests had become one of her most important and rewarding responsibilities, requiring all of her accumulated wisdom and diplomatic skills to manage successfully. The family councils that had evolved over decades of practice now served as forums for discussing not just practical matters of business and property, but deeper questions about values, responsibilities, and the proper use of inherited advantages. She had learned to guide these discussions with a gentle touch that encouraged participation and honest expression, while maintaining the coherence and direction that came from shared principles and common goals. Her role as unofficial advisor to government officials had evolved to encompass consultation on matters of imperial policy that affected the welfare of millions of people throughout the known world, reflecting both her accumulated expertise and the emperor's recognition that practical experience provided insights that could not be found in theoretical knowledge or administrative precedent. Her recommendations about commercial regulation, educational funding, infrastructure development, and social services were valued because they were based on demonstrated results and comprehensive understanding of how different approaches affected real people in practical situations. This influence brought both deep satisfaction and humbling awareness of the responsibility that came with having her words and insights shape decisions that would affect countless lives throughout the empire and beyond. The social dynamics of Roman society during the middle years of Claudius's reign continued to evolve in ways that created opportunities for individuals of exceptional ability and proven competence to contribute meaningfully to the empire's governance and prosperity, while also requiring careful navigation of complex relationships and competing interests. Livia had mastered the art of exercising influence through demonstrated value and consistent service, rather than political maneuvering or personal connections, understanding that lasting authority came from competence and integrity, rather than temporary advantages that might not survive changes in circumstances or leadership. Her approach had become a model for others who sought to build sustainable influence based on merit, rather than manipulation or inherited privilege. The completion of her third major work, a philosophical reflection on the meaning of a well-lived life that synthesized the lessons learned through 8 decades of experience with the wisdom inherited from previous generations, represented her final contribution to the literary and intellectual heritage of Roman civilization. This volume explored the deepest questions about human purpose and fulfillment, drawing on her unique perspective as someone who had witnessed the entire transformation from republic to empire, while building a life of extraordinary achievement and meaning. The work was already being consulted by philosophers and administrators throughout the empire, who recognized its practical wisdom and spiritual depth as guides for addressing the eternal questions that every generation must answer for itself. Her 76th birthday celebration in 53 CE was marked by a gathering that reflected not just her personal achievements, but the remarkable network of relationships and influence that had grown from her lifetime of service and dedication to excellence. Representatives came from throughout the Mediterranean world, former students who had traveled from distant provinces, business associates who had prospered through their connections with her enterprises, government officials who valued her counsel, and ordinary citizens whose lives had been improved through her various programs and initiatives. This diverse assembly demonstrated how individual virtue and community service could create expanding circles of benefit that strengthened entire civilizations, while providing deep personal fulfillment to those who chose to dedicate themselves to something larger than their own immediate interests. The transition from active involvement in daily operations to the role of elder counselor and spiritual guide had been accomplished with characteristic grace and wisdom, allowing her to focus her remaining energy on the most important relationships and insights while creating opportunities for younger family members to develop their own leadership capabilities and find their own paths to meaningful achievement. This evolution required constant adjustment and careful communication to ensure that the transfer of responsibility enhanced rather than weakened their various enterprises and community commitments, while also preserving the principles and practices that had enabled their success across multiple generations and changing circumstances. As 53 CE drew to a close, and Livia prepared to enter her 77th year, she could look back on the previous decades with the deep satisfaction that comes from having lived fully and purposefully, while contributing meaningfully to something larger and more enduring than any individual existence. The young woman who had once learned about courage and determination by watching her parents adapt to changing circumstances had become an elder whose own example of wisdom, integrity, and service was inspiring others throughout the empire to believe that individual excellence and community commitment could create legacies that transcended the limitations of time, circumstance, and mortality itself. The conversations that filled their family compound during those peaceful winter evenings reflected both the contentment that comes from having built something meaningful and lasting, and the continuing engagement with life's deepest questions that kept her mind sharp and her spirit vibrant, despite the inevitable physical limitations that came with advanced age. Livia had learned to find fulfillment in watching others succeed, using principles she had helped to develop, to take pride in accomplishments that bore her influence but not her direct control, and to see her individual legacy as part of larger patterns of progress and meaning that connected her to both past and future in ways that gave profound significance to every moment of her continuing existence. As she sat by the fire on those cold winter nights, surrounded by children and grandchildren who represented the continuation of everything she had worked to achieve, while letters arrived regularly with news of their enterprises and former students throughout the Mediterranean world, Livia embodied the highest ideals of Roman civilization. The belief that individual excellence and community service could create lasting value, that virtue and wisdom were the true measures of success, and that each person had both the opportunity and the obligation to contribute to something greater and more enduring than their own immediate concerns. The girl who had once listened with wonder to stories about distant lands had become a woman whose own extraordinary journey had created a story that would inspire others for generations to come, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to the highest human values, could indeed help to build and sustain the greatest achievements of civilization, while finding deep peace and fulfillment in the process. At 77, in the year 54 CE, Livia had entered that sacred twilight of life, where the approaching sunset casts everything in the golden light of completion and fulfillment, where each day becomes a precious gift to be savored rather than a challenge to be conquered. Sitting peacefully in her beloved garden courtyard on a warm afternoon, watching the play of light and shadow through the olive branches, while listening to the gentle voices of her great-grandchildren at their lessons, she embodied the profound serenity that comes to those who have lived with such integrity and purpose that they can face the future with complete peace. Have you ever felt that deep contentment that comes from knowing that your life has been well lived, that the love you've given and received has created something beautiful that will continue long after you're gone? The death of Claudius in October of 54 CE and the accession of young Nero brought another imperial transition to observe with the perspective that came from having witnessed multiple changes of leadership over 8 decades of life. For thoughtful Romans like Livia, who had lived through the reigns of 5 emperors and seen how different personalities and approaches affected the empire's direction, these moments of change provided opportunities to reflect on the patterns of history and the qualities that made for effective leadership. The new emperor's youth and artistic temperament created both hope for cultural flourishing and concern about his preparation for the enormous responsibilities he was inheriting, reminding experienced observers of the importance of character and wisdom in determining how power would be exercised. Her role as the family's spiritual center had evolved into something that transcended practical guidance or strategic planning, to encompass the transmission of the deepest values and most precious insights that she had accumulated over a lifetime of careful observation and thoughtful reflection. The conversations that took place in her presence had become precious opportunities for family members to explore questions about meaning, purpose, and the proper relationship between individual fulfillment and service to others. Her gentle guidance helped younger generations understand that true success lay not in material accumulation or social position, but in the quality of relationships built, the positive influence exercised, and the legacy of love and wisdom left for those who would follow. The business empire that had grown from her and Marcus's modest beginnings continued to prosper under the capable leadership of her children and grandchildren. But its greatest value now lay in its demonstration that commercial enterprise could serve higher purposes than mere profit. The principles and practices that had been developed through decades of experimentation were being taught throughout the empire, studied by administrators and business leaders who sought to understand how private initiative could address social problems while creating sustainable prosperity. The influence of their approach had helped to establish new standards for ethical conduct and social responsibility that were gradually transforming the culture of commerce throughout the Mediterranean world. Her historical writings had achieved recognition as essential documents for understanding not just the factual sequence of events during the imperial period, but the human experiences and social dynamics that had shaped those changes. The 3-volume memoir had become a standard reference for scholars throughout the empire, while her philosophical reflections on the meaning of a well-lived life were being consulted by thoughtful people seeking guidance about how to find purpose and fulfillment in their own circumstances. The works would serve future generations as both historical record and practical wisdom, providing insights that would remain relevant long after the specific conditions of her era had passed into memory. The textile academy that had originated from her personal expertise was now training its 5th generation of students, with a network of affiliated schools that provided comprehensive education for women throughout the known world. The graduates of these programs were not only creating economic opportunities for themselves and their communities, but also implementing the principles of ethical conduct, social responsibility, and community service that had been central to their education. This expanding network of accomplished women had created lasting channels of communication and cooperation that strengthened the bonds holding diverse populations together, while demonstrating that education and opportunity, when widely available, could create prosperity and stability that benefited everyone. Her son Gaius, now 58 and recognized as one of the most respected figures in the empire, was successfully managing operations that spanned continents while maintaining the family's reputation for integrity and innovation. His contributions to economic policy and social development had earned him a place among the unofficial advisors whom Nero consulted on matters affecting the empire's prosperity and stability. The respect and influence he had achieved provided confidence that their family's values and methods would continue to create positive results for generations to come, ensuring that the principles they had developed would outlive individual involvement and continue to influence Roman civilization long into the future. Her daughter Claudia, now 52 and widely regarded as one of the most influential women of her generation, had established programs and policies that were being implemented throughout multiple provinces, addressing challenges related to education, family support, and rural development. The innovative approaches she had pioneered had become standard practices that administrators throughout the Roman world were adapting for their own regions, while her success had opened new possibilities for women to contribute meaningfully to public policy. Her achievements demonstrated that exceptional individuals could transcend traditional limitations, while respecting the customs and values that provided continuity and stability across generations. The expansion of their charitable and educational activities had created a comprehensive system of social services that addressed needs throughout their region, while serving as a model for similar initiatives in other parts of the empire. The systematic approach they had developed for identifying problems, designing solutions, and measuring results had influenced imperial policy by demonstrating how private resources and expertise could be leveraged to achieve public goals while maintaining fiscal responsibility. This model of public-private cooperation had become a template that administrators throughout the empire were studying and implementing, proving that individual initiative and government authority could work together to create benefits that neither could achieve alone. The birth of her 11th grandchild, Claudia's fifth son Demetrius, in 56 CE brought special joy as the second child to be named for her beloved childhood teacher, whose influence had shaped so much of her educational philosophy and approach to learning. Holding this newest member of their family, she reflected on the remarkable continuity that connected her own early education under the old Greek scholar to the comprehensive system of schools and programs that now served thousands of students throughout the Mediterranean world. The baby represented not just personal happiness, but the living embodiment of how knowledge and wisdom could be transmitted across generations and cultures, creating benefits that multiplied far beyond their original source. The challenges of preparing multiple generations for future leadership had become one of her most cherished responsibilities, requiring all of her accumulated wisdom and gentle guidance to manage successfully. The great-grandchildren who were now reaching young adulthood would inherit opportunities and face challenges that no previous generation could have imagined, making their education and character development crucial for the family's continued positive influence. She had developed approaches that combined traditional Roman values with practical skills and global perspectives, while also working to instill the judgment and integrity that would enable them to use their advantages wisely and responsibly for the benefit of both their families and their communities. Her role as advisor to government officials had evolved to encompass consultation on matters of imperial policy that affected the welfare of people throughout the known world, reflecting both her accumulated expertise and the new emperor's appreciation for experienced counsel. Her recommendations about commercial regulation, educational funding, infrastructure development, and social services continued to carry significant weight because they were based on demonstrated results and comprehensive understanding of how different approaches affected real people in practical situations. This influence brought both deep satisfaction and humble recognition of the responsibility that came with having her insights shape decisions that would affect countless lives throughout the empire. The social dynamics of Roman society during the early years of Nero's reign created new opportunities and challenges that required careful navigation by those who sought to maintain influence while adapting to changing conditions. The young emperor's different priorities and interests meant that relationships and policies that had been successful under Claudius might require adjustment or revision. Livia's approach emphasized maintaining independence and focusing on demonstrated value rather than personal connections, understanding that lasting influence came from consistent competence and integrity rather than temporary advantages that might not survive changes in leadership or imperial preferences. Her 80th birthday celebration in 57 CE marked a milestone that virtually no Romans achieved, representing not just exceptional longevity, but the accumulation of experience and wisdom that made her one of the most treasured figures in the empire. The gathering brought together representatives from every aspect of her extraordinary life, family members spanning 5 generations, business associates from throughout the Mediterranean, former students who had established successful enterprises in distant provinces, government officials who valued her counsel, and countless individuals whose lives had been improved through her various programs and initiatives. This remarkable assembly demonstrated how a single life, lived with virtue and dedication to service, could create expanding networks of positive influence that strengthened entire civilizations. The transition from active involvement to the role of beloved elder and spiritual guide had been accomplished with characteristic grace, allowing her to focus her remaining energy on the most important relationships and insights, while creating space for younger family members to develop their own leadership capabilities. This evolution required constant adjustment and gentle wisdom to ensure that the transfer of responsibility enhanced rather than weakened their various enterprises and community commitments, while also preserving the principles and values that had enabled their success across multiple generations. The process had become a model of how families could maintain continuity while allowing for growth and adaptation. The completion of her final written work, a collection of letters and reflections intended for her great-grandchildren and future generations, represented her most personal contribution to the family's intellectual and spiritual heritage. This intimate volume explored the deepest questions about love, duty, happiness, and the proper use of life's opportunities, drawing on 8 decades of experience to offer guidance that would remain relevant long after the specific circumstances of her era had changed. The work was intended not for public distribution, but as a private treasure that would help future family members understand their heritage while finding their own paths to meaningful achievement and fulfillment. As 57 CE drew to a close, and Livia prepared to enter her 81st year, she could look back on 8 decades of life with the profound satisfaction that comes from having used every gift and opportunity to create something beautiful and lasting. The young woman who had once learned about perseverance by watching her parents build their modest business had become an elder whose example of wisdom, integrity, and service had inspired countless others throughout the empire to believe that individual excellence and community commitment could create legacies that transcended all limitations of time and circumstance. The conversations that filled their family compound during those precious winter evenings reflected both the deep contentment that comes from having built something meaningful and the continuing engagement with life's most important questions that kept her spirit vibrant despite the inevitable physical limitations of advanced age. Livia had learned to find perfect fulfillment in watching others flourish, using principles she had helped to develop, to take quiet pride in accomplishments that bore her influence but not her name, and to see her individual legacy as part of eternal patterns of love and service that connected all generations in an unbroken chain of human progress and aspiration. As she sat by the fire on those peaceful winter nights, surrounded by the children and grandchildren who represented the continuation of everything she had worked to achieve, while letters arrived with news of former students and enterprises throughout the Mediterranean world, Livia embodied the highest fulfillment of human possibility, a life that had honored both personal happiness and family responsibility, while contributing meaningfully to the larger community and civilization. The girl who had once dreamed of adventure while helping her mother at the loom had become a woman whose extraordinary journey had created adventures of the spirit that would inspire others for countless generations to come, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to love, wisdom, and service, could indeed create legacies of beauty and meaning that would outlast the stars themselves. At 81, in the year 58 CE, Livia had entered that most sacred and gentle phase of life where each day unfolds like a prayer of gratitude, where the simple act of breathing becomes a meditation on the preciousness of existence, and where every moment spent with loved ones feels like a gift beyond measure. Resting peacefully in the sunny corner of her garden that had become her favorite retreat, wrapped in the softest wool that her own workshops had ever produced, she watched the changing patterns of light through the leaves with the wondering eyes of someone who had learned to find infinite beauty in the simplest experiences. Have you ever reached that state of grace where everything around you seems touched with meaning, where the ordinary becomes luminous with the accumulated love and wisdom of a lifetime? The early years of Nero's reign had brought changes to the empire that reminded thoughtful observers of the cycles of history that she had witnessed over 8 decades. The inevitable alternation between competent administration and personal ambition, between public service and private indulgence, between policies guided by wisdom and those driven by impulse. For someone who had lived through the reigns of 6 emperors, these patterns provided both comfort in their familiarity and concern for their implications. Yet from her perspective as an elder who had seen Rome survive and prosper through multiple challenges, she felt confidence that the fundamental strength of Roman civilization lay not in any individual ruler, but in the countless ordinary people who continued to build, create, and serve their communities regardless of who occupied the imperial palace. Her role as the family's beloved elder had evolved into something that transcended advice or guidance to become a kind of living benediction, a presence that blessed every gathering simply by being there. The weekly family councils had become precious opportunities for multiple generations to sit in her presence and absorb the peace that seemed to emanate from someone who had lived with such complete integrity and purpose. Her words had become fewer but more treasured, each observation carefully considered and deeply meaningful to those who were privileged to hear them. She had learned the wisdom of silence, understanding that sometimes the most profound teaching came not from speaking, but from simply embodying the values and virtues that she hoped to pass on to future generations. The business enterprises that had grown from her and Marcus's modest beginnings continued to flourish under the capable management of her children and grandchildren. But their greatest value now lay in their demonstration that success could be achieved while maintaining the highest standards of integrity and social responsibility. The principles they had developed were being taught in schools throughout the empire, implemented by administrators seeking to address social challenges, and adopted by businesses that sought to combine profit with purpose. The influence of their approach had become part of the cultural foundation of Roman commercial life, proving that individual choices made with virtue and wisdom could create lasting changes that benefited entire civilizations. Her historical writings had achieved the status of essential documents for understanding the transformation of Roman society during one of history's most remarkable periods. The three-volume memoir was being copied for libraries throughout the Mediterranean world, while her philosophical reflections were being consulted by thoughtful people seeking guidance about how to live meaningful lives in challenging times. Scholars from distant provinces would make pilgrimages to visit her personally, hoping to clarify specific points or gain additional insights from the remarkable woman who had witnessed and participated in so much history. These conversations had become treasured memories for visitors who recognized that they were in the presence of someone whose experiences connected them directly to the great events and transformations of their age. The textile academy that had originated from her personal expertise was now recognized as one of the great educational institutions of the empire, with graduates establishing successful enterprises and creating schools in communities throughout the known world. The comprehensive curriculum that combined practical skills with intellectual development and moral instruction had become a model that other educational institutions were studying and adapting for their own programs. The network of accomplished women who had been trained in these schools continued to expand the influence of her educational philosophy, demonstrating that learning and opportunity, when widely available, could create prosperity and stability that strengthened entire regions while empowering individuals to reach their full potential. Her son Gaius, now 62 and recognized as one of the most respected figures in the empire, continued to manage their far-flung operations while also serving as an unofficial advisor to imperial administrators who valued his expertise and integrity. His innovations in commerce and social policy had earned him a permanent place among the influential figures whose opinions shaped imperial policy, while his commitment to the family's values ensured that their positive influence would continue long after her own direct involvement had ended. Watching him lead family discussions with wisdom and compassion, she felt complete confidence that everything she and Marcus had worked to build would continue to flourish and grow under his capable stewardship. Her daughter Claudia, now 56 and widely regarded as one of the most accomplished women of her generation, had established programs and policies that were being implemented throughout the empire, addressing challenges related to education, family welfare, and community development. Her success had opened new possibilities for other women to contribute meaningfully to public policy while maintaining their traditional roles and responsibilities, proving that exceptional individuals could transcend conventional limitations without abandoning the values that provided stability and continuity. The pride that Livia felt in her daughter's achievements was matched by gratitude for the way Claudia had used her opportunities to benefit others rather than merely advancing her own interests or status. The birth of her 12th grandchild, Gaius's youngest daughter Claudia, in 60 CE brought the special joy that comes with knowing that this might be among the last new family members she would have the privilege of welcoming into the world. Holding this precious baby, she marveled at the continuation of life and love that connected past, present, and future in an unbroken chain of human experience. Each grandchild had brought unique gifts and perspectives to their family, while all had inherited the foundation of values and opportunities that she and Marcus had worked so carefully to establish. The baby represented both personal happiness and the living promise that their legacy would continue to influence the world long after her earthly journey had concluded. The challenges of managing her declining physical energy while maintaining the relationships and activities that gave her life meaning required careful attention to priorities and gentle acceptance of limitations that she approached with characteristic grace and wisdom. She had learned to conserve her strength for the most important conversations and experiences, while delegating routine matters to others who were honored to serve someone they loved and respected so deeply. This transition from active involvement to peaceful observation was accomplished without bitterness or regret, as she understood that every phase of life had its own gifts and purposes, and that learning to receive care and support from others was as important as learning to provide it. The completion of her personal letters to each of her grandchildren and great-grandchildren represented her final gift of individual attention and guidance, providing each family member with insights and advice specifically tailored to their personalities, interests, and circumstances. These intimate communications explored the deepest questions about love, duty, ambition, and happiness, drawing on 8 decades of experience to offer wisdom that would remain relevant throughout their lives. The letters were sealed and entrusted to Gaius with instructions that they be given to their recipients at appropriate moments in their development, ensuring that her guidance would continue to influence and support them long after she could no longer speak with them directly. Her 84th birthday celebration in 61 CE was marked by a gathering that reflected not just her personal achievements, but the remarkable network of love and influence that had grown from a lifetime of service and dedication to excellence. Representatives came from throughout the empire, former students who had become leaders in their communities, business associates whose enterprises had prospered through their connections with her family, government officials who continued to value her counsel, and countless individuals whose lives had been touched by her various programs and initiatives. The celebration had a quality of thanksgiving and blessing that made everyone present feel privileged to be part of such a meaningful gathering. The increasing fragility of her physical condition was balanced by a spiritual vitality and emotional serenity that seemed to grow stronger as her earthly journey approached its natural conclusion. She had achieved that rare state of complete peace with her life's choices and accomplishments, understanding that she had used every gift and opportunity to create something beautiful and lasting. The fear of death had been replaced by curiosity about what lay beyond this existence, combined with complete confidence that the love she had shared and the good she had accomplished would continue to influence the world long after her individual participation had ended. The conversations that filled her final years reflected both the deep contentment that comes from having lived fully and purposefully, and the continuing engagement with eternal questions that kept her mind clear and her spirit vibrant despite the inevitable limitations of advanced age. Family members would gather around her chair in the garden, listening to stories about their ancestors and absorbing lessons about courage, integrity, and the importance of using whatever gifts one possessed in service to others. These sessions had become precious rituals that connected multiple generations while preserving the memory and wisdom that would guide their families' future choices and commitments. As winter approached in 61 CE and Livia entered what would prove to be her final years, she could look back on more than 8 decades of life with the profound satisfaction that comes from having achieved everything that truly mattered: deep love shared and received, meaningful work accomplished with integrity, and a legacy of positive influence that would benefit countless others for generations to come. The young woman who had once learned about determination by watching her parents build their modest business had become an elder whose example of wisdom, grace, and service would inspire others long after the specific details of her extraordinary life had faded into the golden mist of beloved memory. The peace that surrounded her during those final winter evenings, as she sat by the fire surrounded by the family that represented her greatest achievement, while letters arrived with news of former students and enterprises throughout the Mediterranean world, embodied the highest fulfillment of human possibility, a life that had honored both personal happiness and social responsibility, while contributing meaningfully to the ongoing project of civilization itself. The girl who had once imagined adventures beyond the familiar boundaries of her neighborhood had become a woman whose spiritual journey had encompassed adventures of love, wisdom, and service that surpassed any tale her childhood imagination could have conceived, proving that the greatest stories are not found in distant lands, but created through the patient work of building lives of meaning, purpose, and enduring beauty. At 85, in the year 62 CE, Livia had reached that most precious threshold where life becomes a gentle meditation on eternity, where each breath feels like a gift from the gods, and every moment spent in the presence of loved ones seems touched with sacred significance. Resting peacefully in her beloved garden corner on the warm spring morning that would prove to be among her last, she watched the play of sunlight through the olive leaves with eyes that had witnessed the rise and transformation of the greatest empire the world had ever known. Have you ever felt that sense of perfect completion, when everything in your life seems to have found its proper place, and the approaching end feels not like loss, but like the natural fulfillment of a beautiful story? The gentle rhythm of her final days had settled into a pattern that honored both her need for rest and her desire to remain connected to the family and community that had given her life its deepest meaning. Mornings were spent in quiet contemplation in the garden, where the flowers bloomed in succession as they had for decades, creating a living calendar that marked the passing of seasons and years. Afternoons brought visits from family members who would sit beside her chair and share news of their activities, while seeking her blessing for important decisions. Evenings were reserved for the most precious conversations of all, intimate talks with her children and grandchildren, who treasured every word from someone whose wisdom had been tested and proven through 8 decades of principled living. Her legacy had taken on a life of its own that extended far beyond her personal involvement or direct influence. The business enterprises that had grown from her and Marcus's modest beginnings were now employing thousands of people throughout the Mediterranean, while maintaining the standards of integrity and social responsibility that had always distinguished their operations. The educational institutions that had originated from her textile academy were training hundreds of young women each year, preparing them not just for economic success, but for lives of purpose and community service. The charitable programs that had begun with simple acts of kindness had evolved into comprehensive systems that addressed social needs throughout multiple provinces. The influence of her historical writings continued to expand as scholars throughout the empire recognized their unique value for understanding the human experience during one of history's most remarkable periods of transformation. The memoir had become essential reading for anyone seeking to understand how ordinary people had lived through and shaped the transition from republic to empire, while her philosophical reflections were being consulted by thoughtful individuals seeking guidance about how to find meaning and purpose in their own circumstances. The works would serve future generations as both historical record and practical wisdom, providing insights that would remain relevant long after the specific conditions of her era had become ancient history. Her family had grown into something that resembled a small tribe, with 5 generations now connected by the bonds of love and shared values that she and Marcus had so carefully nurtured. The weekly gatherings that brought everyone together had become precious opportunities for the transmission of stories, values, and traditions that would preserve their essential character while allowing for growth and adaptation. Each family member had found their own path to meaningful achievement, while maintaining the foundation of integrity and service that had guided their remarkable journey from modest circumstances to genuine influence and prosperity. The spring of 62 CE brought news of unrest and uncertainty throughout the empire as Nero's behavior became increasingly erratic and his policies more arbitrary and destructive. Yet from her perspective as someone who had witnessed multiple imperial crises and transitions, these developments seemed less frightening than they might have to younger observers. She understood that the strength of Roman civilization lay not in any individual ruler, but in the countless families, communities, and institutions that continued to function regardless of who occupied the imperial palace. The values and practices that she had helped to develop and promote would survive whatever political turmoil lay ahead, continuing to influence Roman society long after current controversies had been forgotten. Her great-grandchildren, now ranging from infancy to young adulthood, represented the future that she would not live to see, but had helped to shape through her influence on their education and character development. The oldest among them were already showing signs of the leadership qualities and principled thinking that had characterized their family for generations, while the youngest carried within them the potential for achievements that she could only imagine. Watching them play and learn in the same courtyard where she had once sat as a child listening to Demetrius's stories, she felt profound satisfaction in the continuity that connected past, present, and future in an unbroken chain of love and aspiration. The completion of her final letters to distant friends and former students throughout the empire represented her last contribution to the network of relationships that had sustained and enriched her throughout her long life. These messages expressed gratitude for shared experiences, offered encouragement for future endeavors, and conveyed the accumulated wisdom that came from having lived so fully and purposefully. Many of the recipients would treasure these communications as precious mementos of their connection to someone whose influence had shaped their own paths to success and fulfillment, carrying her insights forward into circumstances and challenges that she could not foresee but had helped them prepare to meet. The increasing fragility of her physical condition was accompanied by a spiritual clarity and emotional peace that seemed to grow stronger as her earthly journey approached its natural conclusion. She had achieved that rare state of complete reconciliation with her life's choices and experiences, understanding that every joy and sorrow, every success and setback, had contributed to the person she had become and the legacy she was leaving. The approach of death held no terror for someone who had lived with such integrity and purpose, who had loved so deeply and been so loved in return, who had built something beautiful that would endure long after her individual participation had ended. On a gentle morning in late spring, as the olive trees were heavy with new fruit and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, Livia gathered her family around her for what everyone sensed would be their final conversation together. Speaking in the soft voice that had become even more precious because of its increasing rarity, she shared her last gifts of wisdom and love, reminders about the values that had guided their family's success, encouragement to continue serving others as they had been served, and expressions of gratitude for the privilege of having shared in their remarkable journey together. Her final words were not about accomplishments or achievements, but about love, the love that had created their family, sustained them through challenges, and would continue to connect them across the boundary between life and whatever lay beyond. As the sun reached its zenith on that beautiful day, Livia closed her eyes for the final time, surrounded by the children and grandchildren who represented her greatest achievement and deepest joy. She passed away as she had lived peacefully, with dignity, in the embrace of those who loved her most. Her departure felt not like an ending but like the completion of a magnificent symphony, where every note had contributed to a harmony that would continue to resonate long after the final measure had been played. The woman who had begun life in a modest apartment above a bakery had become someone whose story would inspire others for generations to come, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to virtue and service, could create legacies of beauty and meaning that transcended all limitations of time and mortality. The funeral that honored her life and legacy brought together representatives from throughout the Mediterranean world, former students who had become leaders in their communities, business associates whose enterprises had prospered through their connections with her family, government officials who had valued her counsel, and countless individuals whose lives had been touched by her various programs and initiatives. The procession through the streets of Rome was marked not by the formal pomp that accompanied the deaths of emperors and senators, but by the genuine grief and gratitude of ordinary people who understood that they had lost someone truly precious, someone whose life had made their own lives better and more meaningful. In the days and weeks that followed her death, letters arrived from throughout the empire expressing condolences and sharing memories of how her influence had shaped lives and communities in ways both large and small. Former students wrote about opportunities she had created for them. Business partners described the ethical standards she had helped them maintain. Government officials acknowledged the wisdom she had provided during crucial decisions, and ordinary citizens recalled acts of kindness and generosity that had made profound differences in their circumstances. These testimonials created a portrait of a life that had touched countless others in ways that would continue to multiply and spread long after her physical presence was no longer available to provide direct guidance and support. The estate that she left behind was remarkable not for its material wealth, though that was considerable, but for the institutions, relationships, and principles that she had established to ensure that her positive influence would continue indefinitely. The businesses would remain committed to combining profit with social responsibility. The schools would continue training young people in both practical skills and ethical values. The charitable programs would persist in addressing community needs, and the family would maintain its dedication to using inherited advantages in service to others. Every aspect of her legacy was designed to be self-sustaining and adaptive, capable of evolving to meet changing circumstances while preserving the essential values that had made them effective. As summer settled over Rome in the year 63 CE, the family that Livia had loved and guided for so many decades began the process of learning to live without her physical presence, while continuing to draw strength and direction from the wisdom and example she had provided. The weekly gatherings continued, now centered around reading from her letters and reflecting on the lessons they contained. The business enterprises prospered under the capable management of those she had trained and mentored. The educational and charitable programs expanded their reach and effectiveness as more people recognized their value and sought to support their work. In every aspect of the life that continued after her death, her influence could be seen and felt, proving that some forms of immortality are achieved not through monuments of stone, but through the enduring power of love, wisdom, and service to create positive change that multiplies across generations. The story of Livia Marcella had come to its earthly conclusion, but its meaning and influence would continue for centuries to come. She had proven that greatness is not measured by political power or inherited status, but by the quality of relationships built, the positive influence exercised, and the legacy of love and wisdom left for those who follow. Her journey from curious child to revered elder had demonstrated that every individual possesses the potential to create something beautiful and lasting, that ordinary circumstances can be transformed through extraordinary dedication to virtue and service, and that the truest success comes not from what we achieve for ourselves, but from what we enable others to accomplish through our guidance, support, and example. In living such a life, she had become more than a person. She had become a symbol of everything that was best and most hopeful about human nature itself. And so ends the story of Livia Marcella, a woman whose name appears in no official histories but whose life illuminated the deepest truths about what it means to live with purpose, love with wisdom, and serve with humility. Born in the modest apartment above a bakery in the Suburra, she died in a villa that had become a center of learning and compassion, having witnessed and helped shape the transformation of Rome from troubled republic to mighty empire. Yet her greatest achievement was not the material success she attained, but the example she provided of how an ordinary person can create extraordinary meaning through the patient accumulation of small acts of virtue, kindness, and service. Through her eyes, we have witnessed history not as a parade of emperors and battles, but as the daily experience of families who work to build better lives for their children, communities that supported each other through difficult times, and individuals who chose again and again to act with integrity, even when easier paths were available. Her story reminds us that the great movements of history are shaped as much by countless personal decisions to do what is right as they are by the dramatic gestures of famous leaders. The rise of Roman civilization was made possible not just by brilliant generals and wise emperors, but by people like Livia who chose to build rather than destroy, to include rather than exclude, to hope rather than despair. The businesses she helped to establish continued to prosper for generations, becoming models of how commerce could serve social purposes while generating sustainable profits. The schools that grew from her educational vision trained thousands of young women who went on to create their own enterprises and institutions throughout the Mediterranean world. The charitable programs that began with simple acts of kindness evolved into comprehensive systems that addressed social needs across multiple provinces. Each of these initiatives demonstrated that individual effort, guided by clear principles and sustained by persistent commitment, could create changes that benefited entire civilizations. Her historical writings became treasured documents that provided future generations with insights into how ordinary people experienced the great transformations of their era. Scholars would consult her observations for centuries, finding in them details about daily life, family relationships, and community dynamics that no official chronicle could provide. Her philosophical reflections on the meaning of a well-lived life offered guidance that remained relevant long after the specific circumstances of her time had become ancient history. Through her words, she achieved a form of immortality that connected her directly to readers she would never meet, sharing with them the wisdom accumulated through 8 decades of thoughtful living. The family she and Marcus raised became a living testament to the power of love and shared values to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Generation after generation continued to honor the principles she had taught while adapting them to changing circumstances and new challenges. The weekly gatherings that had been such an important part of their family culture persisted for centuries, becoming legendary among Roman families who sought to understand how to maintain unity and purpose across multiple generations. The letters she had written to her descendants were treasured as family heirlooms, consulted during important decisions, and passed down as precious guides for living with integrity and purpose. Perhaps most importantly, her story demonstrates that true greatness is not the privilege of a chosen few, but the potential birthright of every person who chooses to live with intention and purpose. She was not born to wealth or status, did not possess supernatural talents or extraordinary advantages, and faced many of the same challenges that confront every generation: uncertainty about the future, the demands of balancing personal desires with family responsibilities, the difficulty of maintaining principles while achieving practical goals. What made her remarkable was not the absence of obstacles but her response to them, her determination to find meaning and purpose regardless of circumstances. In our own times, when the world often seems too complex and challenging for individual action to make a meaningful difference, Livia's story offers both inspiration and practical guidance. She shows us that lasting change begins with personal choices, the decision to treat others with dignity and respect, to pursue excellence in whatever work we undertake, to use our resources and opportunities in ways that benefit not just ourselves but our communities. Her life proves that we need not wait for perfect circumstances or extraordinary abilities to begin building something beautiful and meaningful. The Rome that Livia knew eventually declined and fell, as all human institutions eventually do. The businesses she helped to create, the schools that carried forward her educational vision, and the charitable programs that addressed social needs all eventually passed into history. Yet the principles she embodied, integrity in relationships, excellence in work, service to community, love for family, and hope for the future transcend any particular time or place. These values remain as relevant and powerful today as they were in her ancient world, offering guidance for anyone who seeks to build a life of meaning and purpose. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you can imagine yourself walking through the streets of ancient Rome, feeling the warmth of the Mediterranean sun on your face and hearing the sounds of a vibrant civilization at its height. Picture yourself sitting in Livia's garden courtyard, listening to her gentle voice as she shares stories about her remarkable journey from curious child to beloved elder. In your dreams, you might find yourself at one of those weekly family gatherings, surrounded by multiple generations connected by bonds of love and shared purpose, learning that the most important lessons in life come not from books or teachers, but from the example of those who choose to live with virtue and dedication to something greater than themselves. Let her story remind you that every day offers opportunities to create something beautiful and lasting, that every interaction with another person is a chance to build rather than tear down, to encourage rather than discourage, to include rather than exclude. The legacy we leave is not measured by the monuments built in our honor, but by the lives we touch, the kindness we show, the principles we maintain, and the love we share. In this way, each of us has the potential to become like Livia, not famous perhaps, but profoundly meaningful, not powerful in worldly terms, but genuinely influential in the ways that matter most. Sleep now and dream of olive groves and marble columns, of families gathered around tables laden with food and laughter, of children learning wisdom from their elders while bringing fresh energy and new perspectives to ancient traditions. Dream of a world where hard work is rewarded, where virtue is valued, where every person matters and every life has the potential to contribute something precious to the ongoing human story. In your dreams, let the gentle spirit of Livia Marcella remind you that the greatest adventures are not found in distant lands, but created through the daily choice to live with purpose, love with wisdom, and serve with humility. For in the end, this is what her story teaches us, that we are all part of something larger and more magnificent than ourselves, that our individual choices and actions ripple outward in ways we may never fully understand, and that a life lived with integrity and compassion creates a form of immortality that transcends all limitations of time and mortality. The girl who once listened with wonder to stories about distant places had become a woman whose own story would inspire others for generations to come, proving that ordinary people, through extraordinary dedication to the highest human values, can indeed help to build and sustain the greatest achievements of civilization, while finding deep peace and fulfillment in the process. May her memory be eternal, and may her example light the way for all who seek to live with meaning, purpose, and love.